Chapter 251 King Tiankai's army marches eastward. After the Chu family's divorce letter was published in the newspaper, news of the divorce soon spread in the north. However, people did not focus on Chu Yukan, the victim of the family marriage. People paid more attention to the Chu family. Cut it off with the Wang family. Of course, it is also a good thing for Lu Chen that people's attention is not on Chu Yukan. The fewer people are discussing it now, the fewer rumors will be heard when Chu Yukan marries into the palace. At that time, people will only remember Chu Yukan. Qin is just a victim used by the Chu family for marriage. It was another early morning with warm wind blowing on his face. Lu Chen got up from the warm fragrance of yellow Nanyan's nephrite and glanced at the beautiful woman in front of him who had been hugged all night. During this period of time, Lu Chen focused mainly on Yellow Nanyan and several capable women. Mu Zixuan and the other 3 ordinary people had given birth to 2 children for themselves, so it was time for them to take a break. But having said that, it is too difficult for warriors to get pregnant. Yellow Nanyan is so cooperative with him. He has tried various methods, but Yellow Nanyan just can't get pregnant. Of course, this is not just a problem for Yellow Nanyan, but also for all the powerful women in the palace. Lu Chen had some doubts as to whether a woman's body structure had changed after practicing martial arts, which made it difficult to get pregnant. However, he used his rejuvenating hand to check Yellow Nanyan and the others. Their bodies seemed to be no different from those of ordinary women. The big difference is that except for the more developed meridians and skills in their body structures don't seem to have changed much. After seeing Lu Chen wake up, Yellow Nanyan said with a blush on his face, "Your Majesty, there is no court meeting today, why don't you sleep a little longer?" Seeing the white area in front of him, Lu Chen really wanted to sleep a little longer, but he remembered that he had to go to the new city today to see the construction status of the new city. Thinking of this, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Nanyan, things have to be done in moderation, and you can't be too greedy for pleasure." Having said this, Lu Chen's paws gently slid over Yellow Nanyan's soft body. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yellow Nanyan's cheeks became even more rosy. Of course she knew that Lu Chen was teasing her, but when she thought about what happened at night, her heart trembled. At this moment, the maid's conversation came from outside Chunsheng courtyard. "Commander Bai, is the prince at Chunsheng courtyard? Commander Qin has something important to do with him. The prince is still sleeping, let him wait for a while. I see that Commander Qin is quite anxious. There must be something important. Okay, let me call the prince for you." Then Bai Qingqing at the entrance of the courtyard came outside Yellow Nanyan's bedroom and said, "Your Majesty, Commander Qin has something to ask for." After hearing this, Lu Chen said directly, "Ask Commander Qin to wait for me in the study. I will be here soon." "Yes, Your Majesty." Lu Chen immediately got up from the bed. After seeing Lu Chen getting up, Yellow Nanyan quickly got up and helped Lu Chen get dressed. The clothes of this era are the kind of long clothes that are wrapped around and tied with a belt. For people like Lu Chen who are being waited on, it is easier for him to get dressed, but if he is an ordinary person, he has to spend a lot of money to get dressed. Sometime. Looking at Yellow Nanyan who was tying his belt, Lu Chen thought to himself that he would have to find a way to guide the people in the northern country in their dressing style. There is nothing wrong with wearing this kind of ancient style clothes for Lu Chen. When a woman wears this kind of long skirt, she looks fairy-like and very beautiful, but Lu Chen feels that wearing this kind of clothes in certain scenes the clothes of the era will delay too much time, such as in the military camp. Lu Chen thought to himself that he must find an opportunity to talk to Mu Zixuan and ask her to set up a factory to make clothes. From now on, all the clothes of the soldiers in the military camp will be changed to clothes that can be worn at once. When Yellow Nanyan helped Lu Chen tie his belt, he found that Lu Chen was in a daze. Yellow Nanyan asked in confusion, "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" Hearing Yellow Nanyan's voice, Lu Chen came back to his senses. He smiled and said, "It's okay. I suddenly thought of something just now." Having said this, Lu Chen held Yellow Nanyan's cheek, lowered his head and kissed Yellow Nanyan deeply. Lu Chen has this habit. After getting up in the morning, he often kisses the woman who slept with him last night. Although he doesn't know where Lu Chen comes from, Lu Chen's women are very cooperative with him. After Lu Chen finished kissing, Lu Chen said with a smile, "I'm going to work first, and you can take a good rest." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen turned around and left. Yellow Nanyan immediately said, "My lord, please go slowly." After a while, Lu Chen appeared in the study. As soon as he arrived in the courtyard where the study was located, he saw Qin Yushan playing with a bow and a few arrows. "Qin Yushan, is that what you are holding in your hand, the cloud-piercing bow?" Lu Chen had known about the news that the imperial court had created the cloud-piercing bow a long time ago. The cloud-piercing bow was a special weapon built by the Ministry of Industry under the leadership of Lu Shiyun. It was said to be very powerful and could easily kill warriors below the 8th level. Lu Chen had asked Jin Yiwei to get several sets of cloud-piercing bows to send to the north a long time ago. However, the weapons of the cloud-piercing bow were very strictly controlled, and even the Grand Master Liang Zong couldn't get them. Seeing Lu Chen coming, Qin Yushan immediately put his bow on the desk, then saluted, "Meet the prince." Lu Chen nodded and said, "No courtesy." Qin Yushan continued, "Your Majesty guessed it right, these are the cloud-piercing bow and the cloud-piercing arrow." Commander Liang came back with a message. Half a month ago, when the Imperial Army and the rebels were fighting, both sides used the cloud-piercing bow and cloud-piercing arrow for the first time. The Jin Yiwei also seized this opportunity to get one. Hearing Qin Yushan's words, Lu Chen immediately came to the desk, picked up the Chuanyan bow on the desk and looked at it carefully. He pulled the bow string, and the bow string was very elastic. However, the power of a bow and arrow not only depends on the quality of the bow, but also on the quality of the arrow. Lu Chen then picked up the cloud piercer arrow on the table and scratched the scissors with his fingers. Just like this, Lu Chen's fingers were scratched. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen frowned slightly. What material is the arrowhead of this cloud-piercing arrow made of? Why is it so sharp? He was a Grand Master. Although he didn't use spiritual energy just now, with his Grand Master's physique, it would be difficult for an ordinary sword to cut through the skin with gentle force. Lu Chen then asked the system in his mind, "System, can you identify the materials used to make the cloud-piercing bow and cloud-piercing arrow?" It has been detected that the materials used to make the cloud-piercing bow and cloud-piercing arrow come from outside the world and do not belong to this world. Lu Chen was immediately speechless. It was almost as if he hadn't said anything. He actually guessed in his heart that the materials used to make the cloud-piercing bow and cloud-piercing arrow were unlikely to be from this world. At this time, Lu Chen said to Qin Yushan, "Have you ever tried the power of the cloud-crossing bow?" Qin Yushan replied, "After my subordinates got these two things, they rushed to the North Palace immediately, before they had time to test the power of the cloud-piercing bow degree. Lu Chen immediately took the cloud-piercing bow and cloud-piercing arrow, and said, "Let's go to the backyard to test it out." Immediately afterwards, they came to the martial arts training ground in the backyard of the palace. Lu Chen asked his servants to prepare several sets of armor worn by the Black Cavalry and lined them up in a row. Then Lu Chen took up his bow and shot an arrow. With Grand Master Lu Chen's strength, he easily opened the cloud-piercing bow. The moment Lu Chen let go, the cloud-piercing arrow flew out with a bang. The next moment, all the armors lined up in a row were pierced by the cloud-piercing arrows. Fortunately, Lu Chen just realized that the power of the cloud-piercing arrows might be relatively strong, so he had someone put some more steel plates on the back of the armor, otherwise the cloud-piercing arrows would. I was afraid that it would shoot directly through the courtyard wall and hurt the people outside. At this time, Lu Chen's face became a little serious. The moment he released the arrow, a sonic boom was actually produced. The rebound force of the bowstring of the cloud-piercing bow was actually greater than the kinetic energy generated by the gunpowder explosion. Is that an exaggeration? Lu Chen thought that he was a Grand Master, and even if a Grand Master used ordinary bows and arrows, they would be very powerful, so he immediately handed the cloud-piercing bow to Qin Yushan, who was standing aside. "Commander Qin, come and try this. How powerful is the cloud-piercer bow?" Qin Yushan immediately understood what Lu Chen meant. He took the bow and arrow, picked up a cloud-piercing arrow, and shot it at the armor in the distance. Lu Chen discovered that Qin Yushan did not draw the bowstring to the full moon state. Even the master could not draw it to the full moon. This bow was obviously not something ordinary people could use. "I'm afraid that to use this cloud-piercing bow, you need at least the strength of a 5th-grade warrior." Qin Yushan let go at this time, and the cloud-piercing arrow flew out with a whoosh, but this time the cloud-piercing arrow was obviously not as powerful as before. This time the cloud-piercing arrow only penetrated 6 sets of armor. After seeing this, Lu Chen thought for a moment, and then said to the guard of the 7th-grade palace on the side, "Come and try." "Yes, Your Majesty." The guard immediately took the cloud chuan bow from Qin Yushan, picked up the last arrow, and aimed it at the armors. At this time, Lu Chen found that the 7th-grade guard was obviously struggling to pull the bow. It was exactly as he thought. The cloud-crossing bow was a weapon made for warriors. Ordinary people, or low-grade warriors, could not use the cloud-crossing bow. As the palace guard let go, the cloud-piercing arrow flew out again with a whoosh. This time, the cloud-piercing arrow only penetrated 3 pieces of armor. Lu Chen thought to himself that if that force had such powerful bows and arrows, they would not have to be afraid of heavy cavalry at all. The heavy cavalry's armor was shot through at once, and before the heavy cavalry could get close, the heavy cavalry turned into hedgehogs. Lu Chen felt a little lucky. Fortunately, their northern country had entered the age of firearms. Even if they faced this kind of cloud-penetrating bow, they didn't have to be afraid. During the war, if they encountered a hard nut that they couldn't chew off, they could completely cover it with firepower. The form of war will definitely change in the future, even if there is a Grand Master in this world. No matter how powerful the Grand Master is, he can only deal with some people, and the power in the Grand Master's body will be exhausted. Facing the rounds of cannon bombardment, no matter how powerful the Grand Master is, he cannot withstand it, unless he is a strong man in the heaven and human realm. However, at present, even the Grand Masters of the major dynasties do not often show their faces, let alone the strong men in the heaven and human realm. At this time, Lu Chen asked, "Commander Qin, what is the current war situation in Jiangnan?" Qin Yushan replied, "Currently, the Imperial Army has the upper hand, and the Jiangnan rebels are retreating steadily. This is why the Jiangnan rebels use the cloud-piercing bow." Lu Chen said, "I didn't expect that after the battle with Dao, the fighting power of the Imperial Army would still be so strong." Qin Yushan said from the side, "Maybe it's not because the Imperial Army is too powerful, but because the Jiangnan rebels are too weak. Now the Jiangnan rebels fight based on their own families. Those families have their own territories, and others they are very unhappy when family forces enter their territory. Under such circumstances, it is difficult for them to have any fighting power." Lu Chen said, "That's right, I overestimate those aristocratic families." At this moment, a palace guard entered the backyard and said, "Your Majesty, Jinyi guard Wu Qian who wants to see you." Lu Chen said, "Let him come directly to the backyard." Yes. Soon, Wu Yuan appeared in the backyard. After taking a look at Qin Yushan, he said to Lu Chen, "Meet the prince." Lu Chen asked, "What's the matter?" Wu Yuan took out a piece of paper intelligence from his sleeve, and then said, "The news just arrived is that people from the Jiangnan family have appeared in Qi state. The Jiangnan rebels seem to be planning to win over King Qi and let King Qi lead his troops south." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen took the information from Wu Yuan and asked, "How did King Qi treat those people?" Wu Yuan replied, "King Qi arranged for them to stay in the best restaurant in Qi State and met with them many times. As for King Qi attitude, Jin Yiwei has not yet been able to find out." Lu Chen opened the information in his hand and glanced at it. Lu Chen did not think that King Qi would follow the Jiangnan family in rebellion. Although the vassal king of Daxia had long been dissatisfied with the royal family, the current vassal king's strength was not as good as before. If you rebel rashly, not only will your current glory and wealth be gone, but you may also lose your life. But it's hard to say. Power is too tempting, and no one can tell whether King Qi has dreams of becoming an emperor. But if King Qi wants to rebel, he will definitely send envoys to the northern kingdom. The northern kingdom is close to the Qi kingdom and is now in existence that the Qi kingdom cannot ignore. Qi state's troops are basically in the north, obviously guarding the northern kingdom. If Qi state wants to send troops south to attack the capital, then King Qi will have to consider the possibility of northern kingdom going south to King Qin. Just when Lu Chen was about to return to the study, the palace guards entered the palace with a soldier carrying a red flag. When the red damask messenger saw Lu Chen, he immediately knelt down and handed over the mailbox containing the information in his hand. "Your Majesty, the barbarian King Apocalypse led an army of 400,000 people to march eastward. Some of the vanguard cavalry have already arrived in the north. In less than half a month, they will arrive in the north country." After hearing this, the faces of everyone in the courtyard instantly became extremely serious. Lu Chen immediately took the mailbox from the Hongling messenger, and then took out the information from it. At the same time, he said to Wu Yuan and Qin Yushan, "Commander Qin, Wu Qianhu, immediately ask the generals from Yanqing to go to the Yizheng Hall." The two said in unison, "Yes, Your Majesty." Then the two of them immediately left the North Prince's mansion, while Lu Chen stood there and carefully read the battle report in front of him. After reading the information sent from the Northland, Lu Chen suddenly remembered something. This so-called Apocalypse King seems to have attacked the Daeyu dynasty not long ago, but was defeated by the Empress of the Daeyu dynasty. Unexpectedly, after being defeated by the Daeyu dynasty, they did not settle down. Instead, they came to the Northland and might even attack the Northland. Lu Chen came to the north with an army of 400,000 people. Lu Chen didn't believe that they were just here for tourism. Most likely, King Tiankai felt that it was a bit embarrassing to lose in the Daeyu dynasty, so he wanted to regain his confidence from Daxia. Moreover, the barbarians originally liked to go south to plunder. They did not grab too many things they needed in the Daeyu dynasty, so they would naturally plunder other places. Lu Chen judged that King Apocalypse was most likely coming to the northern kingdom. Some time ago, he learned from the intelligence collected by Wang Qingkai that after the Daeyu dynasty defeated the barbarian coalition, it had been on guard against the eastward march of the barbarians from the northwest. Unexpectedly, they actually came, and an army of 400,000 people arrived. Their people were able to collect such accurate intelligence, all thanks to the barbarians living in the north. It seems that his initial approach of integrating the Northland barbarians into the North country was indeed of great use. After reading the urgent information in hand, Lu Chen immediately went to the council hall and waited for the arrival of the generals. At the same time, not far away from Buwang Mansion, some people were staring at the door of Buwang Mansion. These people are the shadow guards. Wang Jiantao has been looking for opportunities to assassinate Bai Qingqing recently, but because he is afraid of Zhuge Guang, he never dares to sneak into the North Palace directly. Although he had practiced the art of hiding his figure, he was not confident that he would not be noticed by Zhuge Guang, the Great Master, after taking care of Bai Qingqing. If he is an ordinary Grand Master, maybe he can give it a try. An ordinary Grand Master may not be able to detect him when he enters the stealth state, but Zhuge Guang is a Grand Master who is about to break through to the realm of heaven and man. It is easy to kill Bai Qingqing, but after killing Bai Qingqing, he, Wang Jiantao, may have to stay in Buwang Mansion. Wang Jiantao thought that he was only here to get rid of the traitors, not to be a dead soldier, so there was no need for him to risk his life and break into the Buwang Mansion to carry out assassinations. Just when Wang Jiantao was looking at the gate of Buwang Mansion in a daze, the shadow guard behind him reminded in a low voice, "Commander, look, there are 2 Grand Masters coming to the door of Buwang Mansion." Upon hearing this, Wang Jiantao's eyes instantly locked on the 2 people at the door of Buwang Mansion. The 2 men were riding black horses and were covered in thick armor. The aura of their master could be clearly felt from their bodies. Wang Jiantao frowned slightly. He noticed that the strength of these 2 Grand Masters was very unusual, even stronger than the Grand Master who just left the palace, so that he felt a little trembling in his heart after seeing those 2 people. He himself was a person who did the dirty work for the emperor, and many people died at his hands, but the murderous aura in him was nothing compared to those 2 people. Those 2 people seemed to have come out of the underworld. The murderous aura in his body was so strong that they felt palpitations even from such a distance. At this time, Xianyuan Chen got off his horse at the door of the palace, then turned to look in a certain direction, and did not enter the palace for a long time. Seeing this scene, Wen Renli, who had already entered the palace gate, asked, "What's wrong?" Xianyuan Chen turned around and said, "I just felt like someone was watching us." Wen Renli said calmly, "Normally, there are many xiao staring at Buwang Mansion every day. The Northern Kingdom is no longer the Northern Kingdom, and the Northern King is no longer the Northern King. Therefore, there are many spies from other countries monitoring the Northern King's every move every day. This is nothing new." Xianyuan Chen said while walking towards the palace, "That's right, just leave those little ones to the Jin Yiwei, business matters are more important." Chapter 252 Leading out the Shadow Guard. Wang Jiantao breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the 2 Grand Masters wearing black armor entering the Buwang Mansion. His heart was almost in his throat just now. One of the 2 masters just glanced in their direction, and they felt the threat of death, which sent a chill down their backs. In addition to the great master Zhuge Chongguang, there are actually such terrifying master generals in the Northern Kingdom. Just when Wang Jiantao had just recovered, another shadow guard's voice came from beside him, "It's another Grand Master." Upon hearing this, Wang Jiantao immediately looked at the door of the North Palace. At this time, a strong man in cloth got off his horse, handed the horse to the servants of the palace, and then entered the palace directly. Although the aura of the strong man was not as terrifying as the 2 men wearing armor before, the power emanating from him could also be seen from the power that he was a master-level strongman. Shadow guards have been trained since childhood and have been performing various tasks in secret all year round. Basically, they can easily judge the general state of a warrior. At this time, Wang Jiantao frowned. There were actually 4 Grand Masters in the Northern Palace. This was something they did not expect at first. Just when Wang Jiantao was thinking about reporting the information about the North to Emperor Xia later, he suddenly discovered that another Grand Master had appeared at the door. At this time, Wang Jiantao's eyes suddenly opened wide and he looked at the man at the door of Buwang Mansion in disbelief. "That is Mu Chongtian? How can this be? Wasn't Mu Chongtian killed when he was exiled to the northwest? How come you are in this place?" Wang Jiantao's face instantly darkened. He was very sure that he had seen the right person. The man at the door of Buwang Mansion was Mu Chongtian himself. Counting Mu Chongtian, there are 5 Grand Masters in the Northern Palace. It doesn't matter that there are 5 Grand Masters. What matters is that the person Emperor Xia wants to get rid of is not dead, and also appears in the North Kingdom. It's impossible for the Northern King not to know who Mu Chongtian is. He actually dared to take Mu Chongtian in, and Mu Chongtian's presence here means that many of the soldiers who died at the inn were members of the Northern King. Killed. Is the Northern King going to rebel? Now is a critical time for the Imperial Army to suppress the rebellion. If the Northern King leads the Northern Army southward and cooperates with the rebels, the capital will be in danger. Thinking of this, Wang Jiantao immediately said, "Let's go." Everything they saw today must be reported to Emperor Xia quickly so that Emperor Xia can prepare. After Wang Jiantao and the others left, Wei Siyuan rushed to the North Palace. If Wang Jiantao saw another Grand Master coming, he would definitely feel even more uneasy. About half an hour later, except for the generals guarding Yancheng, all the important generals from the North Kingdom arrived at the Buwang mansion. In the political hall, Lu Chen sat on the throne, and Zhuge Chongguang sat next to him. When Lu Chen saw that everyone was almost here, he said directly, "I just received urgent military information from the north. King Tiankai led the barbarian army of 400,000 to march eastward. It is suspected that they are going to attack the northern kingdom." After hearing this, everyone in the hall looked at me and I looked at you. The generals in the north were not like the civil servants. They were more stable. Although the news sounded very urgent, none of the generals showed panic on their faces. On the contrary, they could not wait to head north. They have been training in the use of firearms since the Northern Kingdom's firearms were installed in the army. Now their use of firearms has reached the point of proficiency, and they have even developed many firearm-related formation methods. Although fighting involves death, for these generals, their inner desire for war is very strong. In fact, it is not just generals. Under the existing military merit system in the north, many soldiers have also longed to fight. Only by fighting can they gain more military merit. At this time, Mu Chongtian said, "Your Majesty, the army of the Northern Kingdom is already ready to fight the enemies of the Northern Kingdom. As long as you give the order, they will march northward without hesitation." Lu Chen said, "It takes 1,000 days to raise an army, but it takes only a moment to use it. The army of the Northern Kingdom has been training for such a long time, and it is time to try the sword." Wei Siyuan asked at this time, "Your Majesty, do the 100,000 troops from Fenjiun Island need to be mobilized? They should have arrived in the North Kingdom." Lu Chen said, "No need for the time being, let them station themselves at the seaside. I have already asked people to build a military base at the seaside." Although the barbarians had an army of 400,000 this time, Lu Chen did not think that these 400,000 troops would be a match for the northern army. For now, there is no need for the 100,000 soldiers who came from Fenjiun Island. Those 100,000 soldiers have not learned to use firearms and have no relevant training. It will not be of much use to transfer them here now. At this time, Zhuge Chongguang said, "Your Majesty, I suggest that the soldiers from Fenjiun Island be transferred to Yancheng. After the northern army moves northward, the rear will be empty. If Daiyou or Qi state has other ideas, the northern kingdom is likely to be faced with enemies from both sides. By then, the 100,000 strong army will also be able to act as a deterrent." Hearing what Zhuge Chongguang said, Lu Chen realized that he had just received the news that the Jiangnan family sent someone to visit King Qi, so how could he forget about King Qi? If the army of the Northern Kingdom goes north, it is very likely that King Qi will think this is an opportunity. King Qi may actually mobilize the soldiers in Qi Kingdom to go south and attack the capital. But some of the 200,000 troops that the Daiyou dynasty transferred not long ago returned to the border area with the Northern Kingdom. The Empress Daiyou seems to have been guarding the Northern Kingdom. Will the Daiyou dynasty take advantage of the emptiness in the rear of the Northern Kingdom? Suddenly sent troops to attack the Northern Kingdom, this is really uncertain. Thinking of this, Lu Chen said, "What the bachelor said makes sense, General Wei, if those 100,000 soldiers have arrived at the seaside, you should ask them to rush to Yancheng as soon as possible." Wei Siyuan said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Xian Yuanchen asked at this time, "My lord, how many black cavalry do you plan to send north?" Lu Chen thought for a moment. Although the cloud-piercing bow that could threaten the heavy cavalry has appeared in Daxia, what they have to deal with this time is not the court or the rebels in the south. Their enemies are the barbarians coming from the northwest. Those barbarians, there is a high probability that there are no weapons to deal with heavy cavalry. Before powerful cold weapons like the cloud-piercing bow became popular, heavy cavalry could still exert strong combat effectiveness. Thinking of this, Lu Chen said, "Just send 40,000 black cavalry north, leaving 10,000 to guard Yancheng." Speaking of this, Lu Chen looked at Xiao Pengtian. "General Xiao, I wonder if you have heard of the barbarian King Tiankai?" Xiao Pengtian replied, "Back to my lord, I heard that when the old Sirius king was still there, King Tiankai once sent people to the Sirius king tribe to try to recruit the Sirius king tribe to his command, and he also returned. I heard that King Tiankai also sent people to the tribe of King Bizian, but in the end both of our tribes refused. It is rumored that King Apocalypse has reached the realm of Grand Master. His ambition is very great. He thinks that he is the one favored by the barbarian god, so he changed his previous title to King of Apocalypse. He also wants to unify the entire barbarian tribe and become the barbarian emperor." Hearing Xiao Pengtian's words, Lu Chen frowned slightly. "Grand Master? This is the first time that the Northern Kingdom has faced an enemy Grand Master entering the battlefield. In this case, they must also have a Great Master. Although the Grand Master may not be able to withstand the indiscriminate bombardment of the cannons, he can still disrupt their formation and destroy their cannons. If the Grand Master is allowed to approach their position with cannons, their cannons will most likely be destroyed by the Grand Master." Thinking of this, Lu Chen said, "In this battle with King Tiankai's army, I will personally lead the troops north." Upon hearing this, Zhuge Chongguang said, "My lord, this is inappropriate. You are the king of the Northern Kingdom. You have to manage the entire Northern Kingdom. You should not appear on the battlefield. Lu Chen is the son of destiny, how can he appear in a dangerous place? How can he lead the world if something happens to him?" From Zhuge Chongguang's personal perspective, he definitely didn't want to see Lu Chen go to the battlefield. Lu Chen said, "Firearms can be regarded as my invention. It was the first time that soldiers used firearms to fight. I will not go to the front line to teach the soldiers how to use firearms. There is no need to discuss this matter. I have to go to the front line in this battlefield." Seeing that Lu Chen's attitude was so resolute, Zhuge Chongguang could not say anything more. "Since the prince insists on going, I will follow him north." Lu Chen immediately said, "This won't work. The North Prince's mansion and Yancheng still need you, the great scholar, to protect them. Once the king leaves Yancheng, it is likely that some young people will deal with the North Prince's mansion." Lu Chen was most worried about his wives and concubines. Although the Buwang mansion already had Chen Wanrong, a great master, Lu Chen still felt unsafe. Zhuge Chongguang said, "Your Majesty." Seeing what Zhuge Zhongguang was going to say, Lu Chen suddenly thought that it was his first time to deal with a Grand Master, and he was not sure whether he was the opponent of that Grand Master, so to be on the safe side, it was good to be more prepared. Since Zhuge Chongguang wants to protect the North Palace and cannot move, Chen Wanrong can always go north with him. For now, Suanya Palace should not come to Yancheng to take Chen Wanrong away. Thinking of this, Lu Chen said, "I know that the great scholar is worried about my safety. How about this? I bring a Grand Master with me, so that the great scholar doesn't have to worry." Zhuge Chongguang said, "Your Majesty, as far as I know, there seems to be no third great master in the Northern Kingdom." Lu Chen said with a smile, "Why not? It's just that you don't know, Grand Master, that the owner of Suanya Palace is the Grand Master, and he just made a breakthrough not long ago. I am the Grand Master myself, and with the addition of another Grand Master, the Grand Master should feel at ease." Zhuge Chongguang said, "If a Great Master follows the prince to the north, then I will be relieved." At this time, Mu Chongtian said from the side, "Your Majesty, do we need to tell the people about this trip to the north? After all, the opponent has an army of 400,000. Although the Northern Kingdom has defeated 2 barbarian tribes, if the common people know about this, I am afraid it will still cause panic. Lu Chen said calmly, this time when we send our troops to the north, we should let the common people know. Not only do we want to let the common people know, we must continue to publicize it so that the common people of the Northern Kingdom understand that the soldiers of the Northern Kingdom are going north to fight against the barbarians to protect them. Fighting. Lu Chen's idea was simple. If the common people didn't know that these soldiers from the north fought against the barbarians for their safety, how could they respect those soldiers? As for whether it will cause panic, Lu Chen is not too worried. Some people will definitely be afraid. Fear is human nature, but the Northern Kingdom has often faced barbarian plunder in the past, and some people have long been used to it. Therefore, in Lu Chen's opinion, letting the common people know that the barbarians are heading south will not bring much trouble to the Northern Kingdom, even if the common people feel panic. After hearing what Lu Chen said, Mu Chongtian thought about it and felt that it made sense. Lu Chen opened the map in front of him at this time, and then said, everyone, come here. We won't discuss the details for now. King Apocalypse's army will arrive in the North Kingdom soon. We must seize the time to deploy. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the generals in the hall immediately gathered around the table in front of the throne and began to discuss how to deploy. After the military meeting, Lu Chen asked Mu Chongtian and others to go back to the military camp and gave the soldiers a day off to say goodbye to their families. Although the war is imminent, the soldiers must still be given the opportunity to say goodbye to their families. These soldiers cannot be allowed to die on the battlefield. Their families still don't know where they have gone and whether they will come back. In addition to letting the soldiers go home and say goodbye to their families, Lu Chen also asked Qin Yushan to clean up Yanqing's spies Zaizuo. They were about to go north. He was not in Yanqing. Those spies might cause trouble, so he let him go in advance. It would be better for Jin Yiwei to clean up one side. Speaking of cleaning up the spies of other countries, Lu Chen thought of what Bai Qingqing said some time ago. Emperor Xia had sent people to clear out the traitors in the Shadow Guard, and those who wanted to assassinate Bai Qingqing were most likely still in Yanqing. Lu Chen planned to lure out these Shadow Guards and then eliminate them before going north. If he continued to let them stay in Yanqing, they would definitely take action against Bai Qingqing when he left. This time, he would not bother taking Bai Qingqing with him when he went north. Kingkings, and there were Emperor Xia's shadow guards in Yanqing. Lu Chen was also very worried. He was worried that these shadow guards would cause trouble. After deciding what to do next, the whole Yanqing became busy. After Lu Chen held a military meeting in the morning, in the afternoon all the people in Yanqing knew the news that the barbarian army of 400,000 was about to move south. Of course, Lu Chen asked the newspaper to release this news, and he wanted to publicize this war. As soon as they heard that another barbarian tribe was heading south, the people of Yanqing instantly panicked, and some even planned to run away. However, more people chose to believe in the Northern King and his army. The victory of the previous two wars gave the people of the North great confidence. Although there were rumors that the heavy cavalry of the North was destroyed during the battle with the King of North Xian, the soldiers of the North still defended Tianguang city that time and did not let the North King Xian went south. For most people living in the North, as long as the soldiers of the North guard the North and prevent the barbarian cavalry from going south, it is a great victory. At this moment, in a private room of a certain restaurant, Wang Jiantao looked at the newspaper in his hand and pondered for a long time. He finally understood why so many masters went to the North Palace in the morning. They were probably discussing how to resist the 400,000 strong army of King Tiankai heading south. At this time, a shadow guard said, "Commander, I heard that King Bei will go to the military camp east of Yanqing to inspect later. Bai Qingqing liked to follow King Bei in the past, and there is a high probability that she will follow him this time. It's a great opportunity for us to go together." Wang Jiantao thought for a while and said nothing. Zhuge Zhongguang is the Grand Master. A person of the Grand Master level should not follow a prince everywhere. If Bai Qingqing really follows the King of Bei to inspect the military camp later, and Lu Chen does not have many strong masters around him, that was indeed an excellent opportunity for them to get rid of Bai Qingqing, and they could even take action directly against King Bei. Of course, getting rid of King Bei is not what he should do now. Before Emperor Xia's clear order, even if he knew that King Bei was now Emperor Xia's biggest concern, he, the commander of the Shadow Guards, could not take action against Lu Chen. After a while, Wang Jiantao picked up the bamboo hat on the table and said, "Let's go." At this time, Wang Jiantao and the other Shadow Guards didn't know that Lu Chen had deliberately let out the news about Lu Chen's inspection of the military camp. He just planned to lure out the Shadow Guards who wanted to kill Bai Qingqing, and then deal with them directly to avoid these Shadow Guards. After Wei left, he would jump out to cause trouble for Bai Qingqing, or create chaos in Yancheng. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Chen sat in the carriage and let Bai Qingqing ride the horse. He casually took a few guards with him and left the city to the east military camp. The military camp on the east side of Yancheng is some distance away from Yancheng, and there is a part of forest in this distance. The forest is a perfect location for assassins like Shadow Guard. Lu Chen believed that those Shadow Guards would definitely take action. Not long after, Lu Chen's carriage entered the place where the Shadow Guards were ambushed. Wang Jiantao felt a little strange when he saw that Lu Chen only brought Bai Qingqing and a few 5th-grade guards. It stands to reason that Bai Qingqing should have noticed that Emperor Xia was already clearing out the Shadow Guards of the Northern Kingdom, and she was also one of the targets. So why did Bai Qingqing dare not let Lu Chen bring a few more experts to accompany him? Could it be that Bai Qingqing didn't tell Lu Chen about the Shadow Guard? Or maybe Bai Qingqing didn't take Shadow Guard seriously from the beginning and thought no one would do anything to her. After all, she is a master, and it is indeed not easy to kill her. It is normal for her to have this confidence. Seeing that Wang Jiantao had not issued the order for a long time, a Shadow Guard next to him said, "Commander, if we let them go a little further, they will see the military camp of the North Kingdom, and then it will be too late for us to take action." Hearing this, Wang Jiantao asked the Shadow Guard who had been following the carriage out of the city from Buwang Mansion, "Xiao Qi, are you sure there is only Buwang in the carriage?" "I'm sure, I saw the carriage on King Bei with my own eyes." Wang Jiantao thought to himself that if there was only King Bei and a few guards, there would really be nothing to be afraid of. Although it is rumored that Bei Wang is also a warrior, due to his age, Bei Wang cannot be much stronger no matter how strong he is. Thinking of this, Wang Jiantao no longer hesitated. "Do it." Chapter 253 The King's Woman. Wang Jiantao and the others did not intend to assassinate Lu Chen, so they did not attack Lu Chen's carriage with arrows as soon as they came up. They walked out directly and surrounded Lu Chen's carriage and the palace guards. Bai Qingqing said expressionlessly at this time, "Who are you?" Wang Jiantao and others were wearing cloaks and their faces were covered with cloth, so their faces could not be seen in full. However, Bai Qingqing obviously knew who these people were, so she just asked casually. She grew up in the place where Shadow Guards trained. She was also taught by Wang Jiantao. She was very aware of the power of the warrior in Wang Jiantao. As soon as Wang Jiantao came out, Bai Qingqing knew it was him. Wang Jiantao said coldly at this time, "Commander Bai has been very busy recently, so busy that he has even forgotten his own responsibilities." After hearing the noise outside, Lu Chen opened the curtain of the carriage and said to Bai Qingqing beside the carriage with a smile, "Xiao Bai, do you know them?" Bai Qingqing replied expressionlessly, "My lord, I don't know you." Hearing Bai Qingqing's words, Wang Jiantao snorted coldly, "Commander Bai is really a noble man who forgets things. He doesn't even recognize his adoptive father. Since you chose to betray the organization, I believe you have already been prepared to die." While speaking, Wang Jiantao directly pulled out the knife from his waist. Bai Qingqing did not hesitate, and immediately pulled out the sword from her waist, and then said to the guards of the palace, "Protect the prince." After the words fell, Bai Qingqing went straight to Wang Jiantao not far away. Except for Wang Jiantao, the other shadow guards did not follow suit. They still surrounded the palace guards and carriages, and they seemed to have no intention of attacking Lu Chen. This time they came just to get rid of the traitor Bai Qingqing. Although King Bai was also a headache for Emperor Xia, Emperor Xia did not order them to take action against King Bai, so they had to separate King Bai and Bai Qingqing. At this time, Lu Chen came out of the carriage and sat on the seat next to the carriage driver, watching the battle between Bai Qingqing and Wang Jiantao. Listening to the conversation between Wang Jiantao and Bai Qingqing just now, Lu Chen also realized that Wang Jiantao was probably the one who trained Bai Qingqing to be a shadow guard. To cultivate a shadow guard without emotions, Bai Qingqing must have suffered a lot of torture when she was a child, so Lu Chen wanted Bai Qingqing to try to avenge herself. Lu Chen would only take action if Bai Qingqing was really no match for Wang Jiantao. He was a great master, and he could sense everything around him. If Bai Qingqing was in danger, he would be able to save Bai Qingqing immediately. Qingqing. Seeing that Bai Qingqing was about to approach Wang Jiantao kicked his legs and jumped up easily. Then he pushed his legs towards the tree next to him, and flew directly towards Bai Qingqing. He slashed at him with a knife, and the invisible sword energy goes straight to Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing, who was riding on the horse, did not panic. She immediately jumped up from the horse, and then swung her sword at Wang Jiantao. The sword energy she swung collided with the sword energy, and the surrounding trees were also affected by invisible ripples. Cut in half. After just the initial fight, Wang Jiantao felt something was wrong. He found that Bai Qingqing's strength seemed to be superior to his. How can this be? When Bai Qingqing left the capital, she had just broken through to the Grandmaster level, so she shouldn't be stronger than herself. When they fought just now, Wang Jiantao could clearly feel that Bai Qingqing's realm had reached the ultimate master level, which was very different from ordinary masters. Wang Jiantao fell from mid-air, and then said with a smile, "It seems that Commander Bai's strength has improved very quickly during his time in Bawang Mansion. I don't know what benefits Bawang gave you to make you betray the organization." Bai Qingqing ignored Wang Jiantao's words. Her body turned into an afterimage and rushed directly towards Wang Jiantao. The next moment, a cold sword light hit Wang Jiantao's neck. However, Wang Jiantao did not panic. Instead, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. In just a blink of an eye, Wang Jiantao's figure disappeared on the spot. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. His eyes were always on Wang Jiantao and Bai Qingqing. He did not expect that Wang Jiantao could disappear in an instant under his nose. But Lu Chen was the Grand Master after all, and soon he sensed Wang Jiantao's presence. Wang Jiantao had already appeared behind Bai Qingqing. The light of the blade swept directly towards Bai Qingqing's waist. Bai Qingqing was about to be hit by the knife. Just when Lu Chen was about to take action, Bai Qingqing reacted. She leaned back and easily avoided it. The knife in Wang Jiantao's hand. Then Bai Qingqing struck back with a sword, but this sword still did not cause any harm to Wang Jiantao, and Wang Jiantao disappeared again. Then Wang Jiantao kept attacking with his body skills, while Bai Qingqing fell into passive defense. Lu Chen saw that Wang Jiantao's body skills were very strange, very similar to his transformation, and he could easily avoid the enemy's sword. However, although Bai Qingqing is passive, Bai Qingqing is already an extreme master after all, and her reaction speed is fast enough. It is not easy for Wang Jiantao to use his body skills to sneak attack her. She can react every time. At this time, Lu Chen looked at the cloaked shadow guards who surrounded the palace guards and the carriage, and said jokingly, "Why don't you all take action together? What are you doing surrounding my carriage?" Hearing this, the shadow guards did not speak. They still stood where they were, surrounding the palace's carriage. At this moment, Wang Jiantao found that no matter how he attacked, he could not kill Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing could always react immediately. Originally, Bai Qingqing's swordsmanship was taught to him by himself, and he was already very familiar with Bai Qingqing's swordsmanship. He originally thought that he could easily get rid of the traitor Bai Qingqing, but he did not expect that Bai Qingqing would be able to kill him in such a short time. He broke through to the ultimate master level, which made him very passive. No, we can't continue to delay like this. If the Grand Master who dragged him to the palace comes later, it is very likely that his mission will fail this time. He is the only Shadow Guard commander left by Emperor Xia who has never failed, because all the Shadow Guard commanders who have failed have been dealt with by Emperor Xia. If he didn't complete the mission this time, death would be the only thing waiting for him. At this time, Wang Jiantao took out a pill from his sleeve and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Seeing that Wang Jiantao had taken the medicine, Bai Qingqing raised her eyebrows slightly. As the deputy commander of the Shadow Guard, Bai Qingqing also knows that the Shadow Guard possesses a blood-exploding pill. Once this pill is taken, the warrior's skill will be greatly improved in a short period of time, and the warrior will enter the blood-burning pill. The status is the same. However, after a warrior uses the explosive blood pill, the side effects are very small, and he can recover within a month or two at most. It was obvious that what Wang Jiantao had just used was the blood-exploding pill. The next moment, Wang Jiantao's sword skills instantly became fierce and powerful. Just now, Wang Jiantao used his body skills to find ways to sneak attack, but now he was directly competing with Bai Qingqing head-on. The swords collided, sparks flew, and the surrounding trees fell one after another, causing a lot of commotion. At this time, Bai Qingqing also felt a little powerless. Her swordsmanship was originally taught by Wang Jiantao. Wang Jiantao was very familiar with her swordsmanship. She could barely block Wang Jiantao's attack just now relying on her realm. But as Wang Jiantao's internal power increased, Bai Qingqing could no longer resist, and Bai Qingqing could only keep retreating. At this time, Wang Jiantao came over with a sword, and a huge sword energy instantly knocked Bai Qingqing away. Although Bai Qingqing blocked part of the attack with his sword, his body was still pushed back more than 10 meters, and he spit out a mouthful. There was blood, obviously from internal injuries. Seeing that Bai Qingqing was no match for Wang Jiantao, Lu Chen did not intend to continue watching the show. Then Lu Chen jumped off the carriage. Seeing Lu Chen walking towards Bai Qingqing, the shadow guards holding knives immediately surrounded him. At this time, a 9th grade shadow guard said, "King Bai, if you come forward again, don't blame us for taking action against you." Got it. Hearing the shadow guard's threat, Lu Chen sneered, "You are the first person who dares to threaten me this year." As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, the body of the shadow guard flew towards Lu Chen in an instant. He tried to struggle away, but found that it was to no avail. Soon the shadow guard's neck was pinched by Lu Chen, and the next moment, he felt the power in his body draining rapidly. After seeing this scene, the other shadow guards noticed something was wrong. Bai Wang's strength was obviously underestimated by them. Then one of the shadow guards said, "Do it." Although they did not receive an order to kill King Bai, if King Bai wanted to prevent them from completing their mission, don't blame them for being rude. At this time, Wang Jiantao, who was not far away, also noticed what was happening on the carriage side. He frowned when he saw the shadow guards suddenly rushing towards Lu Chen. At this moment, Lu Chen's power was suddenly released, and a burst of spiritual power was released centered on Lu Chen's body, directly pushing all the shadow guards to the ground. Feeling the terrifying power on Lu Chen's body, all the shadow guards were stunned, even Wang Jiantao in the distance was stunned. "Great, Grand Master! How can this be? The King of the North has only been in the North for less than 4 years, how could he have become the Grand Master?" No wonder Bei Wang brought so many people with him when he went out this time. He was already a Grand Master, so how could he be afraid of others assassinating him? Wang Jiantao reacted instantly and shouted not good in his heart. They were fooled. Obviously this was a trap by King Bei. The purpose was to lure out the shadow guards who wanted to get rid of Bai Qingqing. Now they were in trouble. Facing the Grand Master, they did not have the ability to fight him. At this time, Wang Jiantao glanced at Bai Qingqing, who was already injured in the distance. Is this all we can do today? No. If he fails to complete the task, he will die if he goes back. Thinking of this, Wang Jiantao immediately clenched the knife in his hand and ran straight towards Bai Qingqing. He planned to kill Bai Qingqing before Lu Chen could react, and then directly use his body skills to escape. Although Lu Chen is a Grand Master, Lu Chen is still so young after all. Wang Jiantao is very confident in his body skills. Even a Grand Master cannot catch him. Soon, Wang Jiantao's figure appeared in front of Bai Qingqing, and then he swung his knife at Bai Qingqing. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen snorted and actually wanted to kill someone in front of him. The next moment, Lu Chen used his disguise, and without any warning, his body appeared next to Bai Qingqing, and he clamped Wang Jiantao's knife between his two fingers. Wang Jiantao was shocked. What a fast speed! Lu Chen directly broke the knife in Wang Jiantao's hand with his finger, and Wang Jiantao jumped back a few steps. Lu Chen said at this time, Wang Jiantao, you are so brave, you dare to kill my woman in front of me. Having said this, Lu Chen directly hugged the injured Bai Qingqing, and then used his rejuvenating hands to treat her. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Bai Qingqing's pale face showed a blush, especially Lu Chen's words "my king's woman" made Bai Qingqing's heart beat wildly. Seeing that Lu Chen said his name directly, Wang Jiantao said, Your Majesty, since you know my name, then Bai Qingqing must have told you everything about her. If your Majesty doesn't want to get into trouble, it's best to tell him Bai Qingqing, hand it over. Lu Chen said calmly, those who threaten me usually don't end well. At this point, Lu Chen's warrior power instantly increased a lot, and Wang Jiantao in the distance felt a huge sense of oppression, making it difficult for him to breathe. Wang Jiantao thought in his heart that today's assassination must have failed. He could only find another way to assassinate Bai Qingqing. He could not continue to drag it out. If he did, he might not be able to escape. Thinking of this, Wang Jiantao's body disappeared instantly and ran away. Seeing Wang Jiantao trying to escape, Lu Chen smiled, then let go of Bai Qingqing, and then he flashed and punched somewhere. The next moment, Wang Jiantao's figure appeared, and his body flew out, directly breaking 10 pieces. Many trees. Wang Jiantao vomited a mouthful of blood and lay on the ground, looking at Lu Chen in the distance with some disbelief. You, how could you discover my whereabouts? Wang Jiantao has always been relatively confident in his body skills. In his opinion, as long as he is not a great master like Zhuge Chongguang who is about to break through to the realm of heaven and man, it is impossible to catch him. Lu Chen was still young. Even if he had already broken through to the realm of Grand Master, he would not be too strong. However, he was able to find his location in one go. This moment made Wang Jiantao feel extremely panicked. At this time, Lu Chen walked towards Wang Jiantao and said, Commander Wang, you beat my woman and want to leave without paying any price. Don't you look down on me too much. Seeing Lu Chen getting closer and closer, Wang Jiantao immediately said, King Bei, I am His Majesty's man, and His Majesty sent me here. If you dare to attack me, once His Majesty finds out, he will definitely think that you are going to rebel. Lu Chen said with a nonchalant expression, Rebellion? As long as you die, won't no one know that this king did all this? After the words fell, Lu Chen raised his hand. Wang Jiantao saw that Lu Chen was really going to take action, so he immediately mobilized all his strength, used the blood-burning method, and then ran away again. Wang Jiantao still knew how much he was worth. Even if he used the blood-burning method, he didn't think he would be a Grand Master's opponent. The key was that Lu Chen was still a Grand Master who could find his traces. What Wang Jiantao fears most is a Grand Master who can discover his location and keep up with his speed. Lu Chen happens to be such a person. Seeing Wang Jiantao running away again, Lu Chen did not hesitate and used disapparition again. At this time, Wang Jiantao turned around and found that Lu Chen and the others could no longer be seen. He was relieved. Then the next second, a claw suddenly grabbed Wang Jiantao's neck. Wang Jiantao was stunned immediately. How can this be? Wang Jiantao discovered at this time that Lu Chen's technique was very similar to the technique he used. He could also enter a stealth state and make his body disappear on the spot. But Lu Chen's speed was obviously faster. After all, Lu Chen was already a Grand Master. No matter how he ran away, he could not escape from Lu Chen's grasp. Just when Wang Jiantao was about to beg for mercy, he instantly felt that the power in his body was flowing continuously to Lu Chen. Wang Jiantao suddenly became more frightened. What kind of martial arts is this? Why has he never heard of martial arts that can suck away people's power before? Wang Jiantao tried hard to beg for mercy and said, "Spare my life." After Lu Chen sucked away half of Wang Jiantao's skill, he threw Wang Jiantao to the ground. Wang Jiantao quickly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy and said, "Your Majesty, please forgive me. I was just sent by Your Majesty to get rid of Bai Qingqing, and I have no intention of doing anything to Your Majesty." Lu Chen snorted coldly and said, "Xiao Bai is my king's woman. If you take action against her, you are taking action against me." Wang Jiantao continued, "Your Majesty, please forgive me. I know some secrets about Your Majesty. As long as you don't kill me, I will tell you all these secrets." Hearing this, Lu Chen said thoughtfully, "Oh? Do you know my father's secret?" The reason why Lu Chen didn't kill Wang Jiantao directly was because he felt that Wang Jiantao was still valuable. Wang Jiantao was the commander of the Shadow Guard and someone close to Emperor Xia. He had done a lot of dirty work for Emperor Xia, so he knew Emperor Xia's secrets. The most one person. Wang Jiantao was afraid that Lu Chen wouldn't believe it, so he quickly said, "Your Majesty, your mother's death was planned by Your Majesty. Your Majesty has always believed that you are not his biological son, so he has always ignored you and entheft you to come from a poor place like North County." Hearing Wang Jiantao's words, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. Of course he knew that his mother's death was most likely caused by Emperor Xia, but he didn't expect that Emperor Xia actually thought that he was not his biological son. How is this going? Is it possible that his mother cuckolded Emperor Xia? Lu Chen frowned, and then asked, "Why does my father think that I am not his biological son?" Wang Jiantao quickly replied, "Because every time His Majesty goes to Yufei's place, he always wakes up the next day feeling dizzy and has no memory of what happened the night before. Your Majesty believes that concubine Yu has a man outside, and you are that man's child. Over the years, Your Majesty has been asking the Shadow Guards to investigate who your biological father is. All the young men who had interacted with concubine Yu were all the Shadow Guard was secretly dealt with." Chapter 254 Wrong, you are so beautiful. After hearing Wang Jiantao's words, Lu Chen thought for a moment. He said why Emperor Xia treated him so badly. He thought that the emperor had no emotions, and since he was Chu Yu's child, Emperor Xia always ignored him, even if someone tried to kill him. It turned out that in Emperor Xia's eyes, she was not his child at all. What did his mother do back then? How could Emperor Xia think that she was not his child? After Lu Chen thought for a while, he felt pain in his head. But having said that, men are all the same, that is, they cannot tolerate a woman wearing a hat on them. As a man, Lu Chen can also understand Emperor Xia's mood. But if Emperor Xia wants to determine whether he is his son, he must have enough evidence. Could it be that Emperor Xia felt that he had forgotten what happened that night and that he did not sleep with his mother? I'm afraid I have to ask Chu Yukin to know the specific situation about this matter. Chu Yukin was her mother's maid, so she should know very well what happened before he was born. Lu Chen looked at Wang Jiantao at this time and asked, "What other secrets does my father have?" Wang Jiantao immediately said, "Your Majesty plans to summon the great masters of the world to surround and kill Zhuge Chongguang." Hearing this, Lu Chen's face darkened instantly, since there was still such a thing. In this way, Zhuge Chongguang's previous hunch was right. Emperor Xia sent people to those forces that were suspected of having great masters, not to deal with the Jiangnan family, but to deal with the northern kingdom. He was worthy of being a wise man summoned by the system, and Zhuge Chongguang saw all this. Lu Chen was about to continue asking questions when he suddenly noticed that Wang Jiantao's face turned red, and then his body seemed to swell. Lu Chen instantly sensed the danger, and he quickly transformed and left the place. At this time, Wang Jiantao pinched his neck and shouted in a low voice with a look of unwillingness, "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" As soon as the words fell, Wang Jiantao's body exploded instantly, all the surrounding trees were destroyed, a huge pit appeared around him, and Wang Jiantao's body also turned into countless pieces. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen in the distance was stunned. How is this going? Why did Wang Jiantao, who was so good, suddenly self-destruct? Judging from Wang Jiantao's attitude just now, Wang Jiantao probably didn't want to die. Self-destruction was probably not his inner thought, so why did he self-destruct? Wang Jiantao shouted the word "Your Majesty" before he died. Could this be Emperor Xia's trick? Lu Chen immediately returned to Bai Qingqing. He wanted to ask Bai Qingqing what was going on. If this was really Emperor Xia's method, it meant that there was probably something like this in the Shadow Guard that would make him the thing that Shadow Guard self-destructed may also exist in Bai Qingqing. After returning to Bai Qingqing, Lu Chen grabbed Bai Qingqing's jade hand without saying a word and used his rejuvenation hand to examine Bai Qingqing's body. Seeing that Lu Chen's face was so serious when he came back, and that she had just heard the explosion in the distance, Bai Qingqing asked doubtfully, "My lord, is he dead?" Lu Chen said, "Wang Jiantao blew himself up, but I think he didn't want to die. I don't understand how he blew himself up." After hearing this, Bai Qingqing said, "The Shadow Guards will take a kind of poison, which may be related to that poison." After Lu Chen checked Bai Qingqing's body, he said in confusion, "It's strange, I didn't find any signs of poisoning in your body." Bai Qingqing is also the Shadow Guard, and is also the deputy commander of the Shadow Guard. Emperor Xia used methods to prevent betrayal on Wang Jiantao. It is impossible that he did not use the same method on Bai Qingqing, so why is Bai Qingqing okay? Lu Chen's face became more serious. Wang Jiantao's sudden self-destruction made him feel very uneasy. He did not understand how Emperor Xia knew about Wang Jiantao's betrayal from such a distance and then let Wang Jiantao's body self-destruct. Of course, if Wang Jiantao died, he would die. He was worried about Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing is also a Shadow Guard and deputy commander. Emperor Xia can make the betrayed Wang Jiantao self-destruct, and it stands to reason that he can also make Bai Qingqing self-destruct. Lu Chen asked at this time, "Xiao Bai, are you sure that the Shadow Guard took poison?" Bai Qingqing said Lu Chen continued to ask, "Then will my father give you the antidote regularly?" Bai Qingqing replied, "This is a poison that does not need an antidote." This. Bai Qingqing seemed to see what Lu Chen was worried about, so he continued, "Some of the Shadow Guards who performed missions in the past suddenly blew themselves up. They usually took blood-exploding pills before they blew themselves up, and finally used the blood-burning method." Lu Chen understood something immediately, and then he said, it seems that the poison my father gave you is a trigger. When certain conditions are met, the Shadow Guard will self-destruct to avoid the Shadow Guard's betrayal. Lu Chen had basically guessed the reason why Wang Jiantao was self-destructed. Emperor Xia first gave the Shadow Guard a so-called poison as an inducement. When the Shadow Guard performs its mission in the future and encounters a powerful opponent, he can make the Shadow Guard take the blood-exploding pill and then use the blood-burning technique at the same time. If the opponent uses the blood-burning technique, the Shadow Guard will immediately self-destruct and died. Perhaps in Emperor Xia's view, when the Shadow Guard uses the blood-exploding pill and the blood-burning technique at the same time, the Shadow Guard will most likely be unable to complete its mission. In order to avoid the Shadow Guard's betrayal, Emperor Xia designed such a method to prevent betrayal. Lu Chen wasn't sure if his guess was right. At this time, he glanced at the Shadow Guards who were not dead in the distance. Although he used spiritual power to hurt those Shadow Guards just now, several Shadow Guards did not die directly. Lu Chen then walked over, glanced at a Shadow Guard who was still struggling on the ground, and then asked, "Do you want to live?" The Shadow Guard said quickly, "My lord, spare your life." Lu Chen said with a smile on his face, "I will give you a chance to live. As long as you take your blood-exploding pill and use the blood-burning method at the same time, I will let you go." Hearing this, the Shadow Guard lying on the ground felt a little confused. He didn't know what Lu Chen wanted to do, but he quickly took out the blood-exploding pill from his chest and swallowed it in one gulp. After swallowing the blood-exploding pill, the Shadow Guard used the blood-burning method again. The next moment, his eyes became red, but because of the improvement in skill, the injuries on his body did not feel as painful as before. He suddenly felt, "My body feels much better." At this time, he got up from the ground and said cautiously, "Your Majesty, can I leave?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "Let's go." Seeing that King Bei really let him go, he felt incredible, but in order to prevent Lu Chen from regretting it, he quickly ran away. However, not long after he ran out, his body suddenly exploded, and his body turned into countless pieces, exactly the same fate as Wang Jiantao before. Lu Chen chuckled. Now the conditions for their self-destruction can basically be determined. As long as they use the blood-exploding pill and then use the blood-burning method, they will self-destruct. Unexpectedly, his father had such a method. Lu Chen then came to Bai Qingqing's side, grabbed her jade hand again, and checked her body again, but the result was that there was still no detection from her body. Is there any strange substance? Bai Qingqing's body is very healthy and there is no sign of poisoning. Lu Chen thought in confusion that what Bai Qingqing took was not poison, but that this kind of thing was used as a primer to make a person self-destruct. Then this kind of thing should always exist in the human body. Why did he check it several times and there was no poison? No such thing was found in Bai Qingqing's body? Lu Chen had a bold guess at this time, and then he asked the system in his mind, "System, can my poison-proof body help others detoxify?" Yes, the host's body fluids also have the ability to detoxify. After hearing the system's answer, Lu Chen instantly understood what was going on. No wonder there was nothing strange inside Bai Qingqing's body, it turned out to be this. Then Lu Chen came to another Shadow Guard and grabbed the body directly. While absorbing the Shadow Guard's power, he searched for the poison Bai Qingqing mentioned in his body. Soon Lu Chen discovered a black mass in the Shadow Guard's dantian. Lu Chen turned to Bai Qingqing and said, "Xiao Bai, do you have any blood-exploding pills on you?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, Bai Qingqing immediately took out a bottle of explosive blood pills from his sleeve and threw it directly to Lu Chen. Lu Chen took the bottle, opened the bottle cap, and stuffed a few explosive blood pills in the Shadow Wei's mouth, and then said to him, "If you want to survive, use the blood-burning method." The Shadow Guard was already dying. In order to survive, he did not hesitate to use the blood-burning technique. As a result, the next moment, the black substance in his body instantly spread all over his body, and then merged with the explosive blood pill he had just taken, and tightly then, the shadow guard's body expanded. Lu Chen kicked the shadow guard out. Since Lu Chen had absorbed almost all the energy in the shadow guard's body just now, the shadow guard did not explode like Wang Jiantao and the other shadow guard. At most, it just imploded, and then a large amount of blood spurted out from his 7 orifices. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen had basically determined his father's method of controlling the shadow guard. Anyway, as long as the shadow guards use the blood exploding pill and the blood burning method, they will definitely die. But then again, didn't his father think about the situation where these people would take the initiative to betray? For example, Bai Qingqing took the initiative to betray. Active betrayal does not require desperate efforts, so there is no way to trigger the conditions for self-destruction. Of course, even if Bai Qingqing uses the blood exploding pill and the blood burning technique now, she will not self-destruct because there is no longer that black substance in her body. She has been bullied so many times by Lu Chen. The poisons in the body have long been purified. At this time, Lu Chen directly used the power-absorbing technique to absorb all the power of all the shadow guards on the ground into his body. After seeing Lu Chen take care of all the shadow guards, a guard asked, "Your Majesty, are we going to the military camp now?" Lu Chen was about to say continue to the military camp, but suddenly found that his body was extremely hot. This is not a big problem, it's just that he absorbed too much skill and couldn't digest it for a while, so this happened. It was the same when he absorbed skill in the past. The solution to this problem is simple. Lu Chen glanced at Bai Qingqing in the distance, but Lu Chen still held back and did not let Bai Qingqing come into the carriage. He immediately returned to the carriage and said to the guard, "Go." The 2 men informed the military camp and asked the soldiers in the military camp to clean up the corpses around them, and we will return to the palace. "Yes, Your Majesty." Immediately afterwards, Lu Chen and Bai Qingqing returned to the palace. As soon as Lu Chen returned to the palace, he went straight to Yunrong courtyard. The main reason why he did not take action against Bai Qingqing was that he happened to have something to do with Chen Wanrong, and his skills could also help Chen Wanrong improve her strength. Chen Wanrong wants him to go north together when the time comes. The stronger she is, the greater their confidence in defeating the barbarian King Tiankai. When Lu Chen came to Yunrong courtyard, he happened to see Chen Wanrong sitting in the pavilion. Her delicate hands were placed on the strings of the piano and she gently plucked the strings. As usual, Chen Wanrong was dressed in white and exuded a cold temperament, like a noble fairy. When Lu Chen saw Chen Wanrong before, he basically had no evil thoughts in his heart. He always felt that Chen Wanrong exuded a very holy light, which purified his soul. But after he communicated with Chen Wanrong once, his feeling when he looked at Chen Wanrong was different. Seeing Chen Wanrong, a cold fairy, Lu Chen felt a desire to conquer her, to make her like him. Such depraved evil thoughts. Chen Wanrong, who was playing the piano, also sensed someone entering the yard. She then stopped playing and looked up at Lu Chen who entered the yard. After seeing Lu Chen, Chen Wanrong asked expressionlessly, "What's the matter, Your Majesty?" This is not Chen Wanrong's show of love, her character is like this. Even if she is now Lu Chen's prisoner, she cannot suddenly change her character and greet Lu Chen with a smile. Lu Chen smiled and said at this time, "Miss Chen, I have something to discuss with you. I wonder if I can spare you some time." Chen Wanrong asked curiously, "What does the prince want to discuss with me?" Lu Chen said, "This is not the place to talk. Let's go inside and talk." Hearing this, Chen Wanrong glanced at Lu Chen. She always felt that Lu Chen had no good intentions. However, Lu Chen called her Miss Chen instead of calling her Rong directly. He must have really wanted to see her for something serious. Thinking of this, Chen Wanrong got up and walked towards her room. As she walked, she said, "Your Highness, follow me." Lu Chen followed without hesitation. Soon Chen Wanrong and Lu Chen entered the room. The moment they entered the room, Lu Chen closed the door. Chen Wanrong turned to look at Lu Chen at this time. I wonder what the prince is going to say. Before Chen Wanrong finished speaking, Lu Chen could no longer bear the restless energy in his body and directly hugged Chen Wanrong's soft waist, and then kissed her red lips. Chen Wanrong was stunned. She thought Lu Chen was looking for her for some serious business, but as soon as he entered the room, Lu Chen revealed his true nature. However, Chen Wanrong did not struggle much because she quickly felt that Lu Chen was transferring his power to herself. Lu Chen kissed Chen Wanrong while pushing her body to the bed. When Chen Wanrong had no choice but to retreat and came to the bed, Lu Chen slowly pushed her down on the bed, and then looked down at him. This cold fairy! At this time, a blush appeared on Chen Wanrong's face. Although her face was still cold, the shy ice beauty made Lu Chen even more restless. Chen Wanrong said coldly at this time, "Is this the reason why the prince is looking for me?" Lu Chen did not answer Chen Wanrong's words. He leaned down again, and this time his paws began to undress Chen Wanrong. Since the last night he spent with Chen Wanrong at Swanya restaurant in Nanshan, Lu Chen has not touched Chen Wanrong again. He has long wanted to discuss life with this fairy again. Chen Wanrong did not reject Lu Chen. Anyway, she had already done the same thing as Lu Chen, and she was now Lu Chen's prisoner. Lu Chen could do whatever he wanted to her. After she touched Lu Chen's body, all the skills in her body were blocked, and she had no way to resist. I don't know how long it took. Outside Yunrong Hospital, Lin Wanyun and Chu Yukin were chatting about the barbarian army's eastward march. While chatting, the two walked towards Yunrong courtyard. Chu Yukin sighed and said, "I heard that the barbarian king who came to the north this time is a great master. I don't know if the army of the north is their opponent." Lin Wanyun comforted her and said, "Yukin, don't worry, Chener will also go north this time. As long as he is here, nothing will happen." Chu Yukin said worriedly, "What I'm most worried about is Chener's safety." At this point, Chu Yukin suddenly thought of something, and then said to Lin Wanyun, "Sister Lin, why don't you and Miss Chen go north together to protect Chener?" Chu Yukin is only a half-step master now. She knows that her abilities are limited. Even if she follows Lu Chen to the Northland, she can only take care of Lu Chen's daily life, but cannot protect Lu Chen. She may even drag him down. Hind legs. But Chen Wanrong is different. Chen Wanrong has enough strength. In addition, there is Swanya Palace behind Chen Wanrong. If Chen Wanrong follows Lu Chen north, she will be able to use the power of Swanya Palace to fight against the barbarian King Tiankai. Hearing Chu Yukin's words, Lin Wanyun smiled slightly, and then said, "My mind is full of your Chener. Even if the palace master and I want to follow him to the north, he may not let us go." After Lin Wanyun finished speaking, Chu Yukin was about to say something when she suddenly heard a weak voice. Chu Yukin asked doubtfully, "What is the voice?" Then the two fell silent and listened carefully. They immediately heard the sound coming from Chen Wanrong's room. Lin Wanyun thought something had happened to Chen Wanrong. She anxiously walked towards Chen Wanrong's room, and Chu Yukin also hurriedly followed to take a look. As a result, as soon as the two of them approached Chen Wanrong's room, they heard Chen Wanrong's shy voice inside. "Husband, don't be like this, ha. This." Chu Yukin and Lin Wanyun looked at each other, and the two beautiful women stayed where they were. They were not fools and had basically guessed what was going on. At this moment, a little villain's voice came from inside the room, "Wrong, you are so beautiful." Hearing Lu Chen's voice, the two beautiful women's jade cheeks instantly felt hot, and a cloud of red cloud appeared. They turned around and left Yunrong Yard in unison. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 255. You will regret it. After Chu Yukan and Lin Wanyun walked out of Yunrong courtyard at the same time, they both looked a little embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Although Chu Yukan had already guessed that Lu Chen had eaten Chen Wanrong completely, this was the first time that she had bumped into him. The same was true for Lin Wanyun. Although she also knew that Chen Wanrong had become Lu Chen's woman, she didn't expect that Chen Wanrong, who had always been cold and blinded by hatred, would have such a side as before. Is it possible that this little villain is really the nemesis of all women? Chu Yukan and Lin Wanyun, two beautiful women, blushed more and more as they thought about it. Lin Wanyun coughed and said, "Yukan, I'm going to go on patrol first. Don't worry about Chener. If he wants the palace master to go north with him, the palace master will definitely agree." Chen Wanrong and Lu Chen had a fight in bed. With their current relationship, Lu Chen asked Chen Wanrong to follow him north, and it was impossible for Chen Wanrong not to agree. Chu Yukan blushed and said, "Oh, okay, Sister Lin, go and do your work." Lin Wanyun then turned around and walked towards the other side of the yard. Looking at Lin Wanyun's leaving figure, Chu Yukan murmured, "This little scoundrel, he is the master of Swanyu Palace after all. Why did he treat her before it got dark? Do that kind of thing." After Lu Chen transferred some of the power in his body to Chen Wanrong, he immediately felt much more comfortable. At this time, he hugged Chen Wanrong's body and faced her face to face. After Chen Wanrong recovered, she suddenly felt a little ashamed and angry when she thought of her appearance just now. Then she said coldly and ruthlessly with a flushed face, "You can leave." Lu Chen chuckled, and continued to use his claws on her body unscrupulously. Lu Chen said with a smile, "I don't know who called me husband just now. My good wife, why did she change her face so quickly?" Chen Wanrong said nothing and turned her head to one side, not wanting to see the bad thing in front of her. Chen Wanrong felt that if she continued like this, she would probably fall. Originally, she just wanted to give Lu Chen a child, but she didn't expect that some things could actually become addictive. This is not a good thing. Lu Chen then said, "Okay, my good looks, don't be angry. I really have a serious matter with you. I want you to go north with me." Hearing this, Chen Wanrong was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Lu Chen, and then asked, "Do you want me to help you deal with King Tiankai?" Chen Wanrong also knew about the barbarians' eastward advance immediately. After all, this matter was not a trivial matter. After the disciples of Swanyu Palace saw the newspaper published by the Oriental News Agency, they immediately told Chen Wanrong about it. Lu Chen said, "Yes, although I am also a Grand Master, after all, I have never fought against a Grand Master, and I lack combat experience. Just in case, I plan to take you north together." Chen Wanrong asked coldly, "Do you like to treat others like this before you ask for help?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "Isn't it because my good looks are too beautiful? I couldn't hold it back. And you should have noticed that I transferred a lot of skills to you and further helped you improve your strength. This is good for you. Isn't it a good thing to say?" Chen Wanrong fell into silence. Improving her strength is naturally a good thing, but this guy did this to her in broad daylight, causing everyone in the palace to hear it. Although her skills were blocked just now, when Lu Chen instilled them in her, her perception was still very strong. After all, she is now a Grand Master, so she knows very well that Lin Wanyun and Chu Yukan have been to Yunrong Academy. Both of them heard their own voices, and Chen Wanrong felt a little emotional when she thought of this. She didn't care before because she was in Swanyu restaurant, but this time she was in Yunrong courtyard and Lin Wanyun heard about it. She also felt ashamed. After a while, Chen Wanrong said, "Okay, I'll go north with you." Seeing that Chen Wanrong agreed, Lu Chen smiled and said, "It's better to be my wife." At this point, Lu Chen was about to lower his head and continue to kiss Chen Wanrong, but Chen Wanrong raised his jade hand and directly blocked Lu Chen's mouth, and then continued, "If I follow you north, it is very likely that the elders of Swanyu Palace will get angry. Mind you, think carefully. Chen Wanrong is in the North Kingdom, and the elders of Swanyu Palace don't care about her. That's because they think she is not in danger. In the eyes of the elders of Swanyu Palace, the Northern Kingdom was just a remote feudal country with no very strong warriors, so they were left to her own devices. But it would be different if Chen Wanrong appeared on the battlefield. If she took the disciples of Swanyu Palace to fight against the barbarians, and also fought against the barbarians' Grand Master, the elders of Swanyu Palace would definitely not be able to sit still if they knew about it. At that time, those elders will definitely say that she is also the master of Swanyu Palace. How can she interfere in worldly affairs and still put herself in danger? At that time, those elders are likely to come to the north and ask Chen Wanrong to return to Swanyu Palace. Although those elders did not want a Grand Master to ride on their heads, Chen Wanrong was his disciple after all. One of their disciples had already died. If another disciple died, and it was the master of Swanyu Palace who died, those elders would. It is very likely that His Holiness will hold him accountable, so they will definitely take care of it. Hearing Chen Wanrong's words, Lu Chen smiled and said, although we agreed before that I would not let you leave the North Country until our child reaches 15 years old, after thinking about it, I feel that since you are already mine, now that you are a woman, I should trust you and should not restrict your freedom. If you want to return to Swanyu Palace in the future, I will not stop you, as long as you come back. Hearing this, Chen Wanrong was stunned for a moment. She asked in disbelief, aren't you afraid that I will never come back after I leave the North Country? Lu Chen said, didn't I say that you are now my woman, so I choose to believe you. I don't believe that you will abandon me as a husband. Having said this, Lu Chen raised his hand and stroked his cold jade cheek. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chen Wanrong said expressionlessly, you will regret it. Lu Chen said calmly, I won't regret it. If you really go back to Swanyu Palace one day and won't go back to Bawang Mansion, then I will just go to Swanyu Palace to snatch you back. After hearing these words, Chen Wanrong fell into silence. At this time, her heart was beating very fast. Although she also thought that what Lu Chen said was just rhetoric, she didn't know why. When she heard Lu Chen's words after speaking, my heart will still be touched. The scariest thing about this man is that he not only has various ways of dealing with women, he can even make them attracted to him. Almost all women who come close to him will lose their physical and mental health. After staying in Bawang Mansion for so long, she had discovered this a long time ago. Almost all Lu Chen's women loved him deeply, and even Lin Wanyun could no longer live without him. Seeing that Chen Wanrong didn't speak anymore, her face was red, but the expression on her face was still cold. Lu Chen became restless again, and Lu Chen continued, we still have plenty of time, I will help you improve your strength, wait until it's time in the north, the chance of defeating King Apocalypse is even greater. Having said this, Lu Chen immediately grabbed the jade hand that Chen Wanrong had used to block her red lips, then leaned down again and kissed Chen Wanrong. Although Chen Wanrong felt a little emotional, she still cooperated with Lu Chen in the end. Being with Lu Chen, it is indeed very fast to improve one's strength. Although she also doesn't understand why Lu Chen has such a method to improve his strength. She always thought that this method of improving strength is only used by those in the demon cult, and there must be something. Such harm. However, after practicing with Lu Chen twice using this method, she did not notice any harm to her body. This proved that this method was completely different from those practiced by the demon cult. Chen Wanrong felt relieved when she thought that Lu Chen's origin was relatively mysterious, and that there seemed to be someone like her master behind him. Maybe these methods of improving one's skills were taught to Lu Chen by the people behind Lu Chen. Maybe it was an immortal. People in Bawang Mansion often said that Lu Chen was a disciple of an immortal. There was a high probability that this was not groundless. Early morning. When Lu Chen woke up, he found Chen Wanrong staring at his face expressionlessly. Lu Chen smiled slightly and said, "Madam, are you awake so early?" Chen Wanrong said coldly, "It's time for you to get up." After Chen Wanrong finished speaking, Lu Chen suddenly hugged her delicate body and turned over, pressing her under him. Chen Wanrong thought that this bad guy was going to do something bad again, and her face instantly turned red. She quickly raised her jade hands and held her up. Lu Chen's broad chest said, "No. You will lead the army north soon. You should have a lot of things to deal with." Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled and said, "What you said makes sense. But before I get up, I like to kiss my wife. If you let me kiss her, I will get up immediately." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chen Wanrong looked at him with suspicion. He felt that Lu Chen could talk without keeping his words. He was a bad man, and he was also very shameless. It was normal for him to talk without keeping his words. But Lu Chen is also a scoundrel. If she doesn't agree, Lu Chen might not be able to survive. Thinking of this, Chen Wanrong finally let go of her jade hand. Lu Chen lowered his head without hesitation and kissed Chen Wanrong deeply. Just when Chen Wanrong was in a daze after being kissed by Lu Chen got up from the bed. Seeing that Lu Chen was really up, Chen Wanrong was a little surprised. She didn't expect that this man would also mean what he said. Lu Chen said while getting dressed at this time, "You were tired last night, so you should lie down and rest more." Hearing this, Chen Wanrong once again had some small emotions in her heart. This man also knew that he would be tired. It is already difficult for a warrior to conceive a child, not to mention that both of them are in the realm of Grand Masters. It is even more difficult to have an heir. It is not possible to succeed in a day or two. As a result, this guy seems to have to give her a day. It's the same as being pregnant with him. She seriously suspected that this bad guy was not trying to have children, but just for pleasure. After Lu Chen got dressed, he left Chen Wanrong's room. As soon as he walked out of the room, he saw a red-faced Lin Wanyun walking around in the yard. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Aunt Lin, you weren't eavesdropping on the wall last night, were you?" When Lu Chen asked, Lin Wanyun's cheeks became even more rosy, and she said angrily, "Who eavesdropped on the wall? Do you think everyone is as interested in such dirty things as you?" Lu Chen laughed, "Then who came to the study every day to do such dirty things to me?" Lin Wanyun snorted coldly, and then said, "I'm too lazy to tell you this. I want to ask you, do you plan to let the palace master go north with you?" Lu Chen nodded and said, "I do think so." Lin Wanyun continued to ask, "Did the palace master agree?" Lu Chen replied, "Agreed." Lin Wanyun reminded, "If the palace master appears on the battlefield, it is very likely that the elders of Swanyu Palace will ask her to go back after knowing about it. Do you have to think about it?" Lin Wanyun also knew that there was a very powerful being behind Lu Chen, who was not an ordinary person, but as far as Lu Chen's current strength was concerned, he did not have the ability to compete with the entire Swanyu Palace. Although the elders of Swanyu Palace seldom or almost never interfere in worldly affairs, it is different when it comes to the owner of Swanyu Palace. The master of Swanyu Palace represents the face of Swanyu Palace. If those elders see Chen Wanrong in danger, they will probably let her go back directly. Lu Chen said, "I have already thought about it. After this war is over, I will let her go back to Swanyu Palace." Seeing that Lu Chen was actually willing to let Chen Wanrong leave the North Country, Lin Wanyun was a little unbelievable. Lu Chen then looked at the dignified and plump Lin Wanyun and said with a smile, "She can leave, but you can't." Hearing this, Lin Wanyun came back to her senses instantly, her face changed, and then she said coldly, "I didn't say I wanted to leave." Having said this, Lin Wanyun walked directly towards Chen Wanrong's room. Lu Chen did not stay in Yunrong courtyard any longer. He returned to the main hall to have breakfast. As soon as he arrived at the main hall, Mu Zixuan asked the maids to bring Lu Chen's breakfast and place it in front of him. Lu Chen glanced at the maids, and then said, "Go and call Mrs. De Zhou and Mrs. Xiao Zhou. I have something to ask them." "Yes, Your Majesty." Mu Zixuan held her child at the side and asked, "My lord, are you talking about the fact that you want to lead troops north?" The news that Lu Chen was going to lead troops north had spread throughout Yanshanshi, and naturally it also reached Mu Zixuan's ears. Lu Chen said with a smile, "I do want to lead the troops north, but that's not what I want to say. I have a gift here for you three." Hearing that there was a gift, Mu Zixuan was stunned for a moment. Then Mu Zixuan glanced at Lu Chen's body, her eyes couldn't help but fall on Lu Chen's crotch, her cheeks turned slightly red, and then asked, "Isn't the gift that the prince said? Will it be a child?" Lu Chen often said he would give them gifts when he was making out with them. As a result, everyone knew what the gifts Lu Chen gave were. It was no wonder that Mu Zixuan would have random thoughts. After all, Lu Chen, a bad man, often behaved like this in bed. "Explain." Hearing Mu Zixuan's words, Lu Chen said speechlessly, "My dear concubine, what are you thinking about? How come you have such filthy things in your mind? Since I said it was a gift, it must be a real gift." When Mu Zixuan realized that she had thought wrongly, her face became even redder, but she said not to be outdone, "This is all the fault of the prince. Why did the prince always say in bed that he would be a gift to Guanyin and give gifts to my concubine? Body." Lu Chen smiled and then said, Okay, I was wrong." Although Lu Chen cannot easily admit his mistakes outside, it is different in the inner courtyard. In front of his woman, Lu Chen is still a man who admits his mistakes more actively. After a while, Zhou Yuyu and Zhou Xiaoxiao also came to the main hall. Lu Chen said to Mu Zixuan, "My beloved concubine, give Ming'er to the wet nurse and ask the maids to go out first." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan immediately handed the child in her arms to the nanny, and then the nanny took the child and the maids to the next room. After there were only 4 of them left in the hall, Lu Chen took out 3 small porcelain bottles from the system space, and then handed the small porcelain bottles to Mu Zixuan and the other 3 girls. Mu Zixuan asked curiously, "Your Majesty, what is inside this?" Lu Chen said mysteriously, "Guess what?" Then the 3 women took the small porcelain bottle from Lu Chen's hand. Mu Zixuan opened the lid of the bottle and smelled it. There was only a faint fragrance inside. Mu Zixuan poured the porcelain bottle into the palm of her hand and poured out the elixir inside. The 3 women were stunned when they saw the elixir emitting light green light in their hands. But they still didn't guess what it was. Mu Zixuan had an idea at this time. She remembered that Lu Chen had been using the method of yin and yang to improve her skills recently, so she guessed and said, "My lord, is this an elixir used to improve skills?" Hearing this, Lu Chen burst out laughing, and then said, "How could I have such a precious elixir now?" Lu Chen had taken a power-improving elixir in the capital before. Since then, the system has never rewarded such power-improving elixirs. Lu Chen also knew that this type of elixir must be very precious, so when he reaches a later stage and has more children, the system will use it as a reward to reward him, because for now, he doesn't seem to need it to improve his skill. Pill. Seeing that Lu Chen denied her conjecture, Mu Zixuan became even more curious about what the pill in front of her was. Zhou Yuyu asked weakly at this time, "Your Majesty, this pill is not a poison pill, right?" Hearing Zhou Yuyu's question, Lu Chen was immediately speechless. He said, "Yuyu, it seems that I haven't been to your room for a while, and you need to clean up again. How could I give poison pill to my woman? You, who do I think I am?" Seeing that Lu Chen was angry, Zhou Yuyu quickly apologized and said, "Your Majesty, I know I was wrong. I just talked nonsense. If your Majesty is angry, I will deal with it tonight." Lu Chen chuckled, and then said, "Xiao Yuyu, I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. I think you just want me to go to your room and talk nonsense on purpose." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Zhou Yuyu's cheeks suddenly turned crimson, and her ears were so red. She had no such idea at all. Who didn't know how powerful Lu Chen was? How could she dare to be mean in this kind of thing? Chapter 256 Heading North. Seeing that Music Xuan and the others couldn't guess it, Lu Chen said directly, "The elixir in your hands is called Zuyan Dan. You should know what it does by the name, right?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, the three women were stunned at the same time. When their eyes looked at the elixir in their hands again, their eyes seemed to be emitting a blazing light. Music Xuan asked with a look of disbelief, "Your Majesty! Your Majesty, is it possible that by taking the Zuyan pill, we will not grow old so quickly?" Music Xuan only dared to guess that this was a medicine to slow down aging. She did not dare to think about staying young forever. After all, that was what all women dreamed of. She really couldn't believe that there was such a magic pill in this world. Lu Chen smiled and said, "My beloved, your guess is too conservative. As long as you take the beauty pill, you will never grow old in the future. As your age increases, at most, your hair will turn white." Hearing Lu Chen's words, the three women were stunned. They looked at the Zuyan Dan in their hands and wished they could stuff it into their mouths immediately. No woman doesn't want to stay young forever, and Music Xuan and the others are the same. This is too tempting for them. After Music Xuan came to her senses, she said, "Your Majesty! Your Majesty, this elixir should be very precious. Do you really want to give it to us?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "Of course, you are all my women, isn't it appropriate to give you gifts?" Music Xuan immediately said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for giving me the elixir of life." Seeing that Music Xuan had already thanked him, De Zhou and Xiao Zhou also quickly said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the elixir." Although she was very happy, Music Xuan still asked, "Your Majesty, this elixir is so precious, where are the other sisters?" Music Xuan hesitated to speak. After all, everyone wanted this kind of elixir. She was worried that Lu Chen only had these 3 pills, but he gave these 3 pills to the 3 of them. At that time, the other women in the inner courtyard of the palace would feel unbalanced. Lu Chen said, "The reason why I gave you these 3 beauty pills first is because they are all warriors. Warriors will not age so fast. If their realm is promoted to the realm of heaven and human in a short period of time, they can also to stay young forever. You may not be able to use the beauty pill. And don't worry, I have more than 3 beauty pills in my hand. I will give them to anyone who needs them when the time comes." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Music Xuan said, "This will make me feel relieved." What Music Xuan is most worried about is that the women in the inner courtyard of the palace will become jealous because of certain things, which will lead to intrigues in the entire inner courtyard. Since Lu Chen has more than 1 beauty pill, when Lu Chen goes to sleep in those women's rooms in the future, they should be given the beauty pill. Lu Chen said, "Okay, take it quickly and see what the effect is." After hearing this, the 3 women took the Zuyan pill without hesitation. After swallowing the beauty pill, they immediately felt that their bodies became extremely refreshed and their whole bodies became much more energetic. Immediately afterwards, Lu Chen discovered that Music Xuan and the others' skin was falling off at a speed visible to the naked eye, but they did not know pain was felt. At this time, Lu Chen raised his hand and took off a piece of peeled skin from Music Xuan's face. The peeled skin became smooth and tender. The 3 of them no longer even need to put on light makeup. Music Xuan and the others also sensed the situation on their faces. Not only was the skin on their faces falling off, but the skin on other parts of their bodies was also falling off, as if a snake had changed its skin. Music Xuan took off the dead skin on her hands and found that her arms had become extremely white and tender, and she was immediately very excited. It is indeed an elixir, but it works immediately as soon as you take it. Lu Chen said with a smile at this time, "My dear concubine, go and wash the dirt on your body first." After you take a shower, you will be very shocked when you look in the mirror. Mu Zixuan said excitedly, "Yes, Your Majesty. I retire." Then Mu Zixuan went to ask the maids to get hot water, and she and Jojo took a bath together. There is a hot water pool next to the main hall, which was built after Lu Chen came to the North Country. Mu Zixuan and the three of them bathed in it. After they washed away all the dead skin and dirt on their bodies, their skin became as smooth as white porcelain, as delicate as a baby's skin, with a hint of red in it. If Lu Chen were here, he would definitely press "I can't bear the restlessness in my heart." Zhou Xiaoxiao said excitedly, "Sister Mu, you have become so beautiful, I almost don't recognize you." Mu Zixuan said, "You too, I didn't expect that the beauty pill given to us by the prince can make us more beautiful." Zhou Yuyu said naively at this time, "That's great, I won't have to apply rouge on my face in the future." The three girls felt very happy in their hearts. After they finished bathing, they immediately went to the glass mirror made not long ago by the palace to look in the mirror. As soon as they entered the mirror, they were attracted by their beauty for a moment and a half. "I don't want to leave the mirror for a while." It took a long time for Mu Zixuan and the others to realize that they wanted to thank Lu Chen. However, when they returned to the main hall, Lu Chen had already gone to deal with government affairs. "We are about to head north, and there will be a lot of things to do in the past few days, such as preparing food and weapons." A few days later, Lu Chen held a military parade outside Baikan. This military parade did not display the firearms of the north, mainly to boost morale. As soon as they heard that there was going to be a military parade in the north, spies from all over the world mingled with the crowd and came to get information. There were rumors before that the heavy cavalry of the Northern Kingdom had been destroyed, and spies from various countries wanted to know whether this rumor was true. The Northern Kingdom is about to send troops northward. This military parade will definitely bring out most of the troops. There is no need to hide them. In this way, the spies can roughly estimate the military strength of the Northern Kingdom. In the early morning, after Lu Chen got up, he put on black and gold armor and came to the tower in the North City. At this time, various military camps in the north have completed their assembly. When the military parade is over, they will return to the military camps to transport weapons, and then they will go to the north to set up defenses in the afternoon. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, there were already huge crowds of people outside Baikan, and the people were waiting for the military parade to start. As the drums sounded, the horns sounded woo woo woo, and then the soldiers from the north began to enter. The first to appear were the infantry. The infantry were not holding firearms, but cold weapons such as changa. The pace of the infantry is very consistent, which is very interesting to the common people. But for laymen to watch the fun, and for experts to see the door, spies from various countries can tell that this is an army with very strict military discipline just from the pace of the infantry. As the infantry slowly walked through the city gate, the next soldiers were the artillery battalion. The soldiers in the artillery battalion held bows and arrows in their hands and carried bows on their backs. Because Lu Chen had no intention of displaying firearms, and in order to boost morale, he had no choice but to use other cold weapons instead. For some reason, people discovered that after the archers from the north came into the field, this army felt even more different. They were even more excited than the soldiers with long swords in front of them. When these artillerymen carrying bows and arrows came to the city gate, they shouted in unison, "Anyone who offends our northern country will be punished no matter how far away. Kill, kill, kill. Kill, kill, kill." Currently, most of the soldiers in the Northern Army are looking forward to war, and the soldiers in the artillery battalion have the strongest desire for war. Their auras are all different. After the artillery battalion passed, the last unit appeared, the most mysterious heavy cavalry in the north. At this time, everyone, all the spies from other countries, held their breath. At this moment, the earth began to tremble, and people's hearts were in their throats. After a while, a black mass appeared in the distance. A terrifying coercion was released from a distance. Some people were so frightened that they could not stand still. The murderous intent on the Black Cavalry was very strong. In addition, the Black Cavalry were all warriors above the 5th level. Even Lu Chen only 40,000 heavy cavalry were dispatched, but when these 40,000 heavy cavalry gathered together, it was like forming a ball of hot and high pressure. As the Black Cavalry Legion approached, people even found it very difficult to breathe. The heavy sound of horse hooves was like stepping directly on people's hearts, making their heartbeats beat crazily. At this time, the Black Cavalry passed by the north city gate of Baguio and shouted in unison, "Where the king's sword points, our soldiers are pointing. Those who violate the northern kingdom will be killed without mercy. Kill, kill, kill. Kill, kill, kill. Kill, kill, kill." The momentum of the Black Cavalry completely overwhelmed the artillerymen who were carrying bows. When the Black Cavalry passed by people, some people's bodies were trembling. This army was like coming out of the underworld. The killing is so thick that it makes people feel unable to breathe. Spies from all over the world were frightened by the Black Cavalry. Although it was rumored that the Black Cavalry had been destroyed when the king of Northern Xian went south to attack the Northern Kingdom, some people at that time still suspected that this was just a lie fabricated by the Northern Kingdom to hide its military strength. Unexpectedly, the heavy cavalry from the North Country was actually still there. People don't think that the Northern Kingdom can train such a murderous heavy cavalry in such a short period of time. This heavy cavalry must be the same army that defeated the Sirius King's 300,000 troops before. 2 Grand Master-level military generals led the way, and the remaining 40,000 heavy cavalry were all warriors above the 5th level. Such an army could be destroyed so easily. The military power of the North is so terrifying. Although this military parade was only divided into 3 legions, the parade took more than an hour because of the large number. After the military parade, Lu Chen returned to the North Palace to say goodbye to his wives and concubines. At this time, Lu Chen stood at the door of the North Prince's mansion, glanced at his worried wives and concubines, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, the war will be over soon." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan wiped her tears and said, "My lord, I am waiting for your early triumph." Chu Yukin stood aside and said, "Chener, why don't you let Xiao Bai follow you? There must always be someone by your side to take care of you." Lu Chen only brought Chen Wanrong with him this time to the north, but Chen Wanrong is the palace owner of Suanya Palace after all. Although she is already Lu Chen's woman, her identity is here, and it is impossible for her to lower her status to serve Lu Chen. So Chu Yukin still wanted Lu Chen to bring Bai Qingqing with him. Lu Chen smiled slightly, and then said, "After I leave, Yanqing will most likely not be too peaceful. Xiao Bai should stay in Yanqing to protect you. I went north to fight, not to enjoy life. I don't need anyone to take care of me." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yukin sighed slightly, and she guessed that Lu Chen might say that. At this time, Lu Chen said, "By the way, Aunt Chu, I forgot to tell you something." Chu Yukin asked curiously, "What's the matter?" Lu Chen then approached Chu Yukin's ear and whispered, "When I come back, I will marry you. Just wait and give me a child." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yukin's face turned red. She turned her head and glanced at Lu Chen's other wives and concubines, and then said resentfully, "Not serious." At this time, Chu Qingli on the side saw Lu Chen suddenly approaching her sister and saying something in her ear that made her sister blush. She immediately glared at Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled faintly and said nothing more. After Lu Chen said goodbye to them one by one, Lu Chen led the Northern Kingdom's 200,000 troops and marched northward. Obviously, the number of soldiers in the North Kingdom has exceeded the maximum number stipulated in the Imperial Military Restriction Order, but Lu Chen stopped pretending this time and showed the number of soldiers in the North Kingdom during the military parade. Lu Chen also felt that there was no need to pretend. He had learned from Wang Jiantao a few days ago that Emperor Xia had planned to unite the major masters to surround and kill Zhuge Lu Chen did not think that his father was just to deal with Fang Zhongguang. Zhuge is now from the Northern Kingdom and is the second in command of the Northern Kingdom. To deal with him is to attack the entire Northern Kingdom. And judging from Emperor Xia's actions, after Emperor Xia has solved the Big Xia family, the next step is to eliminate the vassal, and the North Kingdom will most likely be the first to be eliminated. They were all ready to surround Zhuge, and there was no way they could leave the Northern Kingdom at the end. This was why Lu Chen thought there was no need to continue pretending. Half a month later, the news of the military parade in the north shocked all the major dynasties. People did not expect that the north would develop such a powerful military force in such a short period of time. The most shocked one was the Daxia court, but because the war between the court and the Jiangnan rebels had reached a fever pitch, the court had no time to pay attention to what was happening in the north, so this incident did not trigger much discussion in the court. But when Emperor Xia saw the information in his hand, his face became very ugly, which could even be described as distorted. In the imperial garden, Emperor Xia stood by the lotus pond. He looked at the information in his hand and did not speak for a long time. The next moment, sharp sword energy was released from his body, and the entire imperial garden building was split into half. The eunuch's maidservant was cut into pieces on the spot. Seeing Emperor Xia being so angry, Synopsis guessed that something must have happened in Baidi. Emperor Xia said coldly at this time, "Okay, very good, you are really my good prince." Emperor Xia always thought that the heavy cavalry of the Northern Kingdom had really been destroyed. However, this time the barbarians advanced eastward, and the heavy cavalry of the Northern Kingdom emerged again. Coupled with the news sent back by Wang Jiantao, Emperor Xia had realized that the growth rate of the North Kingdom had far exceeded his expectations. He had previously thought that the refugees would hinder the development of the North Country, but he did not expect that the military strength of the North Country had already so powerful. Especially those heavy cavalry. According to the news sent back by the Shadow Guard, the strength of those heavy cavalry is basically above the 5th level, and the leading general is suspected to be an extreme master. The strength of the Northern Kingdom's heavy cavalry has far exceeded that of the Great Xia court. When the king of Northern Xian went south, he thought that the Northern Kingdom's heavy cavalry was just a group of heavy armored soldiers and crab generals, so they were destroyed so easily. As a result, he is now told that those heavy cavalry are all warriors above the 5th level. At this time, Emperor Xia said to the Grand Master Shadow Guard who was kneeling on the ground shivering, "There is still no news about Wang Jiantao." The Shadow Guard kneeling on the ground said quickly, "No, according to the report of the Shadow Guard we sent to the North Country, when they arrived in the North Country, Commander Wang could no longer be found. They seemed to have all disappeared." Emperor Xia was worried that Wang Jiantao would be ineffective, so he sent some more Shadow Guards to the North Kingdom. The news about the military parade in the North Kingdom that he just received was from the Shadow Guards sent later. After these Shadow Guards arrived in the North Kingdom, they could not find Wang Jiantao and the others, and all the Shadow Guards in Yanqing disappeared. Emperor Xia basically understood what was going on at this time. He said coldly, "There is no need to look for them. Just treat them as dead. From today on, you will temporarily take over the leadership of the Shadow Guard." Hearing this, the Shadow Guard kneeling on the ground quickly kowtowed and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty." At this time, Emperor Xia directly flew the information in his hand to Synopsis inside the pavilion. Although the pavilion had been destroyed, there was a group of Gangqi surrounding Synopsis. This group of Gangqi supported the entire pavilion. Haven't fallen down yet. The information that Emperor Xia flew out directly penetrated Synopsis' Gangqi shield. Synopsis was not surprised at all. After he received the information from Emperor Xia that flew over, he didn't feel any disturbance in his heart. He had known for a long time that the King of the North was not an ordinary person, and that the heavy cavalry of the North Kingdom could not really be destroyed. It seems that King Bei has noticed Emperor Xia's actions, so he plans not to hide it anymore during this high-profile military parade. At this moment, a soldier hurriedly entered the imperial garden. Report. When the soldier came to Emperor Xia, he immediately knelt down. Emperor Xia said coldly, "Speak." The soldier immediately said, "Your Majesty, the Dongfang family has disappeared." The imperial soldiers behind the rebels planned to ask the Dongfang family for help, but they found that there were no merchant ships at their docks, and even the Dongfang family was empty. Hearing this, Emperor Xia was startled. "Nobody? How is this going? The Dongfang family has promised to help him get rid of the Jiangnan family. Is it possible that they plan to go back on their word?" Emperor Xia's face became even more ugly, and then he asked, "How come there is no one? Have you found out where they went?" The soldier replied, "No, not only our soldiers are looking for them, but also the Jiangnan rebels are looking for them." Chapter 257 A mere 200,000 troops are nothing to fear. After hearing the soldier's answer, Emperor Xia fell into silence, and the expression on his face kept changing. If the Dongfang family wants to enter the court, cooperating with him as the emperor is undoubtedly the best choice. Following a group of rebels to rebel, not to mention that the possibility of success is very slim. If they fail, the entire Dongfang family will be gone in the future. Emperor Xia believed that since the Dongfang family chose to cooperate with him from the beginning, it proved that they also believed that the aristocratic families in Jiangnan would be destroyed. So why did they suddenly disappear? It would be even weirder if all the aristocratic families in Jiangnan are looking for the Dongfang family. It stands to reason that if the Dongfang family regrets and does not want to cooperate with the imperial court and believes that the imperial army is no match for the Jiangnan rebels, then the Dongfang family should take the initiative to seek refuge with Lu Chen. Yes, as a result, both the imperial court and the Jiangnan rebels are looking for them now. After hearing the conversation between the soldiers and Emperor Xia, Situ Ce basically guessed what was going on. He said at this time, "Your Majesty, haven't Dongfang's merchant ships been heading north frequently in recent times?" Hearing this, Emperor Xia's brain froze, and his face became even more gloomy. He said coldly, "What the imperial preceptor means is that the Dongfang family neither intends to cooperate with the imperial court nor join the rebels, but chose to join the Northern Kingdom." Situ Ce said, "The Dongfang family should have seen your determination to eradicate the ancient family, and the Dongfang family is also an ancient family, and it is also an ancient family that controls the economy of Daxia. I am afraid they don't think that you will let go after getting rid of the Jiangnan family. Get past them. It just so happens that the North Country attaches great importance to business now, so joining the North Country is a good choice for them." Emperor Xia pondered for a moment and thought that Situ Ce's guess made sense. So, did the Dongfang family really go to the north? No wonder the Dongfang family went north to do business in the Northern Kingdom when the imperial court was fighting the Jiangnan rebels. He originally thought that merchants were seeking profits. There was a civil war in Daxia, so prices were soaring. The Dongfang family went to the Northern Kingdom to make war fortune. Business, they actually fled directly to the North Country. Emperor Xia was in a very bad mood at this time. Originally, the Dongfang family was cooperating with the imperial army in the Jiangnan area. They could more easily obtain information about the rebels, and they could also sneak attack the rebels from behind. Unexpectedly, the Dongfang family was such a thieves. Ran away directly. Emperor Xia snorted coldly and said, "What I hate most is betrayal. Do they think they can live in peace after escaping to the North Kingdom?" Emperor Xia originally planned to keep the Dongfang family and deal with them eventually. Now it seems that since these guys want to die so much, he will immediately find a way to get rid of them after the Jiangnan rebels are dealt with. But having said that, it is hard to say whether the Northern Kingdom can survive until the end of the Great Xia Civil War. King Apocalypse is not an ordinary barbarian. According to the intelligence they collected, King Apocalypse has already been a great master, and the tribe of King Apocalypse was the main branch of the barbarian royal court at that time. Their overall strength is far greater than that of Sirius. The two northern tribes, Wang and Bixian Wang. This time King Tiankai led an army of 400,000 people to march eastward, and at the same time, Dahu Dynasty, in a certain military tent. Wearing a silver-white armor, Wu Yunwan was holding a letter and reading it carefully. When she saw the content on the letter, Wu Yunwan frowned slightly. She initially suspected that the Northern Kingdom's heavy cavalry had not been defeated by the North Xian King's army. The Northern Kingdom only wanted to hide its military strength, so they announced that their heavy cavalry had been destroyed. Unexpectedly, her guess was answered. The heavy cavalry of the Northern Kingdom was really still there. Not only that, the heavy cavalry of the Northern Kingdom was far more powerful than they imagined. With two extreme masters as military commanders, plus 45,000 or more warriors, the combat effectiveness of this heavy cavalry is definitely stronger than the heavy cavalry of the major dynasties. Even the heavy cavalry of the Great Wu Dynasty cannot ensure that all the soldiers are 5th-grade warriors, and the 5th-grade warriors are scattered among various armies. At this time, she looked at the person delivering the information in front of her and asked, "Didn't Zhuge Chongguang follow King Bei to the north?" The person in front of Wu Yunwan replied, "No, he is still in Yancheng, and now he has taken over the government affairs of the Northern Kingdom." After hearing the intelligence officer's answer, Wu Yunwan fell into deep thought. As far as she knew, King Apocalypse was a great master. To deal with King Apocalypse, there must be at least one great master in the Northern Kingdom. Moreover, King Apocalypse led an army of 400,000 to the east, but there were only 200,000 troops in the Northern Kingdom. Although the heavy cavalry in the Northern Kingdom are all warriors above the 5th level and are very powerful, the strength of King Tiankai's army is not weak. If there is no Grand Master in the Northern Kingdom, these tens of thousands of heavy cavalry alone can be used to destroy Tiankai. I'm afraid it's not that easy for Wang. What on earth was that little man thinking? Why didn't he let Zhuge Chongguang follow him northward, but instead led his troops northward? Is it possible that there is not only one great master in Buwang Mansion? Thinking of this, Wu Yunwan instantly recalled the landlord of Tingyu Tower whom she met when she entered Yancheng as the daughter of the Qian family. That landlord was also a great master and very powerful. Wu Yunwan thought in her mind that if the owner of Tingyu Tower followed Lu Chen northward, it would explain why Lu Chen didn't let Zhuge Chongguang follow him northward. I hope that this time King Apocalypse's army can greatly weaken the military strength of the North Kingdom, especially the heavy cavalry. It is best to destroy those heavy cavalry. Nowadays, the civil strife in the Dahu dynasty continues. After such a turmoil, the people of Dahu are unstable. In the future, Dahu's military strength will be greatly weakened. If a monster with such powerful military strength appears next to Dahu, it will be difficult for Wu Yunwan to feel at ease. At this moment, a soldier entered the military tent excitedly. "Princess, good news, the rebel leader plans to surrender. He wants to negotiate with you personally." After hearing this, Wu Yunwan put down the information in her hand, put aside the matters in the North Country, and calmed down the turmoil within Dahu first. She led the troops out this time to completely quell the rebellion in the southwest. After her various methods, there are not many rebels left, and most of the rebels have chosen to submit to the Dahu court. Of course, in name they submitted to the Dahu court. In fact, these surrendered troops basically became the private soldiers of the eldest princess Wu Yunwan. Their surrender was not to the court directly, but to Wu Yunwan. Daehu Dynasty. The Empress's Chamber. In the palace, red curtains were fluttering in the wind. Deep in the palace, the figure of a woman wearing a red phoenix robe was looming. At this time, a maid entered the bedroom. Your Majesty, please see me." The woman said calmly, "Come in." The woman's voice was clear, cold, and extremely penetrating, as if it was transmitted directly into the person's brain. After the woman finished speaking, a man wearing an official hat entered the bedroom. "I pay my respects to your majesty. Long live your majesty! Long live your majesty!" The woman asked at this time, "What's the matter?" The official immediately took out an envelope and said, "Your Majesty, this is information sent by spies from the Northern Kingdom." As soon as the words fell, the information in the official's hand flew up and flew into the curtain with a whoosh sound. Inside the curtain, the woman glanced at the contents recorded in the intelligence, and then said with a smile, "It's a bit interesting. It seems that King Tiankai did not get any benefits from me, and he is a bit unwilling." The official kneeling on the ground asked, "Your Majesty, do we need to do anything? The military strength of the north has grown too fast, which is extremely detrimental to our daimyo." Hearing this, the woman chuckled, and then said, "Why, Sir Wang is planning to let our soldiers go north to attack the Northern Kingdom at this time." Seeing that there was something wrong with the woman's tone, the official stopped talking. This was indeed what he was thinking. The Northern Kingdom borders daimyo. It would not be a good thing for daimyo to sit back and watch the Northern Kingdom grow bigger. Moreover, the Northern Kingdom is a feudal state of the Great Xia Dynasty. When the Northern Kingdom becomes stronger, it means that Great Xia becomes stronger. But from the Empress's tone, she obviously had other ideas, so the man stopped speaking. The woman said at this time, "Master Wang is right. We should indeed do something. Send an envoy to the North Kingdom immediately and tell the North Country that if the North Country needs anything, you can tell daimyo. If the Northern Kingdom cannot resist the barbarians, they can also ask daimyo for help. I will definitely send troops to help them immediately." Hearing the Empress' words, the men kneeling on the ground were stunned. "What can you do to help Northland? For daimyo, isn't the Northern Kingdom an enemy? If the Northern Kingdom becomes more powerful, what good will it do to daimyo?" The woman said at this time, "Master Wang, the Northern Kingdom is the key to dividing Daxia, don't be so short-sighted." Hearing this, the man was startled and instantly understood what the Empress was planning. Indeed, if the Northern Kingdom is regarded as a part of Daxia, then the military strength of the Northern Kingdom has grown too fast, which is indeed not a good thing for the daimyo dynasty. But if the Northern Kingdom is regarded as an independent individual, it will be different. The military strength of the Northern Kingdom has grown so fast, which obviously proves that the Northern King is a vassal king with extremely strong ambitions. There is a high probability that the Northern Kingdom will rebel in the future. Even if the Northern Kingdom does not rebel, Emperor Xia will never allow a powerful feudal state like the Northern Kingdom to exist, so Emperor Xia will definitely cut down the vassal. If Emperor Xia wanted to cut down the vassal, the Northern Kingdom would not wait for Emperor Xia to cut down the feudal vassal. The end result would be civil war. Daxia is currently fighting the rebels in the south of the Yangtze River. After Daxia handles the civil strife, its strength will definitely be weakened. At that time, the Daxia court will start a war with the Northern Kingdom, which will eventually lead to the people of Daxia being in dire straits and the vassal king of Daxia. There must be various thoughts. That's why the Empress planned to establish friendly relations with the Northern Kingdom, and then further stimulate Emperor Xia. The Northern Kingdom is just a feudal state and is not qualified to have independent diplomatic relations with a dynasty. If the Northern Kingdom does this, it means that the Northern Kingdom is seeking independence and rebellion. Thinking of this, the man said, "What your Majesty said is that I am short-sighted. This time I am going to the Northern Kingdom as an envoy. I sincerely ask your Majesty to let me lead the team." A woman's voice then came from the curtain, "Yes. Thank you, your Majesty. I will take my leave." After the words fell, the man left the Empress's palace. At this time, the woman in the palace murmured, "King Bei, I hope you won't disappoint me." Northland. Ning Baichen. Lu Chen stood on the tower, feeling the breeze blowing from the grassland. At this time, Chen Wanrong, wearing a white dress, stood beside him. Along the way, Chen Wanrong followed Lu Chen northward, and she had many questions in her heart, especially about the strange things in Lu Chen's army. She had never seen those things before, didn't know what they were used for, and didn't understand why Lu Chen and the others had to spend so much effort moving those things to the north. At this time, soldiers were setting up cannons on the city wall. Seeing the huge metal pipe next to it, Chen Wanrong couldn't hold back after all, and asked directly, "What is this?" Lu Chen smiled and replied, "You will know when the war starts." Seeing that Lu Chen didn't answer directly and looked mysterious, Chen Wanrong felt a little emotional. She was already his woman, but she was still so defensive about herself. She will be by his side for a while. When these things are used, she will be there and will be seen by her. If there is anything to hide, telling her directly now is not the same. At this time, Mu Chongtian and other generals came to the tower. Mu Chongtian was holding a map in his hand. At this time, a soldier immediately brought a table, and Mu Chongtian immediately placed the map on the table. "Your Majesty, the spies from the front are here to report that King Apocalypse and the others did not divide their forces. The army behind them followed the cavalry in the front. And their cavalry is heading straight for Ningbei City. It is estimated that they will only be able to reach Ningbei City in a few days at most. As for the army at the rear, there is a high probability that they will be able to reach Ningbei City in less than half a month." After hearing this, Lu Chen came to the map and took a look at it. At this time, the location of King Apocalypse's army was roughly marked on the map. Lu Chen said with a smile, "I thought King Tiankai's army would arrive at Ningbei City before us. It seems that I overestimated their marching speed." Hearing this, Mu Chongtian said, "Your Majesty, the barbarians are not marching very slowly. It's just that they are looking for water sources on the grassland, so they have not arrived yet." Lu Chen said, "That's true, water source is indeed a problem." At this point, Lu Chen fell into deep thought. He was initially thinking about whether they would catch up if King Apocalypse's army retreated after they defeated it. Mu Changtian's words immediately calmed down Lu Chen. On the grassland, the situation was more complicated and supplies were more difficult, so it was better not to rush out hastily. At this moment, a Jinyi guard soldier came to Lu Chen and said, "Your Majesty, the information about Yanchenj." Lu Chen took the envelope from Jin Yiwei's hand, opened it and glanced at it. After reading the information in his hand, Lu Chen said, "It seems that after the Great Xia civil war ends, the Northern Kingdom will face a real test." Mu Chongtian asked curiously from the side, "Your Majesty, is there any action by the Imperial Court?" Lu Chen said calmly, "Well, the Imperial Court sent troops north to garrison Qi State." Hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then Mu Chongtian said, "Prince Qi will not allow it, right?" When they went north, the envoys of the Jiangnan family were still in the fiefdom of King Qi, hoping that the Qi state would send troops southward to flank the imperial army with the Jiangnan rebels. As a result, just a short time later, the imperial court actually wanted to send troops northward and station troops in Qi state. If troops were stationed in Qi state, then King Qi would not be able to rebel. And now that the imperial court has to deal with the rebels in Jiangnan, how can it allocate troops to garrison Qi state? Lu Chen continued, "This matter has not been settled yet, but the imperial court has issued an imperial edict, requiring Qi state to cooperate with the imperial court in garrisoning troops." At this time, Xiao Pengtian said from the side, "My lord, in your opinion, will King Qi rebel this time? Now that the Northern Kingdom has sent troops north to resist the barbarians, the Qi state does not have to worry about the Northern Kingdom going south to Qinhuang. They can completely go south to attack the capital at this time, and as long as one of the vassal kings raises troops to rebel, there is a high probability that it will cause a chain reaction. Those who are ready to move, there is a high probability that the feudal king will also start a rebellion." Lu Chen said, "It's hard to say. King Qi is silent now. It's not certain whether he will rebel. If he doesn't rebel, he will definitely agree to the imperial court's request and allow the imperial court to station troops in Qi state. We can't control so much now. We'll wait until King Tiankai is driven out of the north. Lu Chen was a little curious. Is the imperial court stationing troops in the Qi state at this time to defend the northern kingdom, or to test the Qi state? If it is to defend the northern kingdom, he is now bringing an army of 200,000 to the northern territory to fight against the barbarians. There is no threat to the court for the time being, and the court is now at a critical moment to wipe out the Jiangnan rebels. At this time, there is no need at all. He sent a large army to station in Qi state. Therefore, Lu Chen vaguely felt that Emperor Xia was testing Qi state to see if King Qi had the intention to rebel. If Qi state refused to garrison troops from the imperial court, it would mean that King Qi had agreed to the rebels in the south of the Yangtze River and wanted to raise troops. Rebellion. If Qi state agrees to the imperial garrison, it proves that Qi state has no intention of rebellion yet. Of course, these have nothing to do with him for the time being. After all, their most important task is to resist the barbarians from advancing eastward. At the same time, Northland Prairie. A huge eagle hovered in the sky. Under the blue sky, there were countless military tents. After a while, the eagle in the sky fell down and landed on the shoulders of a strong man. The strong man tied the eagle's feet. He took off his fur and walked towards the coach's tent. In the coach's camp, King Apocalypse and the others were drinking and eating meat. They didn't seem to be in a hurry. In their opinion, the wealth and women of the northern kingdom are already in their pockets, just waiting for them to go and get it, so they are also so anxious. Your Majesty, there is a letter from the spies ahead. The strong man handed the fur that had just been tied to the eagle's feet to King Apocalypse. After taking the fur, King Apocalypse opened the fur and glanced at the content written on the front. Then he laughed and said, "A mere 200,000 soldiers want to resist the pace of this king. It is really fantastic." Lu Chen and the others were collecting intelligence from the barbarians, and the barbarians were also collecting intelligence from the northern kingdom. News of the northern kingdom's military parade spread throughout the northern kingdom, and the barbarian tribe's agents naturally found out about Lu Chen leading an army of 200,000 people to the north. This was nothing in the eyes of King Tiankai. In his eyes, Daxia had always been relatively cowardly. Before the Yu dynasty was established, their barbarians had directly attacked Daxia and even occupied many cities in Daxia. In order to redeem the land, the Xia people gave them many good things. But that was before the barbarians were divided. Later, the barbarian royal court declined and was divided into several parts. The Northland became the territory of the Sirius king, which prevented the tribe of the Apocalypse king from moving eastward. Although the barbarian tribes had been divided, King Tiankai still kept in mind the weakness of the Daxia people, so he did not take the northern kingdom into his eyes at all. A mere 200,000 soldiers are nothing to fear. Chapter 258. That's it, it's time for her to let go. Although each major dynasty had its own internal problems to a greater or lesser extent, they all paid more or less attention to the situation in the northern kingdom. Since the military parade in the North Kingdom ended, people have been wondering how much combat power the 200,000 troops in the North Kingdom have and whether they can withstand King Apocalypse's army. King Tiankai is not the Heavenly Wolf King, nor the King of Northern Xian. King Tiankai is a real Grand Master, and he has many masters and many high-quality warriors. Although King Apocalypse suffered a defeat in the Yu dynasty, this does not mean that King Apocalypse is weak. The Northern Kingdom's heavy cavalry is indeed powerful, but facing the 400,000 strong army of King Apocalypse, it seems a bit inadequate. For now, the only ones not paying attention to the Northern Kingdom are the Jiangnan rebels in Daxia. Recently, the Jiangnan rebels led by Lu Chen have been facing tremendous pressure. Their army is no match for the Imperial Army. They were all crushed by the Imperial Army. The Jiangnan rebels have been retreating steadily, and some key cities they originally occupied have been lost. Now the Jiangnan rebels have been forced by the imperial army to continuously shrink their defense lines. Even though they used the cloud-piercing bow, they didn't gain much advantage on the battlefield, which made Lu Shiyun very worried. He finally understood why his father was not worried at all about him rebelling, and even forced him to come to the south to lead these Jiangnan aristocratic families to rebel together. These Jiangnan aristocratic families do not want to give up their own interests at all. Even if they unite, it is still a loose alliance. They fight on their own and engage in intrigues, and they can't be brought down at all. Lu Shiyun suddenly regretted coming to the south to rebel. If he had not come to the south, he would at most be deposed as the crown prince. Now that he was riding a tiger and unable to dismount, he had no chance of turning back when he fired his bow. He could only fight the imperial army with all his might. Wang family. Meeting hall. Lu Shiyun was sitting in the position of the head of the Wang family, looking at the heads of the Jiangnan family below. At this time, he asked, "Still haven't found the Dongfang family?" Upon hearing this question, no one in the meeting hall spoke. The Dongfang family disappeared so suddenly. They didn't even know when the Dongfang family disappeared. Maybe others had run away long ago, but they never knew it. At this time, the head of the Qin family said, "Your Highness, the Dongfang family has probably surrendered to the imperial court. The Dongfang family has been doing business for generations and is a commercial family. There is not much land in Jiangnan. For them, it is the same wherever they go. There is no need for them to take such a huge risk." Hearing this, the head of the Wang family snorted coldly and said, "Is it possible that they thought that His Majesty would let them go if they surrendered to the imperial court? Your Majesty has long wanted to get rid of all the ancient families in Daxia. Although his Dongfang family is not as powerful as ours, there is a lot of land, but with their commercial layout in Daxia, it is easy to control prices. I don't believe that His Majesty will let them go in the end." At this time, Chu Liang said, "The Dongfang family should have left by sea. The Dongfang family's merchant ship is so big, there is no problem at all if they want to transport all the Dongfang family's people away in a short time." Speaking of merchant ships, Lu Shiyun suddenly had a bad feeling. If the Dongfang family could transport all their family members away in a short period of time, then the Dongfang family could also use their merchant ships to transport the imperial court without anyone noticing. Soldiers to their rear. If the Dongfang family had really betrayed them and surrendered to the imperial court, then the Dongfang family would definitely show their loyalty to their father and then help the imperial army attack them. Thinking of this, Lu Shiyun's face instantly darkened and became very ugly. At this moment, a soldier rushed in a panic and said, "Your Highness, something bad has happened. The imperial army has appeared in the southeast." Hearing this, Lu Shiyun's heart skipped a beat. He had really guessed it. He knew that once the Dongfang family betrayed them, they would definitely help the imperial court transport soldiers to their rear. A few days later, Ningbaichen. The vanguard cavalry of King Tiankai's army finally arrived at Ningbei City, but they were only opening the way. After arriving outside Ningbei City, they did not launch an attack, but simply surveyed the surrounding situation. Ningbaichen is a relatively isolated city because it is surrounded by grasslands and has no terrain support, not even a moat. Once such an isolated city is surrounded, the soldiers inside are likely to be trapped and die. After nearly investigating the situation in Ningbaichen, the barbarian vanguard immediately passed the information about Ningbaichen to King Apocalypse. King Apocalypse heard that the 200,000 troops from the north were basically stationed in Ningbaichen, and he immediately felt extremely happy. It just so happens that the armies of the Northern Kingdom are all in one place. Their barbarian army will directly decide the outcome of the Northern Kingdom in a battle. After the Northern Kingdom's 200,000 troops are defeated, there will be no obstacles for them to enter the Northern Kingdom to plunder. This is a big problem for them. A very good thing. In order to prevent the Northern Kingdom's 200,000 troops from dividing their troops at this time, King Apocalypse quickly asked their soldiers to speed up their march, fearing that when the northern kingdom divided their troops, they would need another city, one city at a time. Lu Chen stood on the city tower, looking at the barbarian vanguard cavalry barracks in the distance, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. In a few days, the northern army's first firearms showdown would begin. At this time, Xiao Pengtian came to Lu Chen and said, "My lord, how about you lead some people to destroy the vanguard of the barbarians?" Xiao Pengtian longed for military success in his heart. After all, he was a barbarian. If he wanted Lu Chen to trust him, he had to be more proactive and work hard. Xiao Pengtian's barbarian cavalry also had the same idea as him. Lu Chen said calmly, "There is no need to be so anxious. What if we wipe out the vanguard of the barbarians so quickly and scare away King Tiankai's army?" The firearms they used were too powerful. Once used, if all these cavalry were not wiped out, the fleeing barbarian soldiers would definitely tell King Apocalypse what happened here. If King Apocalypse was frightened by the firearms and simply stopped coming, how could they fight this battle and test the combat effectiveness of their army? Seeing that Lu Chen still wanted to wait, Xiao Pengtian had no choice but to say, "What the prince said is that my subordinate is too impatient." Lu Chen said with a smile, "General Xiao, don't be too anxious. When you make great achievements, you are the light cavalry. If the barbarians are defeated, I will still need you and your cavalry to pursue them." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Xiao Pengtian felt excited again. The last time they resisted the North Xian King's army, their light cavalry did not play a big role, mainly because they lured the barbarian soldiers into Tianguang city. With a cannon blast, the barbarians were frightened into surrendering. But this time is different. This time there are a total of 400,000 barbarian troops. It will not be so easy to use the trick of inviting you into the urn last time. The grassland is so vast. After the barbarian army is defeated outside, the northern king will definitely use light cavalry to pursue the enemy. In this way, Xiao Pengtian and his light cavalry can play their role. At this time, Mu Chongtian came to Lu Chen Cheng Tower, "My lord, everything is ready. Now we are waiting for King Tiankai's army to arrive." Lu Chen looked at the barbarian military tents in the distance and said with a smile, "I hope our friends from afar will like the gifts we gave them." Hearing this, Chen Wanrong looked at Lu Chen in confusion from a distance. She didn't know why, but she always felt that Lu Chen seemed to be particularly looking forward to the barbarian army coming to attack the northern kingdom these days. War kills people, and this time the northern kingdom only brought an army of 200,000 people to the north, while King Apocalypse's army had 400,000 soldiers. In terms of numbers, the northern kingdom had no advantage at all. The most powerful part of the northern kingdom's army is the black cavalry, but no one can say for sure that King Apocalypse's army also contains heavy cavalry that is as powerful as the black cavalry. The Apocalypse kings were branched off from the main lineage of the barbarian royal court, and their strength far exceeded that of the Heavenly Wolf King tribe and the Bizian King tribe. The northern kingdom can defeat the tribes of King Tianlang and King Bizian, but it may not be able to defeat King Apocalypse. At this time, Lu Chen can still smile so happily. I don't know if the person behind Lu Chen will show up this time. Chen Wanrong has basically confirmed that Lu Chen is not an ordinary person. There must be an expert behind Lu Chen. If Baiguo loses this battlefield, the people behind Lu Chen will not just look at it like this. Chen Wanrong wanted to see who was behind Lu Chen, who could make Lu Chen break through to the Grand Master level in such a short period of time, and who could also bring about earth-shaking changes in the Northern Kingdom. Time flies. Finally, 10 days later, the horns of the barbarian army sounded outside Ningbei city. Hearing the horns of the barbarians, Lu Chen immediately came to the tower and looked at the darkness in the distance. The soldiers of the Northern Kingdom are already excited. They have been preparing for this moment for so long. Advanced firearms made them full of confidence, and they could no longer resist their inner impulse and wanted to rain down cannonballs on the barbarians. After King Tiankai arrived outside Ningbei city, he took a look at the royal flag of the northern palace hanging on the tower of Ningbei city. Then he said with a smile, "These Daxia people are really brave. I still remember going south with my father to plunder when I was a child. At that time, those Daxia soldiers abandoned the people and ran away without even guarding the city. I didn't expect that these northerners not only led an army of 200,000 people to the north, but were still waiting for my king to arrive in Ningbaichen. Very good, I would like to see what the northern king of Daxia is capable of wiping out the tribe of the Heavenly Wolf King. Form up. Prepare to attack." After King Apocalypse finished speaking, the horns of the barbarians sounded again. Seeing that the barbarians were ready to attack, Lu Chen said directly to the soldiers behind him, "Bang the drum. Load the cannonballs." The next moment, the sky above Ningbaichen was echoing with deafening drums, and all the cannons on the city wall were ready to fire. Seeing this scene, Chen Wanrong couldn't help but guess that those iron balls were most likely similar to the stones used to defend the city, but it might be difficult to use these iron balls to stop the barbarian attack. In the first siege battle of the barbarians, the northern kingdom did not know how many soldiers would die. Chen Wanrong had witnessed the cruelty and bloodshed of the battlefield when she was a child, and knew that once a war started, corpses would be everywhere. At this time, Chen Wanrong found that the soldiers in the northern kingdom were very excited and seemed not to be afraid of death at all. This is so strange. When she was a child, she had seen the battle in which the Chen people defended the imperial city. At that time, the faces of the Chen soldiers had only fatigue, despair, and fear. They were in a completely different state from the soldiers of the northern kingdom now. Why were the northern soldiers so excited? Chen Wanrong was a little curious. How did Lu Chen train this army so that these soldiers were completely unafraid of death? Just when Chen Wanrong was lost in thought, a Grand Master General under King Tiankai led a barbarian army and rushed forward. Seeing the barbarian army getting closer and closer to the wall of Ningbei city, the soldiers of the northern kingdom did not fire their arrows. When the barbarian army was almost rushing to the city, the drums sounded again. As the first drum sounded, huge roaring sounds appeared one after another. Chen Wanrong immediately sealed her ears with Gangqi. She looked at the iron balls flying out and was confused as to why these metal catapults could make such a loud noise when the iron balls exploded among the barbarian soldiers. When it exploded, it was a large area, and countless broken limbs and broken arms were flying all over the sky. Seeing this scene, Chen Wanrong was stunned. Although Suanyu Palace has more powerful artifacts, artifacts are artifacts after all. The number of artifacts is limited, and not everyone can make artifacts. As for these metal catapults in the north, you can tell at a glance that they were made by the north. The number of exploding iron balls was so large that they were obviously manufactured in batches by the north. There are so many terrifying weapons in the north. No wonder the soldiers in the north didn't show any fear on their faces, and were even very excited. With such terrifying weapons, what enemies did the north have to fear? Chen Wanrong glanced at the northern soldiers manipulating the cannons. Most of those northern soldiers were first-level warriors, and some were even ordinary people who were not even warriors. After those iron balls explode, they can directly blow up the 9th-level masters in the barbarian army to pieces, and ordinary soldiers can easily kill high-level warriors. I am afraid that the entire martial arts world will be overturned in the future. Seeing this scene in front of them, Mu Chongtian and other generals sighed again just like they did last time in Tianguang City. Although Lu Chen told the army when they were installing firearms that martial arts was still important, seeing the barbarian masters being blown up all over the sky, it was hard for them to believe that the world of martial arts would prosper in the future. At this time, the barbarian master who led the barbarian army to attack the city was stunned after seeing the broken limbs flying all over the sky. Of course, it was not only him who was confused, but also all the barbarian soldiers. Oh my God! What kind of weapon is this? How could the power be so terrifying? Is this really a weapon that can exist in the human world? Finally, some barbarian soldiers in the crowd were so frightened that they turned and fled. In an instant, the sound of cannons and the cries of barbarian soldiers were heard. At this moment, King Tiankai in the distance was also dumbfounded. He looked at the defeated barbarian army and couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. This is the first time in his life that he has seen such a terrifying weapon. After the iron ball exploded, it had almost caught up with the Grand Master's attack. Countless iron balls exploded, which was equivalent to countless Great Masters attacking them. King Tiankai murmured, "How could this happen?" He originally thought that it would only take a few days to defeat the 200,000 strong army of the Northern Kingdom, but they suffered such a blow on the first day of siege. How could Daxia have such a terrifying weapon? Is this already an artifact? Can a dynasty have so many artifacts? The defeat of the barbarians was very fast, but King Apocalypse quickly came to his senses. Since it was an artifact, the number of times it could be used could not be infinite. In other words, using an artifact once required a high price. He did not believe that Daxia could keep using those artifacts. Thinking of this, King Apocalypse immediately led the barbarian army to retreat, but he did not really retreat. He planned to let the barbarian soldiers' emotions stabilize first and wait for a while to rest before continuing to attack the city. Today's scene has frightened the barbarian soldiers. If they are asked to attack the city now, they will definitely not dare to rush up, so they can only retreat temporarily. Seeing that the barbarian soldiers had retreated, Xiao Pengtian asked from the side, "My lord, do you want to pursue me?" Lu Chen glanced at the slowly retreating barbarian army in the distance, and said with a smile, "No need for the time being, King Apocalypse should not give up yet, they will attack again." Northland artillery was not that easy to transport, especially on the steppes. The main body of the barbarian army is still there. If they pursue at this time, they can only let the cavalry pursue them. The cavalry will catch up and fight with the barbarians, which is a bit of a loss. In this way, the first siege battle of King Tiankai's army ended in less than half an hour. At this time, Lu Chen came to Chen Wanrong and asked, "Palace Master Chen, what do you think of our weapons in the north?" Chen Wanrong asked, "Are these weapons made by your northern country?" Lu Chen replied, "Yes." Chen Wanrong said coldly at this time, "You are too ambitious and will bring disaster to the world." Lu Chen laughed and said, "Palace Master Chen, how did you see that I am very ambitious?" Chen Wanrong said calmly, "You have a sharp weapon and a murderous intention. I hope you will not become an enemy of Swanyu Palace one day." As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Wanrong turned and left. At this time, Chen Wanrong realized that there was no hope for her to return to the country. First of all, her body and mind could not be separated from Lu Chen. Even if she left Lu Chen would not necessarily allow her to return to the country. The North Kingdom possesses such terrifying weapons and can manufacture them in batches. Lu Chen must have extremely strong ambitions. Perhaps it is this man's ambition to unify the entire world. If this is really the case, then under this man's ambition, she will not be allowed to return to the country. The whole world is unified, how can there still be Chen state? At this time, Chen Wanrong suffered a heavy blow in her heart. After working hard and preparing for more than 10 years, I only got one man, and there was no hope of restoring the country. Perhaps her master was right, everything in this world is nothing but illusion. The more you pursue something, the less you can get it. That's all, it's time for her to let go. Chapter 259 Night Attack on the Barbarian Camp. After King Apocalypse's army retreated to a safe distance, they stopped retreating. Although the barbarian soldiers were frightened by the scene just now, they did not dare to run away directly with King Apocalypse around. King Apocalypse immediately asked the soldiers to set up camp. He still had no intention of giving up attacking the Northern Kingdom. Inside the coach's tent, King Tiankai and his generals sat cross-legged on the ground and did not speak for a long time. After a long while, a Grand Master General under King Tiankai said, "Your Majesty, the fact that the soldiers from the Northern Kingdom did not chase them out proves that although the weapons they used are powerful, they are difficult to move, or the number of exploding iron balls is extremely large. Limited. If we capture Ningbei City, the weapons used by the Northern Kingdom will fall into our hands. With such weapons, no dynasty city can resist our cavalry in the future." After hearing this, King Tiankai said, "What you said makes sense, and I think so too. I am bound to get this kind of weapon from the north. Let the soldiers rest for 2 days. After 2 days, we will continue to attack Ningbei City." King Apocalypse was definitely not willing to retreat just like that. They had failed in the Great Xia Dynasty. If they had hit the wall again in the Great Xia Dynasty and returned without success, other barbarian tribes would laugh at them in the future. He took hundreds of thousands of people and went out for a tour. So many people died, but he got nothing. This made him unable to gain a foothold among the barbarians in the future. At the same time, Ningbaichen, inside the coach's barracks, Mu Chongtian and others are discussing how to fight this battle. The grassland was too vast, and it was difficult to surround King Apocalypse's 400,000 troops and annihilate them. Moreover, they had basically seen from the barbarians' first attack that King Apocalypse was a cautious person. The first time King Apocalypse attacked the city, he only sent a Grand Master General with about 100,000 barbarian soldiers to attack the city, and did not swarm them. Their method of dividing their forces to attack also made it impossible for Lu Chen and others to eliminate the 400,000 barbarian army in a short period of time. At this time, the spies sent by Lu Chen and the others came back. "Your Majesty, King Apocalypse and the others have indeed not retreated. They have already set up camp." After hearing what the spies said, Lu Chen said with a smile, "It seems that King Tiankai is very unwilling." At this time, Xiao Pengtian said, "Your Majesty, if King Apocalypse and the others have set up camp, then this is an excellent opportunity for us. We can take advantage of the night to transport the cannons out, bombard their camps, and then dispatch the cavalry charged and killed the fleeing barbarian soldiers." Hearing Xiao Pengtian's proposal, Li Feng also said, "Your Majesty, I think General Xiao's method is good. The barbarian army has traveled for so many days to reach Ningbei City, and the barbarian soldiers are also tired. Most of the barbarian soldiers are definitely you will sleep like a baby, so tonight is the most suitable time to attack the barbarian camp." Xian Yuanchen reminded, after they were attacked by artillery during the day today, they may still be on guard against Ningbaichen. If they go out of the city to sneak attack the enemy camp tonight, my subordinates will feel that it is not appropriate. Lu Chen thought for a moment, and then said, "General Xian Yuan is right, tonight must be the time when the barbarians are most on guard. If there is a sneak attack tonight, our soldiers may have been noticed by the barbarian spies as soon as they left Ningbei City. Since King Tiankai and the others have not retreated, they will definitely continue to attack Ningbei City, so we don't have to be too anxious. We can think of a way to confuse them and make them gradually relax their vigilance. There is no need to rush into a war." Although Lu Chen does not have much military talent, he also understands that he cannot eat hot tofu in a hurry. Lu Chen continued, "In the next few days, if the barbarians continue to attack the city, we will reduce the use of some artillery shells every day, and use catapults and bows and arrows to make them think that we are running out of artillery shells and try to make them relax their vigilance." Upon hearing this, everyone said in unison, "Yes, Your Majesty." After 2 days, seeing that their soldiers had recovered, King Tiankai once again led his army to the outside of Ningbei City, planning to launch another attack. Of course, this time it was still a tentative attack. He wanted to know if the mysterious weapons in the north had been used up. If they were not used up, why did they station themselves not far from Ningbaichen for 2 days, and the northern army in Ningbaichen did not chase them out? It must be that the weapons were about to be used up or there were not many left, so the soldiers from the northern kingdom don't dare to counterattack rashly. Lu Chen stood on the city tower, looking at the dark barbarian army in the distance. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. It seemed that they had guessed correctly. King Apocalypse was really not frightened by their cannons, and they would still continue to attack Ningbei city. At this moment, the horns of the barbarian army sounded, and a general under King Apocalypse led 100,000 barbarian army to attack again. Just when the barbarian army was about to approach the city gate, Ningbaichun's cannon fired again, and the shells exploded among the barbarian soldiers, ruthlessly reaping the lives of the barbarian soldiers. However, the cannonballs were also mixed with stones and bows and arrows. Unlike the last time the barbarians attacked the city, they were completely cannonballs. Seeing this scene, King Apocalypse was overjoyed. He laughed and said, "I just said that the North Kingdom cannot have too many such terrifying weapons. It seems that I guessed it right. They used stones and bows and arrows this time. There is a high probability that there aren't many iron balls like that anymore." Having said this, King Tiankai said to a general next to him, "You lead an army of 100,000 people and attack from the east city. I want to see how long they can hold it." "Yes, Your Majesty." Then the master generals around King Tiankai led 100,000 barbarian army, quickly went to the east city, and launched an attack on the east gate of Ningbaichun. Of course, the barbarian attack was only a tentative siege, so the barbarians did not achieve much results. Tens of thousands of barbarian soldiers were killed. There were suddenly more wounded soldiers with broken arms and legs in the barbarian military camp. The day ended quickly. In the coach's camp, the barbarian generals were extremely excited. They celebrated with a sip of wine and a bite of meat. "Your Majesty, your guess is indeed correct. There are not many iron balls in the north. When we attacked the city again this afternoon, they basically used stones and bows and arrows. Only our soldiers were close to the city gate. That's why you use that kind of iron ball." Another barbarian general said, "If this process continues, it won't be long before we can use up the mysterious iron balls in their hands." After hearing what the generals said, King Apocalypse laughed and said, "It is simply unreasonable to think that you can use that kind of iron ball to stop me." At this time, a barbarian general said curiously, "But having said that, I don't know what their luminous iron balls are made of. If we can also make them, the king will unify the barbarian tribes and it will be just around the corner." After hearing this, King Tiankai took a sip of wine and said, "According to my guess, a living 5th grade warrior may be needed to make that kind of iron ball." Hearing what King Tiankai said, the generals in the military tent were startled. King Tiankai continued, "As far as I know, most warriors from the Central Plains use a special skill. As long as they focus their whole body skills on their danshan, their bodies will self-destruct. When they self-destruct, the people around them will also be affected, killed or injured. The way the iron ball explodes is very much like a warrior self-destructing. I suspect that they used some method to seal the warrior's skills in the iron ball, and then used the iron ball as a weapon." Hearing this, a barbarian general said, "Then to make so many iron balls, wouldn't it require a lot of murderous warriors?" King Tiankai laughed and said, "This just shows that the people of Daxia know that they are not our opponents, so they can only use this method of dying together to stop us from moving forward. I would like to see how many warriors they plan to sacrifice in order to stop me from advancing. If this continues, the warriors and soldiers in the northern army will rebel sooner or later. We just need to continue to waste it." In the view of King Apocalypse, after all, living people are used as weapons, so the warriors in the northern army may be afraid that one day they will be made into weapons. As long as the pressure from the barbarians is enough, sooner or later the warriors and soldiers in Ningbei city will rebel. When the time comes, the barbarian army and the rebellious soldiers will cooperate internally and externally, and they will easily be able to disintegrate the 200,000 strong army of the Northern Kingdom. In the next half-month, King Apocalypse led barbarian soldiers to attack the city from time to time, but they still attacked the city tentatively and not so desperately. Soon the barbarian soldiers discovered that Ning Baijin was using that terrifying iron ball less and less frequently. Later, the weapons used by Ning Baijin's defenders were basically bows, arrows, and slings. Several times the barbarians attacked the city, and the barbarian soldiers rushed to the city gate. King Tiankai and the barbarian generals became more and more convinced of their judgment. They all thought that Ning Baijin's iron ball weapons were probably going to be used up. It won't be long before Ning Baijin will be captured by them. This idea spread wildly among the barbarian soldiers. The barbarian soldiers gradually no longer feared the terrifying iron balls in Ning Baijin, and they gradually became less nervous than after the first siege battle. In recent days, Lu Chen found that the barbarian soldiers were becoming more and more active in attacking the city, and he felt that the time was almost ripe. In the evening, Lu Chen immediately summoned the generals to hold a military meeting to prepare for a decisive battle with King Apocalypse tonight. Looking at the generals in the room, Lu Chen said, "The time has come. Let's attack the barbarian camp tonight." Hearing this, the soldiers were very excited. They had been waiting for this moment. In the past half-month, Lu Chen restricted their use of artillery, which made them hold their breath in their hearts. It was clear that the barbarian soldiers had rushed up. But they just couldn't kill them. Now they finally have to take the initiative, and they can use firearms freely. Lu Chen continued, "Tonight's operation will begin at midnight. Even if our operations are discovered by barbarian spies, even if we wake up the barbarian soldiers immediately, they will not be able to react." At this time, Mu Chongtian reminded, "Your Majesty, King Tiankai is the great master. You must be careful when the time comes. Once a full-scale war begins tonight, if the great master, King Apocalypse, is angered, he will most likely take the initiative to cause trouble for Lu Chen." Lu Chen smiled and said, "As long as Palace Master Chen is here, this king will be fine." Having said this, Lu Chen glanced at Chen Wanrong at the door, and then said to her, "Palace Master Chen, I leave my safety to you tonight." Chen Wanrong didn't speak, she still stood quietly, thinking in her heart that it was finally over. In the past half-month, she had always felt uncomfortable watching the soldiers from the north using artillery. It wasn't that she sympathized with the barbarians being bombarded, but she was just worried that one day Lu Chen would point the muzzle at Xian. Moon Palace. Although the power of the artillery is not as good as Suanyu Palace's artifact, it can be made if it cannot hold up the artillery, and the amount of ammunition is very large. You don't know how long it will take for Suanyu Palace's artifact to be used once before it can be used a second time. Moreover, the conditions for use are very harsh and cannot withstand so many artillery attacks. Lu Chen continued to say to Mu Chongtian and the others, "After tonight's battle, the artillery will be aimed at the barbarian military camp for half an hour, and then the cavalry will pursue the barbarian soldiers who have not run too far. Okay, let's get ready." "Yes, Your Majesty." Then the generals left the room and began to prepare for tonight's operation. At the same time, after attacking the city for a day, the barbarian soldiers were very tired and began to rest. They were still dreaming that after the terrifying iron balls in Ning Baijin were used up, they would rush into Ning Baijin, burn, kill and loot. At this time, the barbarian soldiers did not realize that the northern soldiers in Ning Baijin were already carrying ammunition and would set off fireworks for them at night. The waiting time at night was long. For the first time, the soldiers in the north felt that time passed so slowly. They felt that a few hours were longer than the half-month they had spent in Ning Baijin. The soldiers could no longer resist their inner impulse and wanted to give gifts to guests from afar. At almost midnight, Ning Baijin's army was dispatched. The soldiers quickly pushed the cannon out, and the Prince Lu Chen also helped push a heavy cannon. Although the artillery is very heavy, for warriors, the weight of the artillery is nothing. A great master like Lu Chen can easily lift the heavy artillery made in the north, but most of the artillery battalions are ordinary soldiers. So transporting artillery is still a problem. But in order to cooperate with tonight's operation, Lu Chen specially asked the 5th level warriors of the Black Cavalry to cooperate with the artillery first. After the artillery was transported to a specific place, they would then wear heavy armor. With the cooperation of the Black Cavalry, the artillery and ammunition were quickly transported to specific positions. In order to prevent the artillery positions from being overtaken by the barbarian soldiers who reacted, the artillery battalion divided the artillery positions into 3 places. Even if one artillery position was destroyed, it would not affect the other 2. There was no moonlight tonight, and everything was pitch black, as if God was helping Lu Chen and the others. None of the barbarian soldiers on night patrol noticed the movements of the Northern Kingdom at the first time. In addition, it was already midnight, and the barbarian soldiers did not think that the soldiers of the Northern Kingdom would come out of Ningbei City at this time, which made them relax their vigilance. After everything was ready, the sound of huge drums instantly broke the quiet night, followed by countless deafening cannons. In an instant, the barbarian camp was under fire, and the sleeping barbarian soldiers were blown up all over the sky. Soon, the barbarian soldiers were awakened by the loud sound of cannons. After a while, the sound of cannons mixed with the sound of barbarian horns echoed in the dark night. King Apocalypse also woke up from his sleep. After hearing the sound of cannons, he immediately left the camp and saw the corpses of barbarian soldiers flying around. King Apocalypse was stunned. At this moment, a barbarian master general rushed to King Tiankai's side. "My lord, it's not good. The army of the North Kingdom is coming." As soon as the barbarian general finished speaking, a cannonball fell next to him. He was suddenly frightened and his face changed. King Apocalypse jumped over and stood in front of the barbarian general. The next moment, the shell exploded, but it did not hurt King Tiankai and the barbarian general. A golden shield appeared around their bodies, blocking all the shell fragments from the golden shield. At this time, King Tiankai was furious. "Despicable Daxia people! I will kill you!" Then he shouted loudly, "Gather the soldiers and follow my king to counterattack. Since they dare to come out, don't even think about going back alive." Then, amid the artillery fire, some barbarian soldiers quickly gathered together and followed King Apocalypse out of the bombing zone. After rushing out of the barbarian camp, King Apocalypse quickly saw the artillery position of the soldiers from the Northern Kingdom. He immediately said, "Follow me and kill." The horn sounded immediately, "Wuo!" Seeing that the barbarian cavalry actually rushed out, Mu Jingguo, who was at the artillery position, immediately asked the cavalry in the artillery battalion to adjust the angle of the artillery and aimed the artillery at the barbarian cavalry. Then Mu Jingguo's artillery position aimed at King Tiankai's cavalry and bombed them indiscriminately. For a time, the men and horses were shattered, and countless barbarian cavalry were killed and blown up. However, after the cannonball fell next to King Tiankai was fine. Seeing this scene, Mu Chongtian in the distance couldn't hold it any longer. King Tiankai is a great master. If he rushes to the artillery position, will the soldiers in the artillery position still be alive? But at this moment, Mu Jingguo said to the soldiers in the artillery battalion, "Aim the artillery at King Tiankai and blast it." After the words fell, Mu Jingguo personally controlled a heavy cannon and aimed it at the position of King Tiankai. The next moment, more than a dozen cannonballs exploded around King Apocalypse at the same time, but as the fire and smoke dissipated, King Apocalypse was still there. At this time, King Apocalypse's horse had been killed, but there was still a golden shield around his body. He himself was fine and not even injured. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen in the distance was stunned for a moment. Is this the strength of the Grand Master? Sure enough, the cannonballs were still of no use to the Grand Master. It seemed that he and Chen Wanrong would personally deal with King Apocalypse later, otherwise King Apocalypse would not only die, but would also cause them a lot of casualties. While Lu Chen was thinking this, Mu Jingguo continued to command the soldiers in the artillery position, and more than a dozen cannons continued to fire at King Tiankai. Chapter 260 Absorbing Too Much Power. Facing the artillery of the North Kingdom, King Tiankai was completely angered. He took the axe in his hand and wanted to rush into the artillery position of the North Kingdom and destroy all those cannons. "You dead rats of Daxia, I will kill you all." As he spoke, King Tiankai went straight to the artillery position where Mu Jingguo was located, but at this moment, countless artillery shells poured towards him. King Apocalypse immediately summoned his body protecting energy to block the shell fragments, but his body continued to retreat due to the shock wave generated by the explosion of the shells. Although those shells did not cause any damage to his body for the time being, they made it impossible for him to get close to Daxia's artillery position. The expression of King Apocalypse became extremely distorted, and his eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to rush over and kill all the Daxia people, but the power of the explosion of the iron ball forced him to use the protective gas to resist, and King Apocalypse found that the energy in the body is consumed very quickly. The power of the explosions of these artillery cannons is comparable to that of the Grand Master. He has been using Gang Qi to resist the attacks of the Grand Master. Naturally, the consumption of qi in his body will be very fast. If he continues to consume like this, it is very likely that he will be consumed. Die here. At this time, King Tiankai bared his teeth and looked at the artillery position not far away. He was very unwilling to do so. He brought hundreds of thousands of troops out. Not only did he suffer a defeat at the Yu Dynasty, but he also ended up attacking Daxia. Encountered this terrifying weapon again. Hateful. If he retreats like this, how can he gain a foothold among the barbarians in the future? That woman would definitely say that he disobeyed her orders and sent troops without permission, which would lead to their defeat. No. He absolutely can't go back like this. Thinking of this, King Apocalypse tried his best to move forward, but he had been locked by more than a dozen cannons in the distance. He was now bombarded by the cannons and was unable to move. The cannonballs from the north did not fall on one point, but on a range. Inside are the impact points of cannonballs. The shock wave of the shell explosion kept pushing him back, and he wasted his energy on protecting his body. This made it impossible for him to increase his speed and couldn't rush out of the bombing zone. Lu Chen, who was riding on the horse at this time, was stunned for a moment when he saw this scene. He had just seen that King Tiankai could easily withstand the bombardment of artillery shells, and thought that artillery was no longer useful against the Grand Master. From now on, artillery could only deal with warriors below the Grand Master. However, he did not expect that when Mu Jingguo and the others' artillery were aimed at Queen Tiankai at the same time, King Apocalypse was so bombarded by artillery that he couldn't rush over. It turns out that artillery can still be used against the Grand Master, but the Grand Master is not so easily killed. Seeing King Tiankai resisting the exploding artillery shells in the bombing zone, Mu Chongtian and other generals sighed again. The Great Master they once thought could control the country was actually bombarded by artillery today and could not even fight back. They could only try their best. Resist to save your life. When had the Grand Master ever been so cowardly? It is true that the Grand Master is not so easily blown to death, but the true energy in the Grand Master's body is being consumed all the time. If he can't be killed now, what about using more shells? The consumption is enough to consume a Great Master to death. Grand Masters are humans too, and they are not invincible. One cannonball is almost equivalent to an attack from a Grand Master. How long can a Grand Master block so many cannonballs? Seeing King Apocalypse in the artillery fire, almost all the generals were silent at this moment. Only the soldiers in the artillery battalion of Mu Jingguo went crazy and kept stuffing shells into the artillery, frantically pouring cannonballs towards the location of King Apocalypse. Most of the artillery battalions are ordinary soldiers. In normal times, even a 5th-level warrior, let alone a Grand Master, can crush them to death. But today, they controlled the artillery to hold down a Grand Master. How unexciting this makes them! After an unknown amount of time, Chen Wanrong spoke to Lu Chen and said, "Okay, tell your soldiers to stop. It's not that easy to kill a great master with your weapons. Although the power of the artillery is very great, for a strong man like the Grand Master who has body-protecting aura, it will not take a short while to kill him. To kill a Grand Master, it is best for another Grand Master to do it himself." After hearing Chen Wanrong's words, Lu Chen asked, "Are you planning to kill him?" Chen Wanrong said coldly, "If you don't want me to take action, I don't have to take action." Lu Chen said with a smile, "No, I didn't say I wouldn't let you take action. I still want you to take action yourself. Although I am also a Grand Master, I have never fought before and have no combat experience." Having said this, Lu Chen immediately said to the soldiers behind him, "Beat the drum and ask Mu Jingguo and others to stop bombarding King Tiankai." After the words fell, the drums sounded. After hearing the drums, Mu Jingguo was stunned for a moment. He did not expect that they would cease fire so quickly. At this moment, the fire and smoke around King Apocalypse dissipated again, and the figure of King Apocalypse appeared in people's sight. King Apocalypse is holding a huge axe, and his body seems to be emitting a scarlet light. It can be seen that he is very angry now. Seeing that the artillery had stopped, King Tiankai thought that the North Kingdom's artillery shells had been used up. He kicked his feet hard on the ground, and his body went straight to Mu Jingguo's artillery position like a cannonball. However, at this moment, a cold light appeared. When it hit, King Tiankai hurriedly moved his body back to avoid the sword light. The next moment, King Apocalypse found a beautiful woman in white appearing in front of him. Although the woman in front of him was very beautiful, King Apocalypse had no intention of admiring this woman's appearance at this time. King Tiankai said coldly, "The rats of Daxia, do you finally dare to face me? After killing so many of my soldiers, I will cut your corpses into thousands of pieces and bury them with my warriors." As he spoke, King Apocalypse clenched his axe, and struck Chen Wanrong with the axe. Chen Wanrong dodged slightly to avoid King Apocalypse's attack. The next moment, her figure appeared on the right side of King Apocalypse, and she swept across with a sword. The Apocalypse King blocked Chen Wanrong's attack with a backhand axe. The two axe energy and sword energy collided with each other. A huge pit appeared in the surrounding area, and their bodies were also ejected at the same time. Lu Chen was a little surprised after seeing this scene. Is this a battle between great masters? That huge pit must be at least 10 meters long. How much gunpowder would it take to blow it out? It seems that he still underestimated the strength of the Grand Master. After Chen Wanrong and King Tiankai flew out at the same time, King Tiankai immediately knelt on the ground with one foot and spit out a mouthful of blood. He had just been bombarded by artillery shells for a long time, and the energy in his body had been almost exhausted. Although Chen Wanrong had only become a Grand Master not long ago, because the skills she practiced were quite special, she could easily control the Grand Master's energy. Strength. In front of Chen Wanrong, King Tiankai was no match at all. King Tiankai also realized this at this time. King Tiankai slowly stood up from the ground, and then said in a cold voice, "Despicable Daxia people, if you want my life, it depends on whether you are qualified." As he spoke, King Apocalypse's eyes seemed to emit 2 rays of red light. He looked very scary. Lu Chen frowned slightly. He wondered if King Apocalypse had entered some kind of violent state and improved his skills in a short period of time. Just when he was thinking this, King Apocalypse kicked off his legs and his body flew out violently. Just when King Apocalypse was about to touch Chen Wanrong's body, he struck with an axe, and a huge axe energy came straight towards Chen Wanrong. Chen Wanrong also noticed that King Apocalypse's strength had improved a lot, so she did not respond to King Apocalypse's attack. She quickly avoided King Apocalypse's attack. The next moment, a long hole was opened in the ground, which was almost 10 meters deep and about 2 meters wide. Seeing this crack in the earth split by King Tiankai, Lu Chen was once again refreshed by the strength of the Grand Master. At this time, King Tiankai seemed to be crazy and aimed another axe at Chen Wanrong. Chen Wanrong avoided the fight again. Then King Apocalypse chased Chen Wanrong, and soon countless ravines appeared on the ground. Lu Chen also saw that Chen Wanrong planned to consume King Apocalypse's strength first, and then wait until the true energy in King Apocalypse's body was almost exhausted. And then take action against King Tiankai. This idea is not bad, but King Apocalypse probably also discovered that he cannot continue to attack so brainlessly. At this moment, King Tiankai's body was ejected again, but he did not continue to pursue Chen Wanrong, but went straight to Lu Chen and the others. King Apocalypse's idea is very simple. Since you don't plan to fight me, there is no need for me to waste my time on you. Those people watching the show in the distance will kill one by one and wait for them to die. That Daxia women would always come out and fight him. Chen Wanrong also saw through King Apocalypse's intention, and then she flashed and stood in front of King Apocalypse. The corners of King Apocalypse's mouth raised slightly. Keep hiding. Why don't you hide? While speaking, King Apocalypse struck again with an axe, but this one was obviously different from the previous attack. Create a mountain with one axe. Lu Chen was startled. This was a kung fu move, so the power of this axe would probably be much greater than before. This time Chen Wanrong did not dodge, she swung her sword. Ice and Snow Burial Flower Sword. The next moment, the surroundings seemed to be frozen, and snow seemed to fall in the sky, with countless white petals falling from the snow. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen was extremely surprised. This shouldn't be considered martial arts anymore, right? Is it true that Chen Wanrong is not practicing martial arts, but cultivating immortality? Just when Lu Chen was thinking about this problem, King Apocalypse's axe energy collided with the white sword energy and exploded instantly. For a moment, the world trembled, and a cloud of white smoke spread out instantly, as if a stone was lit. Like cloud bombs. Chen Wanrong and King Tiankai were pushed out by the shock wave again. After the smoke dissipated, it seemed that snow was really falling from the sky. Lu Chen stretched out his hand and felt the snowflakes falling from the sky. He raised his head again and glanced at King Apocalypse in the distance. King Apocalypse propped his axe on the ground, half kneeling on the ground, and kept vomiting blood. Chen Wanrong's condition wasn't much better either. Although Chen Wanrong didn't vomit blood, her face was pale. It looked like she had exhausted her spiritual energy. At this moment, King Tiankai in the distance saw that Chen Wanrong seemed to be injured. He immediately got up from the ground, kicked off his legs, and walked straight towards Chen Wanrong again. Even if I die, I will still force you despicable Daxia people to take my back. After hearing this, everyone's expressions changed drastically. King Apocalypse was going to explode his danshan and die with them. Mu Chongtian immediately warned, run away quickly. He will die with us. A Grand Master's self-destruction is no joke, it is much more powerful than a cannonball. A Grand Master's self-destruction in the danshan can blow up a mountaintop. If someone is at the center of the explosion, they will almost certainly die. Even the Grand Master may be killed. Seeing that King Tiankai actually wanted to drag them to death together, Lu Chen got off the horse at this time. Chen Wanrong, you immediately turned to Lu Chen and said, I'll stop him, hurry up. While speaking, Chen Wanrong clenched the sword in her hand again, preparing to attack King Apocalypse again. However, just when King Apocalypse was about to approach them, Lu Chen's figure suddenly appeared behind King Apocalypse, and almost everyone did not look at it. It is clear how Lu Chen appeared behind King Tiankai. King Apocalypse also noticed someone appearing behind him. He quickly turned around and struck him with an axe. However, Lu Chen's hand easily grabbed King Apocalypse's axe, and then Lu Chen's other hand slapped him directly on the chest. After King Tiankai felt Lu Chen's powerless palm, he sneered and said, Mouse of Daxia, are you tickling me? Hearing this, Lu Chen said with a smile, I am asking you to calm down, don't be so angry. After the words fell, Lu Chen immediately used the power-absorbing method. King Apocalypse instantly felt that all his power was flowing towards the young man in front of him, and King Apocalypse was stunned for an instant. He quickly self-destructed his danshan, wanting to die with the young man in front of him, but found that his power could not be concentrated in his danshan, and he could not self-destruct at all. King Apocalypse's expression suddenly changed. You, who are you? Lu Chen said with a smile, this is the first time we meet, I am the Northern King of Daxia. King Tiankai said in disbelief, no. Impossible. When King Apocalypse came to the north, he had already found out some things about the North King through the barbarian spies. The North King was only a young man of 17 or 18 years old, how could he have such terrifying strength and such strange methods? King Tiankai immediately struggled to get rid of Lu Chen's palm, but he suddenly found that his body seemed to be frozen, unable to move at all. He could only watch the power in his body rushing towards the man in front of him crazily. Youth. At this time, Chen Wanrong, who was not far away, also saw this scene. This was the first time that Chen Wanrong saw Lu Chen absorb the power of a person. She stayed in place for a while. She had never imagined that there was a method in this world that could directly absorb people's skills. She had only heard of transmitting skills to people before. What kind of martial arts did Lu Chen practice? Why did this technique look so evil, like a martial arts that would be used by a cult? After a while, the power in King Tiankai's body was absorbed by Lu Chen. King Apocalypse is a Grand Master, and a Grand Master's lifelong skill instantly entered Lu Chen's body. This made Lu Chen feel very uncomfortable for a moment, his whole body seemed to be on fire, and his face turned red. Lu Chen immediately threw King Apocalypse's body aside, then took out Barret out of thin air and pointed it at King Apocalypse's head. King Apocalypse was already dying. Looking at the black muzzle, King Apocalypse said with all his strength, the goddess will one day take revenge on this king. As soon as King Apocalypse finished speaking, Lu Chen shot him in the head. Even if King Apocalypse is a great master, without the support of his internal skills, he is still an ordinary person. With one shot, the great master King Apocalypse will fall. Seeing that King Tiankai died like this, Mu Chongtian and others quickly rode their horses to Lu Chen. At this time, Mu Chongtian saw that Lu Chen's face was red, his aura was disordered, and the warrior power on his body was a little violent. He quickly asked, my lord, what's wrong with you? Lu Chen also felt that the absorbed power was too much for his body to digest. He did not speak, but quickly stabilized his body and tried to calm down the power in his body. At this moment, the power of the warrior in him went further. He was a Grand Master. Once a Grand Master releases his breath, the pressure can even make an ordinary person suffocated to death. For a moment, everyone around him felt difficulty breathing, and everyone clearly noticed that there was something wrong with Lu Chen's body. You guys stay away from me immediately. I absorbed too much power just now and became a little obsessed. At this point, Lu Chen murmured to himself, it seems that I will violate military discipline today. Mu Chongtian instantly understood what Lu Chen meant, and he immediately said, the prince was seriously injured on the battlefield and is now a patient. The patient naturally needs someone to treat him. It is not a violation of military discipline. Hearing this, Lu Chen laughed, and then said, General Mu, you will step down for me. Okay, you continue to pursue the barbarian soldiers. I will go back first. If there is anything important, please send someone to report to me immediately. All the soldiers said in unison, yes, Your Majesty. Then Lu Chen said to Chen Wanrong, Palace Master Chen, please take me back on horseback. Chen Wanrong also realized that Lu Chen was in something wrong. She quickly mounted her horse and said, come up. Without saying a word, Lu Chen jumped onto Chen Wanrong's horse and then lay on Chen Wanrong's back. Then Chen Wanrong rode straight to Ningbaichen. Seeing their leaving figures, Li Feng asked in confusion, "What's going on, Your Majesty?" Mu Chongtian said calmly, "General Li, it's better to know less about what you shouldn't know. You just need to remember that the prince was seriously injured just now and left the battlefield early. From now on, the frontline war has nothing to do with the prince. Any relationship." Hearing Mu Changtian's words, Li Feng and others were even more curious as to why the war had nothing to do with the prince as the head coach, but they didn't ask any more questions. Immediately, Mu Changtian asked people to collect the body of King Tiankai, and then he led his troops straight to the barbarian military camp. Soon the tranquility of the night was broken by the sound of gunfire. Xian Yuanchen and Wen Renli's black cavalry, as well as the light cavalry led by Xiao Pengtian, also joined the battlefield. At this moment, Chen Wanrong rode a horse and drove Lu Chen back. Lu Chen lay on her back and hugged Liu's waist with his hands. Chen Wanrong was very confused. What was happening to Lu Chen? She clearly didn't see Lu Chen injured just now. Moreover, she found that Lu Chen seemed to be very dishonest now. This guy actually touched her right away. Chapter 261 The Mysterious Barbarian Goddess. The barbarian military camp had been blown away by artillery fire. In the dark night, the barbarian soldiers had no idea where to run. They fled everywhere like headless flies, but in the end they were all killed one by the northern army. The muskets of the northern soldiers were able to instantly kill even the 9th-level barbarian soldiers who were still capable of fighting. The surviving barbarian soldiers were unable to gather together to fight back again. They didn't even know that their king was dead. Some barbarian soldiers saw that the situation was over and they were certain to be defeated. In addition, the previous bombardment had frightened them out of their wits, so they simply surrendered. At the same time, after Chen Wanrong brought Lu Chen back to Lu Chen's residence, Chen Wanrong immediately got off the horse. Her face was a little flushed and she looked a little unhappy. Then she said coldly to Lu Chen, who was still on the horse, "We're here, go in by yourself." This guy was messing around behind her along the way, stroking with his claws, which made Chen Wanrong feel a little emotional inside. Lu Chen got off his horse and said to the soldier guarding the door, "Take the horse away." After the words fell, Lu Chen walked up to Chen Wanrong and said with a smile, "Palace Master Chen, you have to do me a favor." Hearing this, Chen Wanrong asked, "What's the business?" Without saying a word, Lu Chen directly hugged her body and picked her up in a princess hug. Chen Wanrong was stunned. She quickly raised her jade arms to wrap around Lu Chen's neck to prevent her body from losing balance and falling. Chen Wanrong said angrily, "What are you doing?" Lu Chen said, "I need your help." Having said this, Lu Chen hugged Chen Wanrong's body and immediately walked towards his room. After entering the room, Lu Chen put Chen Wanrong on the bed and pressed him on it. Seeing that Lu Chen had already carried her into the room, how could Chen Wanrong not know what Lu Chen wanted to do? She said coldly, "Your Majesty's soldiers are fighting on the battlefield. Isn't it a bit strange for Your Majesty to do such a thing behind the scenes? Inappropriate." Lu Chen said with a smile, "Didn't General Mu just say that I was seriously injured and I need to heal now? Things on the battlefield have nothing to do with me for the time being." Chen Wanrong immediately turned her head to the side, no longer looking at Lu Chen, as if she was letting him take his advice. This guy has already said this, what else can she do? He can do whatever he wants. She is already his woman anyway. Seeing Chen Wanrong's snow-white neck, Lu Chen couldn't help it anymore, leaned forward and kissed Chen Wanrong's seductive red lips. Lu Chen had no choice. The skill he had just absorbed was too much. He couldn't digest it for a while. He could only share part of the skill in his body with Chen Wanrong and use the Dragon and Phoenix Yin and Yang Kung Fu to speed up the absorption of the skill. Soon, Chen Wanrong also felt the rapid increase in power in her body. At this time, she also guessed what was going on with Lu Chen's previous strangeness. Lu Chen absorbed the power of a great master, and Lu Chen was still just a great master. He had not yet reached a breakthrough. No matter how much power he absorbed, he could not break through. These powers accumulated in Lu Chen's body, and he could not break through for a while. Digestion made Lu Chen very uncomfortable, so Lu Chen urgently needed to release some of these skills. Chen Wanrong didn't know whether to be happy or angry at this time. She should say she was angry. This bad guy passed his skills to her again. This was a good thing for her. After all, it helped her improve her strength. She should say she was happy. The guy was torturing her like this, and she still felt a little emotional. The soldiers of the Northern Kingdom fought hard all night in the barbarian camp. Although the barbarian soldiers had completely lost their ability to resist, there were hundreds of thousands of them after all. Even if they were hundreds of thousands of pigs, it would take some time to catch them. Lu Chen also fought hard all night. It wasn't until the sky turned white that Lu Chen stood up from the warm fragrance of nephrite. After he stood up, he glanced at Chen Wanrong's snow-white skin, which was slightly red. At this time, Chen Wanrong's eyes were staring at Lu Chen, and her eyes looked a little resentful. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Thanks to you this time, otherwise I wouldn't know how I could digest so much power in a short time yesterday." After Lu Chen finished speaking, Chen Wanrong blushed and said expressionlessly, "Thank you." Lu Chen was stunned for a moment when he heard Chen Wanrong thanking him. He did not expect that Chen Wanrong would take the initiative to thank him. After coming back to his senses, Lu Chen said, "You're welcome." Of course he knew why Chen Wanrong thanked him. He had transferred so much power to her and helped her improve her strength. It was normal for her to thank him. Chen Wanrong continued, "After the war is over, I want to go back to Swanya Palace." This time she appeared on the battlefield. She believed that her story would soon reach the ears of the elders of Swanya Palace, so she had to go back to Swanya Palace to stabilize the elders first, and she could not let Swanya Palace because of she had a conflict with the North Country. She saw the military strength of the North Kingdom in her eyes. Although Swanya Palace also had great masters and even powerful men in the heavenly realm, no one knew whether Lu Chen and the others would create more powerful weapons. It would be unwise to become an enemy of the North Kingdom. After hearing what Chen Wanrong said, Lu Chen thought for a moment. Chen Wanrong proposed to return to Swanya Palace at this time, most likely to stabilize the elders of Swanya Palace. Lu Chen did not think that Chen Wanrong would not return to Swanya Palace after returning to Swanya Palace. Come back again. But having said that, Lu Chen was a little reluctant to let such a fairy leave him like this. At this time, Lu Chen put his big hands on Chen Wanrong's slender and white legs, stroked them gently, and then said, "Okay, but when do you plan to return to the North Country? You don't have my child yet, so we have to work harder." After hearing this, Chen Wanrong pondered for a moment. "I will return to the north once I have stabilized those elders." Lu Chen said, "Okay, I'll wait for you to come back." Seeing that Lu Chen agreed so happily, Chen Wanrong looked into Lu Chen's eyes and asked, "Aren't you afraid that I will never come back if I go back?" Hearing Chen Wanrong's question, Lu Chen smiled faintly, then moved closer to Chen Wanrong, raised his hand to touch her cold face, stared into her eyes and said, "Didn't I tell you this long ago? I gave you love poison. If you don't come back, can you bear to live without me?" Chen Wanrong did not avoid Lu Chen's gaze. She continued, "I can use my skills to force out the love poison you gave me." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Then you can try it. But I think I told you before I came to Ningbaichen that if you really don't come back, I will go to Swanya Palace to snatch you back. I am a very domineering person. Once you are my wife, you will always be my wife. It is not that easy to get rid of me." Chen Wanrong disagreed. and she said coldly, "One day you will get tired of it." In Chen Wanrong's view, although Lu Chen still likes her beauty, after all, Lu Chen has so many women, and every one of them is very beautiful and stunning. In addition, Lu Chen's strength is getting stronger and stronger. He will definitely marry more women. After Lu Chen's number of women reaches a certain level, he will most likely be tired of the previous women. The love between men and women is just that, his women are so beautiful, Lu Chen and that woman are not all the same when it comes to sex. Maybe after they were intimate a lot that day, Lu Chen was no longer interested in her. Hearing Chen Wanrong's words, Lu Chen smiled, then put his palms around Chen Wanrong's waist, and said, "Tired? I won't be tired. How can I feel tired of bullying such a beautiful fairy like you?" Chen Wanrong said expressionlessly, "That's just what you say now." Seeing that Chen Wanrong didn't believe what he said, Lu Chen said, "Otherwise, let's make a bet. If I don't get tired of it in the future, you will always stay by my side. As long as you are by my side, I will make a bet every month. How do you feel about going to your room at least once?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chen Wanrong's originally rosy cheeks turned even redder. She did not continue talking, nor did she agree to Lu Chen's bet. Anyway, whether Lu Chen is tired or not has nothing to do with her. She just plans to give Lu Chen a child. When their two children grow up, she will return to Swanya Palace to continue practicing and wait for the end of her master's retreat. Seeing that Chen Wanrong didn't speak anymore, Lu Chen lowered his head and kissed Chen Wanrong's red lips, and kissed her deeply for a while. Chen Wanrong did not push Lu Chen away. She was used to being in close contact with Lu Chen. After a while, their lips parted. Lu Chen said at this time, "I'm going to see how the situation is on the battlefield first. You can continue to rest." Chen Wanrong said softly yet and said nothing more. Lu Chen then stood up, put on his clothes, left the room, and went directly to the battlefield. At this time, the Northern Army was still cleaning the battlefield in the barbarian camp. Although one night had passed, the soldiers were still busy. Lu Chen rode his horse and walked around the barbarian military camp. At this time, Mu Chongtian and other generals came to Lu Chen and said, "Meet the prince." Lu Chen nodded and asked, "How is the situation?" Mu Chongtian replied, "Except for some barbarian soldiers who escaped in the dark, King Tiankai's army has basically been wiped out by us." The soldiers roughly counted the bodies of the barbarian soldiers. Last night, they killed a total of 200,000 enemies and captured 8 barbarian soldiers. 10,000. Although King Apocalypse's army totaled 400,000, Mu Changtian's report sounded like there were only 200,000 barbarian soldiers. However, many barbarian soldiers died in the battle in the previous half-month, so this data is different from the 400,000 barbarian army. Basically consistent. Of course, it was so dark last night. There must be some barbarian soldiers escaping in the dark. Lu Chen continued to ask, "Send someone to look at the horse hoof prints on the grassland and continue to search for the barbarian soldiers who escaped last night." Mu Chongtian said, "My lord, please rest assured. General Wenren and General Xiao have already sent cavalry to search for those fleeing barbarian soldiers." Lu Chen said, "Take me to see those barbarian prisoners who surrendered." Lu Chen was a little concerned about what King Tiankai said before he died last night. He wanted to ask some barbarian soldiers to find out what happened to the so-called goddess. "My lord, please come with me." Mu Chongtian then took Lu Chen to the temporary camp where the barbarian prisoners were located. When Lu Chen appeared in the temporary camp of the barbarian prisoners, each of the barbarian prisoners became extremely frightened. They had already felt the power of the warrior in Lu Chen. Some slightly stronger barbarian soldiers instantly judged that the young man in front of them was a grand master. At first, the barbarian soldiers didn't know where their king had gone, so they still had some expectations for their king, hoping that their king could rescue them. However, when they saw the young Grand Master in front of them, my heart suddenly became half cold. The Northern Kingdom has sent a great master this time, but their king has not appeared all night. Does that mean that their king may have encountered something unexpected? It's completely over now. After Lu Chen glanced at the barbarian prisoners, he saw a barbarian general at the master level among the crowd. This barbarian general is very good at hiding his strength. He has almost no warrior aura about him now and looks like an ordinary barbarian soldier. But no matter how he hid it, it was useless in front of a systematic person like Lu Chen. Lu Chen immediately said to the barbarian general hidden in the crowd, "Hu Yantung, do you think you are hiding among the barbarian soldiers? Others can't recognize you." Hu Yantung was startled when he heard the young man calling his name. How could anyone in the Northern Kingdom know him? No, that young man must be deceiving himself. He must have known through a certain barbarian soldier that there was Hu Yantung in their barbarian army, so he said this to the crowd. This young man probably didn't recognize him. Hu Yantung thought that his body shape was no different from that of ordinary barbarian soldiers. In addition, he had practiced the skills given by the goddess and hid his warrior aura. Now he looked just like an ordinary soldier, and it was impossible for anyone to recognize him. Come. Now as long as the barbarian soldiers around him don't betray him or identify himself, he can sneak past safely. After the young man leaves, he will find an opportunity to sneak away and tell the goddess what happened in Ningbaichen. Just when Hu Yantung was thinking this, Lu Chen looked at him and laughed, then raised his hand and directly used his spiritual power to pull Hu Yantung out of the crowd. Hu Yantung was immediately stunned. He thought that this young man was just trying to deceive them, but he didn't expect that this young man actually found him out. It was that bastard who betrayed him. If he found out, he would definitely kill the traitor. Seeing Lu Chen pull out a barbarian soldier who didn't look that strong and was wearing ragged fur clothes, Mu Chongtian asked curiously, "My lord, do you know this person?" Lu Chen said calmly, "This person is a Grand Master level general under King Tiankai." Hearing this, Mu Chongtian froze on the spot. He looked at Hu Yantung in front of him in disbelief. Hu Yantung didn't look like a master level general. First of all, he didn't have the aura of a warrior. Secondly, his body wasn't as strong as an average barbarian soldier. He looked like a barbarian cannon fodder soldier. This man is actually a master level general under King Tiankai? After coming back to his senses, Mu Chongtian frowned. A master level general was actually hiding among the barbarian soldiers, pretending to be an ordinary soldier. It was obvious what this person wanted to do. It was obvious that this guy was here. Look for opportunities to escape. Fortunately, Lu Chen is here. If it weren't for Lu Chen, I'm afraid this barbarian master general would have succeeded. At this time, Hu Yantung quickly knelt down and kowtowed and said, "Sir, you have recognized the wrong person. I am not Hu Yantung, and I don't know the Hu Yantung you are talking about. If you don't believe it, you can ask the soldiers around me." Seeing that Hu Yantung looked afraid of death, not what a barbarian general should look like, Mu Chongtian couldn't help but doubt his identity. At this time, he said, "Your Majesty, could it be that you are mistaken? This guy doesn't look like a barbarian general at all." Lu Chen laughed, and then said, "Hu Yantung, do you think that by hiding the warrior aura in your body, you can hide it from my eyes? If you continue to pretend, I will send you down to see your king." Hearing this, Hu Yantung was stunned. Send him down to see the king? This means that their king is really dead? Was he killed by the young Grand Master in front of him? When he thought of this, Hu Yantung's heart was suddenly filled with fear. He quickly changed his words and said, "I am Hu Yantung, a barbarian general under King Tiankai. Please forgive me. If you want to know anything, you can ask me. I will answer whatever you ask." "Say what?" Seeing Hu Yantung directly admit his identity, Mu Chongtian felt a little speechless. This was the first time he saw a barbarian general so cowardly. Not only did he hide among the barbarian soldiers, he also did not dare to admit his identity. Unexpectedly, King Tiankai had such a barbarian general under his command. Lu Chen asked directly, "When your king died last night, he said that your goddess would seek revenge from me. I am very interested in your goddess. Tell me what kind of woman your goddess is." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Hu Yantung was stunned for a moment. Seeing that Hu Yantung did not answer immediately, Lu Chen continued to ask, "Why, as a Grand Master General, you don't even know about the goddess of your barbarian tribe?" After Hu Yantung came to his senses, he quickly said, "Of course I know, but I just don't know what you want to know about the goddess." Lu Chen then asked, "What is your goddess's strength?" Hu Yantung replied, "I don't know about this. I only know that our king is no match for the goddess. The goddess can pin our king to the ground with one finger." After hearing Hu Yantung's answer, Lu Chen, Mu Chongqian, and others were startled. King Tiankai was already so powerful. How could a barbarian goddess be able to pin King Tiankai to the ground with just one finger? How terrifying are those barbarian goddesses? Could it be that he is a powerful person in the heavenly realm? Is it possible that the barbarians also have powerful people in the heaven and human realm? This is not a good thing for them in the north. There are only 3 Grand Masters in their northern country at most. The gap between the Grand Master and the heavenly realm is like one on the ground and one in the sky. If the barbarian goddess comes to visit, it is hard to say whether their northern country can resist it. Chapter 262 King Tiankai is the Great Master. After hearing Hu Yantung's answer, Lu Chen was not frightened by the strength of the barbarian goddess. Although the barbarian goddess was very powerful, the more powerful she was, the less likely she was to do something that would cost her her status. Under normal circumstances, even the Grand Master would not appear on the battlefield easily, let alone a strong person in the heavenly realm. And even if the barbarian goddess really wants to come and cause trouble for the Northern Kingdom, Lu Chen doesn't have to worry too much. Zhuge Guang is about to break through to the heavenly realm. Lu Chen believes that before the barbarian goddess comes to cause trouble for the Northern Kingdom, Zhuge Guang should be able to break through smoothly. Even if he does not rely on Zhuge Guang, he can speed up his cultivation, work hard to improve his cultivation, and break through to the realm of heaven and humanity as soon as possible. Lu Chen continued to ask at this time, why did King Tiankai go eastward? Is it to move to the north, or is he specifically coming to attack the north? Hu Yantung replied, originally, the goddess wanted King Tiankai to move to the north and not to act rashly for the time being, but she did not expect that King Tiankai was in a bad mood after the defeat in the Great Xia Dynasty and wanted to find a place to vent, so he led us to attack the Northern Kingdom. Having said this, Hu Yantung immediately knelt down and said, "This is all the intention of King Apocalypse and has nothing to do with me. I was also forced to follow King Apocalypse to attack the Northern Kingdom. Please spare my life." Hearing Hu Yantung's words, Lu Chen fell into deep thought. He originally thought that King Apocalypse wanted to come to the north, but he didn't expect that there was a pusher behind King Apocalypse's coming to the north. Why did the barbarian goddess ask King Apocalypse to come to the north? Is there anything in the north that the barbarian goddess cares about? Thinking of this, Lu Chen asked, "Do you know why your barbarian goddess asked King Tiankai to come to the north?" Hu Yantung said, "I am just a leader of a small tribe, how can I know the thoughts of the barbarian goddess?" After hearing Hu Yantung's answer, Lu Chen suddenly regretted killing King Tiankai so quickly. Before Lu Chen took action last night, he wanted to kill the King of Apocalypse as early as possible to avoid long nights and dreams, so as not to make any mistakes. However, by killing him so quickly, he lost a lot of information. It seems that you should hesitate a little before taking action in the future. Acting too decisively is sometimes not a good thing. At this time, Lu Chen glanced at the barbarian captives, and then his eyes fell on Hu Yantung. "What else do you know about our goddesses?" For example, how your goddesses were born, and what your goddesses can do. Hu Yantung said, Sir, I have already said everything I know. I have only met the goddess a few times and don't know much about her. At this time, Mu Chongtian came to Lu Chen and whispered in his ear, Your Majesty, what should we do with this barbarian general? Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, Seal up his power first, and then escort him back to Yancheng. He should still be of some use. Mu Chongtian said, I understand. Lu Chen then said to Hu Yantung, If you want to survive, be honest. If you dare to play tricks, I will send you directly to see your king. Hu Yantung said, Don't worry, sir, I will be honest, and I will never run away. Lu Chen stopped talking nonsense with Hu Yantung, and he had no intention of asking other barbarian soldiers about the barbarian goddess. Even Hu Yantung knew so little about the barbarian goddess, and there was a high probability that the other soldiers of the barbarian tribe had not had much contact with the barbarian goddess. They probably know even less about the barbarian goddess. Then Lu Chen turned and left. As soon as Lu Chen left the temporary camp where the barbarian prisoners were held, Xiao Pengtian came back with his cavalry and captured a group of barbarian soldiers who had escaped last night. Seeing Queen Xiao Peng, Lu Chen immediately asked, General Xiao, come here, I have something to ask you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Pengtian immediately came to Lu Chen and said, My lord, what do you want from your subordinates? Lu Chen asked directly, Have you heard about the goddess of your barbarian tribe? Lu Chen thought that Xiao Pengtian grew up in the barbarian tribe and his status in the Tianlang King tribe was not too low. He should know some information about the barbarian goddess. Hearing Lu Chen's question, Xiao Pengtian was stunned, and then he said, My lord, when did the barbarians have a goddess? Why didn't my subordinates know about it? Hearing Xiao Pengtian's answer, Lu Chen instantly realized that the Sirius King tribe had moved to the Northland very early. Maybe the barbarian goddess was born after the Sirius King tribe moved to the Northland. The Sirius King the tribe may not even know what a goddess is. Lu Chen waved his hand and said, It's okay, go and do your work. This. Xiao Pengtian was stunned again, and then said, My subordinates are resigning. After Lu Chen walked around the battlefield last night for a few times, he returned to Ningbaichen. Just as Lu Chen was about to ask the Jin Yiwei to deliver the latest battle report to Yancheng, Wu Yuan came to Lu Chen. He handed the envelope in his hand to Lu Chen, Your Majesty, I have information about Yancheng. Lu Chen first took the envelope from Wu Yuan's hand, opened it and took out the information inside to read it. Lu Chen's face became a little serious when he saw the intelligence that the Great Dynasty had sent a mission to the Northern Kingdom. Why did the Great mission send people to the North Country at this time? The intelligence said that Great's mission meant that if the North needed anything, they could contact Great, and Great would definitely help. Help? So kind? There has never been any official communication between Baiguo and Great. After all, Baiguo is only a fiefdom within the Great Xia Dynasty, and a fiefdom is not qualified to establish diplomatic relations with the dynasty. Great suddenly sent a mission saying that he wanted to help the Northern Kingdom, which was obviously not good-hearted. I am afraid that Great wanted to sow discord and stimulate Emperor Xia, making Emperor Xia think that the Northern Kingdom was planning to become independent, so he established diplomatic relations with the Great Dynasty in private. I don't know if this is what the Empress meant. If this is the intention of the Empress, it proves that the Empress is an extremely restless emperor, and I am afraid that she has the ambition to expand the territory. Lu Chen didn't take this matter to heart for the time being. He said to Wu Yuan, Go back to Yancheng immediately and tell Dongfang newspaper about the results of last night's battle immediately, so that Dongfang newspaper can vigorously publicize it in the newspaper. An army of 200,000 people fought against a barbarian army of 400,000 people, and they won a complete victory, and even killed a great master. This is the first time in hundreds of years that a Grand Master has died on the battlefield. In the past, no matter it was a dynasty war or any other war, the Grand Master would not go to the battlefield, so no Grand Master died on the battlefield. Lu Chen believed that such a huge victory was enough to deter some people with ulterior motives from coveting the Northern Kingdom. Of course, it would also make some people more fearful of the Northern Kingdom, thereby accelerating their thoughts of getting rid of him, the Northern King, such as his that father. Wu Yuan asked at this time, "Your Majesty, when I came to Yancheng, the bachelor asked me to ask you, do you need to meet with Daiyihu's envoy?" Hearing this question, Lu Chen asked, "What did the bachelor say?" Wu Yuan replied, "The great scholar said it all depends on your wishes. There is definitely no way for the Northern Kingdom to continue to survive. After all, their strength has been exposed, and Emperor Xia also vaguely plans to take action against the Northern Kingdom. Therefore, Zhuge believes that it is no longer necessary for the Northern Kingdom to establish diplomatic relations with that dynasty. According to the Xia court's intention, as long as the Northern King is willing, it is not impossible for them to establish official channels of communication with the Daiyihu dynasty. Moreover, the Jiangnan rebels are still holding on, and the Daxia court has no intention of paying attention to what is happening in the north. Although they can't stand the north, they will not break their skin at this time. The Northern Kingdom is already the most powerful among the feudal kingdoms. It would not be good for the Great Xia court to break up the relationship so early. If they want to deal with the Northern Kingdom, they will only attack the Northern Kingdom when they are ready to go to war with the Northern Kingdom. From Emperor Xia's handling of the Jiangnan family, we can see that Emperor Xia was a cautious emperor. He only forced Lu Shiyun to go south when there was no external trouble and he was well prepared. Moreover, the Northern Kingdom is different from the Jiangnan family. Since Lu Chen arrived in the Northern Kingdom, he has won 3 battles in a row. The Jiangnan family was in disarray, and the rebels could not get together. It was not easy for the imperial army to deal with the Jiangnan family. But facing a feudal country like the Northern Kingdom that had killed nearly 1 million troops in total, Emperor Xia must be more cautious. There is no doubt about this. When Emperor Xia learns about the battle in Ningbaichen and re-evaluates the strength of the north, he will most likely choose to continue to maintain relations with the north. After Lu Chen thought for a while, he then said to Wu Yuan, "Go back and tell the bachelor to let Daiyihu's envoy stay in the North Kingdom for a while. I will be back in half a month." "My subordinate understands." Lu Chen said, "Okay, go and do your work. My subordinates resign." 7 days later. Yancheng. As soon as the latest newspaper from Oriental Press came out, it was sold out instantly. Dongfang Longjiu immediately asked Wangfu's printing house to hurry up and print another batch of newspapers. As a result, the newly printed newspapers were sold out in less than a quarter of an hour. The news that the Northern Kingdom had destroyed King Apocalypse's 400,000 troops and beheaded King Apocalypse instantly caused a sensation throughout Yancheng. People can't believe this news, especially spies from major dynasties and major forces. King Tiankai is the great master. He was actually killed like that? You must know that before attacking the Northern Kingdom, King Apocalypse also ran with the barbarian coalition to attack the Daiyihu dynasty. When the Empress personally went out to fight, King Apocalypse withdrew from the battlefield unharmed, but suffered a setback in the Northern Kingdom. Swanya Restaurant. Inside a certain private room, a beautiful woman wearing black and white plain clothes, with a look that would captivate the country, was sitting at the table, looking at the note in her hand. At this time, there were several old men standing in front of the woman. One of them was Wang Moxiu, who took the initiative to apply to Empress Daiyu to be sent to the Northern Kingdom. She then asked, "What did Zhuge say?" After hearing the woman's question, Wang Moxiu answered, "Mr. Murong, Zhuge wants us to wait a little longer. When King Bei comes back, King Bei will personally receive us." Hearing this, the woman said doubtfully, "Waiting for King Bei to come back? Now King Bei is fighting with the barbarian army in Ningbaichen. Can he escape at this time? Is it possible that King Bei planned to let his subordinates drag him around Ningbaichen while he returned to Yanqing alone? Wang Moxiu said, I don't know. Maybe the barbarians' attack was not very violent. The king of the north thought that the barbarians were only tentatively attacking the northern kingdom and had no intention of actually attacking the northern kingdom. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door, and the woman said softly, the door is open, come in. The next moment, a man who was also part of Daiyu's envoy entered the room. He was holding the newspaper that Dongfang News Agency had just published in his hand, and said breathlessly, big news, the barbarians, the 400,000 barbarian army has been destroyed, and the king of apocalypse has been destroyed. Defeated and was, killed. After hearing these words, everyone in the room was stunned. In an instant, the whole room became extremely quiet, and the sounds on the street outside became particularly harsh at this moment. After a while, Wang Moxiu came back to his senses. He asked with a look of disbelief, where did you get the news? King Apocalypse has an army of 400,000 people. How could he be defeated so easily? The man immediately handed the newspaper in his hand to Wang Moxiu. Wang Moxiu picked up the newspaper and then glanced at the contents of the newspaper. Today's Oriental newspaper only talked about one thing, and that was the destruction of King Apocalypse's army in the north. Oriental newspaper also described in the newspaper how the barbarian King Apocalypse's army had attacked Ningbei city in the past half-month, and how Bei Kingdom how the king was not afraid in the face of danger, paralyzed the enemy, and then attacked decisively, destroying King Apocalypse's army in one night. Of course, Oriental newspaper did not record anything about firearms, and there were no firearms, so this newspaper looked particularly fake. An army of 200,000 attacked the barbarian camp at night, and then destroyed King Apocalypse's army of 400,000, and even killed King Apocalypse, the Great Master? Is it really that easy? Are you kidding me? Even if the barbarian army falls asleep at night, they will still have strong combat effectiveness when they react. What's more, King Tiankai's army is a large tribe that was separated from the former barbarian king. Their soldiers all have extremely strong combat effectiveness. How could it collapse instantly after being attacked by a sneak attack? Is this news false? But judging from the intelligence collected by Daiyu, the establishment of Dongfang News Agency was due to the approval of the Northern Palace. They should not spread false news without authorization, let alone war-related news. Wang Moxiu frowned and immediately handed the newspaper to the woman. Mr. Murong, please take a look. The woman took the newspaper from Wang Moxiu and read the contents carefully. After reading the contents of the newspaper, Murong Shuer frowned slightly, and then said to the people in the room, I remember that there is an official newspaper in the North Kingdom. You should go and buy today's official newspaper immediately. Hearing this, the man who had just delivered the newspaper immediately turned around and said, Yes, I will go buy an official newspaper and bring it back. After the man left the room, Wang Moxiu asked, Mr. Murong, how credible do you think this news is? Murong Shuer replied, It's completely credible. Hearing this, everyone in the room was stunned. A mission official asked, Why does Mr. Murong believe so much in the newspaper? No matter how you look at it, this news seems to be false. Murong Shuer said, If Oriental Newspaper Company wants to print a newspaper, it must obtain the consent of Buwang Mansion, so this news has naturally been reviewed by Buwang Mansion. This shows that the Buwang Mansion intentionally released this news. Since the Northern King came to the Northern Kingdom, he has experienced 2 battles without failure. In the Battle of Tianguang City, although the Northern Kingdom claimed that they lost more than 40,000 cavalry, these heavy cavalry appeared again during the Northern Kingdom's military parade a month ago. This proves that they are just hiding their strength. They must have defeated the army of King Baixian in the Battle of Tianguang City. Judging from these 2 battles, the military strength of the north is not weak. Wang Moxiu interrupted at this time and said, Sir Murong, the tribe of King Apocalypse is a large tribe separated from the barbarian royal court. The barbarian soldiers led by King Apocalypse are stronger than those in the north. Murong Shwetter said, Master Wang also knows that the barbarian army led by King Tiankai is very strong, so why didn't Master Wang think about the fact that the northern kingdom was hiding its strength from the beginning? This. Wang Moxia was stunned for a moment, and then said, the king of the north has only been in the northern kingdom for a few years. Murong Shwetter said, when the Sirius king's army was approaching Yancheng, how long had the northern king been in the northern kingdom? If you want to guess the military strength of the north, you obviously cannot look at it from a normal perspective. What kind of power is behind King Bei? Now, except for King Bei, I'm afraid no one knows. Even Her Majesty the Empress can't see through King Bei. After hearing Murong Shwetter's words, everyone fell into silence again. Murong Shwetter said, when the official report from the Northern Kingdom comes out, we will know whether the news is true or false. At this time, Wang Moxia murmured, no wonder Zhuge Chongguang asked us to wait a little longer today. It turns out that Zhuge Chongguang already knows the news of the victory of the Northern Army. At this time, everyone's mood was rather complicated. Originally, they came to the Northern Kingdom with the idea of aiding the Northern Kingdom. They also wanted the Great Xia Dynasty in the Northern Kingdom to ask for something, but they did not expect that the war would end so quickly. Everyone waited in the room for about a quarter of an hour before the people from the mission came back with the official report. When everyone saw the news of Ning Baichen's victory published in the official newspaper of the Northern Kingdom, they basically believed that the Northern Kingdom had really defeated the barbarian army led by King Tiankai. This also made everyone in the mission realize a problem. King Apocalypse is the Great Master. To defeat King Apocalypse, the Great Master, there must be at least one Great Master on the battlefield. Zhuge Chongguang has been in Yancheng and has never left Yancheng. Does this mean there is a hidden Great Master in the north? A small feudal kingdom, 2 Great Masters? Is this still considered a lockdown? I'm afraid that when the Northern King returns to Yancheng, he will have plans to proclaim himself emperor. Otherwise, why would Zhuge Chongguang say that the Northern King wants to meet the envoys of their Great Xia Dynasty in person? The news that the Northern Kingdom had defeated King Apocalypse's army was so exciting that it spread throughout several dynasties in less than half a month. Of course, it also reached the ears of Emperor Xia. However, when Emperor Xia and the officials of the court knew the news, they did not learn it through the grapevine, but through the red silk messenger from the north. Great Xia Dynasty. Xianzhang Hall. The court today was extremely lively. All the officials were discussing how to deal with Lu Chen. The civil war in Great Xia was coming to an end. Although Lu Chen had not been captured yet, the court had surrounded Sufeng city where Lu Chen was. Lu Chen, the former prince, is at the end of his rope. Just when people were discussing intensely, a loud voice came from outside, urgent report from the north country. Upon hearing this, the entire court fell silent instantly. North? What's the urgent news from the north? Is it possible that the 200,000 strong army of the Northern Kingdom was defeated by King Apocalypse? Chapter 263. He is already a great master. Although the court officials have recently focused on the war in the south of the Yangtze River, they still know some news about the Northern Kingdom. Especially the news of the military parade in the north. The appearance of 200,000 troops in the north has made the officials of the imperial court realize that the north has grown to an uncontrollable level. However, the Jiangnan rebels were not eliminated, and they did not have the energy to pay attention to what was happening in the north. Before the rebels in the south of the Yangtze River were wiped out, they would run to cause trouble in the north, and they would most likely fall into a dilemma of being attacked from both sides. Therefore, the attitude of the court officials towards the north was very clear, that is, ignore the north and just pretend that the north does not exist. Moreover, after they heard that King Apocalypse's 400,000 strong army was marching eastward, they also believed that there must be a battle between the Northern Kingdom and King Apocalypse's army. With King Apocalypse as a powerful enemy, the strength of the Northern Kingdom would inevitably be weakened. But having said that, although they wanted King Apocalypse to further weaken the strength of the Northern Kingdom, they did not want to see the Northern Kingdom defeated by King Apocalypse like this. Now the focus of the imperial court is in the south of the Yangtze River. If the Northern Kingdom is destroyed by King Apocalypse, it will be another disaster for Daxia. King Apocalypse is the Great Master, and the tribe of King Apocalypse is a large tribe that separated from the former barbarian royal court. The barbarian soldiers under King Tiankai are all very strong, and they are a very powerful enemy for Daxia. Once the Northern Kingdom is destroyed by King Tiankai's army, it will be equivalent to a sharp sword hanging over Daxia's head. This team will be extremely disadvantageous for Daxia. Just when everyone in the civil and military hall thought that something had happened to the Northern Kingdom, Hong Ling's messenger loudly said, "Great victory for the Northern Kingdom." The Northern King led an army of 200,000 and killed 320,000 barbarians in Ningbei City and captured 8 barbarian soldiers. Wan, the barbarian King Tiankai, was also killed by our general. Hearing this, the hall suddenly became even quieter, and some officials couldn't help but take a breath. They just thought that the Northern Kingdom was destroyed by King Apocalypse, but they did not expect that the Northern Kingdom defeated King Apocalypse's 400,000 troops and even killed King Apocalypse, the Great Master. How can this be? How did the Northland do it? As far as they knew, Zhuge Guang, the Great Master of the Northern Kingdom, had always been in Yancheng and had not gone to Ningbaichen at all. To kill a Great Master, there must be a Great Master in the Northern Kingdom. If Zhuge Guang did not go to the battlefield, wouldn't it mean that there is a hidden Great Master in the Northern Kingdom? A small feudal country with 2 Great Masters? Is this still considered a lockdown? On the surface, the Great Xia royal family only has 1 Grand Master, the National Master Situ Ce. As a result, there are 2 Grand Masters in the Northern Kingdom. If there is no rebelliousness in the Northern Kingdom, no one will believe it, right? This made those who used to think that the North King was the Xia Emperor's chess piece couldn't help but wonder, is the North King really the Xia Emperor's chess piece? 1 chess piece needs to be surrounded by 2 Grand Masters? When a chess piece has the ability to jump out of the chessboard, is it still a chess piece? The court hall was extremely dull at this time. People seemed to have felt the imperial pressure released from Emperor Xia. None of the officials dared to take a breath. After a long time, the eunuch beside Emperor Xia came back to his senses. He immediately walked to the red damask messenger, took the battle report from the red damask messenger's hand, and then returned to Emperor Xia tremblingly, giving the battle report. He handed his hands to Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia took the battle report at this time, opened the battle report and glanced at the contents, but did not speak for a long time. When he first heard that King Apocalypse was advancing eastward, he also believed that the Northern Kingdom would inevitably face a great crisis this time. Even if the Northern Kingdom blocked King Apocalypse's attack, the Northern Kingdom's strength would be greatly weakened. As a result, the battle report now tells him that the Northern Kingdom not only defeated King Apocalypse's 400,000 troops, but also killed King Apocalypse, the Great Master. Has the strength of the North Kingdom become so strong in such a short period of time? The key is that according to the information sent back by the Shadow Guard, Zhuge Guang did not go to the battlefield. There is at least 1 Great Master in the Northern Kingdom. At first, he was still thinking that Zhuge Guang was the person behind Lu Chen, but now it seems that Zhuge Guang is probably the one behind Lu Chen. Shigemitsu is really not necessarily the person behind the changes in the North Country. Looking at the contents of the battle report, Emperor Xia's face darkened and became very ugly. Originally, the Northern Kingdom was a feudal kingdom of Daxia. The Northern Kingdom had won the war. As the Emperor of Daxia, Emperor Xia should be happy. However, the feudal kingdom was too powerful and had seriously threatened the court and his status as the emperor. Location: The northern kingdom is vaguely on the verge of losing control. It is obvious that the Daxia court can no longer control the northern kingdom and must find a way to deal with the northern kingdom. After an unknown amount of time, Emperor Xia said coldly, "My dear friends, King Bei is brave and good at fighting and has achieved such military exploits. How do you think I should reward him?" Hearing Emperor Xia's cold tone, no official in the hall dared to speak. Obviously Emperor Xia was very unhappy with this result. A vassal king with such strong military strength was a huge threat to the court. At this moment, the right minister Zhao Venhan stood up and said, "Your Majesty, although the king of the north has made great military exploits, the king of the north violated the military restriction order and expanded the army to 200,000 without authorization. The unauthorized expansion of the army is very serious. However, considering that these 200,000 troops went north to resist the invasion of foreign enemies for Daxia, I believe that the merits and demerits are balanced, so there is no need to reward the northern king with anything else." Hearing Zhao Venhan's words, Emperor Xia sneered and said, "It's not good if you don't reward him. If you don't reward him with anything, wouldn't it chill the heart of King Bei?" At this time, Zhao Venhan raised his hands and continued, "It all depends on His Majesty's wishes." After the words fell, Zhao Venhan retreated to where he was standing. Zhao Venhan was just talking to Emperor Xia. He could also see that Emperor Xia had no intention of rewarding King Bei, let alone a reward. Now Emperor Xia probably wanted King Bei to die suddenly. The northern kingdom suddenly had such a strong military strength. After their suppression of the rebellion in the south, I am afraid that the court will start to cut down the vassal state again. The northern king still wants a reward, so giving him a glass of poisonous wine is not enough. At this time, Emperor Xia's eyes fell on Lin Jieyuan. "Lin Iking, what do you think I should reward King Bei?" Hearing Emperor Xia ask himself, Lin Jieyuan slowly stood out of the queue, then bent down and said, "Your Majesty, I have the same idea as Prime Minister Zhao." Although Lin Jieyuan was on Lu Chen's side, it was really not easy to speak for Lu Chen at this time. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Emperor Xia's attitude towards Lu Chen had changed a lot. Now the officials of the imperial court basically no longer think that King Bei is a pawn of Emperor Xia. The development of the northern kingdom has obviously escaped the control of Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia is a traditional emperor. It is impossible for him to allow the people from Huanyu Academy to come to Daxia and cause trouble. Perhaps the previous king of the north might have been Emperor Xia's pawn, but the current king of the north was definitely not. Emperor Xia glanced at everyone in the court, and then asked, "Does anyone have other ideas?" After the words fell, the court became quiet again. No one spoke. Emperor Xia said at this time, "It seems that you all think so. Since you don't want me to reward King Bei, then I won't reward him. But the king of the north has made such great contributions after all. Even if there are no physical rewards, verbal rewards are still needed. Zhao Iking, please go to the northern kingdom for me and convey a few words to me." Hearing this, Zhao Venhan was startled. He didn't want to go to the north country. The current north country was no different from the Dragon Pond and the Tiger's Den. Everyone could see that the north country might rebel at any time. If he happened to catch up with the north country's rebellion, wouldn't it be that he wouldn't even be able to find the body by then? But this was Emperor Xia's wish after all, and Zhao Venhan did not dare to violate it, so he had no choice but to say, "I accept the order." Emperor Xia continued, "Besides the war in the south of the Yangtze River, do you dear ladies have anything else to do? If not, I will be here early this morning. I am exhausted." None of the ministers in the hall spoke. Everyone could see that Emperor Xia was in a very bad mood now. No one dared to get into trouble at this time. Seeing that no minister spoke, Emperor Xia immediately stood up from the throne and shook his sleeves. "Since there is nothing to do, then so be it." After the words fell, Emperor Xia left. The ministers immediately saluted and said, "Best farewell to your Majesty." When Emperor Xia left the Xianzheng Hall and returned to the study, his expression became ugly, but this time he did not attack the surrounding things with Gangqi. He opened his mouth and said to the shadow of the bookcase in the study, "Those two from Sifang Mountain and Dingfeng Mountain, did the old guy agree?" Someone in the shadow of the bookcase said, "Back to your majesty, they are still hesitating." Emperor Xia said coldly, "A bunch of timid young people." For the current Emperor Xia, it doesn't matter how the northern kingdom develops, but Zhuge Guang will never be able to break through to the realm of heaven and man. No matter how the northern kingdom develops, the northern kingdom will only be a secular force. However, if a powerful person in the heavenly realm appears in the northern kingdom, it will not be something Daxia can deal with. The heavenly realm is the highest realm of martial arts known to people. Before people discovered the immortal, the heavenly realm was roughly equal to an immortal. There were no immortals in other countries or dynasties. If an immortal appeared in the northern kingdom, then the northern kingdom would still be considered a secular force. The disciples of Swanyu Palace do whatever they want in all the major dynasties, but not many forces dare to target Swanyu Palace. That is because Swanyu Palace has a strong man in the heaven and human realm, and this strong man in the heaven and human realm has killed many great masters. That's why all the major dynasties have always been afraid of Swanyu Palace. Only those powerful forces dare to target Swanyu Palace, such as the Chu family in Jiangnan. The Chu family went to provoke the disciples of Swanyu Palace for a divine weapon. If it weren't for Chu Yu being the goddess of Swanyu Palace, the world would have been destroyed. There is no Chu family anymore. At this time, Emperor Xia continued to ask, "What did the Peach Blossom Valley say?" The shadow behind the bookcase replied, "The owner of Peach Blossom Valley has agreed that if His Majesty wants to take action against Zhuge Guang, he can send someone to notify her at any time." After hearing this, Emperor Xia relaxed a little, as long as someone agreed. Zhuge Guang is not an ordinary Grand Master. It will definitely not be that easy to kill Zhuge Guang. He must recruit a few more Grand Masters before he can rest assured. Thinking of this, Emperor Xia's eyes flashed with light, and he asked in a dull voice, "How is the investigation of the matter I asked you to investigate?" "Back to your majesty, I still haven't found any evidence that concubine Yu is having an affair with another man. Everyone in the palace has already investigated it, and members of the Chu family have also been there. Only the subordinates of Swanyu Palace have not investigated. If your majesty thinks that concubine Yu is having an affair with another man, then there is a high probability that that man can only be in Swanyu Palace." Hearing this, Emperor Xia fell into deep thought, and then he said, "Back then, there was a maid beside Chu Yu. She should know many things that others don't know." The shadow behind the bookcase said, "Now Chu Yukan is in the North Palace, and my subordinates cannot contact her for the time being." Emperor Xia frowned, and then said, "Continue to investigate." Although all kinds of evidence showed that Chu Yu had not been in contact with other men for more than a year before becoming pregnant, Emperor Xia still did not believe that Lu Chen was his child. He never woke up after going to Chu Yu's room. How could this make him believe what happened between him and Chu Yu? If it wasn't for the purpose of stabilizing the throne and not wanting to offend the Chu family, he might have fallen out with the Chu family long ago. Moreover, it was not a good thing for him as an emperor to cause such a thing to happen. It was a great shame and humiliation for him as an emperor. Even if he knew that Lu Chen could not be his child, he could not say it. The reason why he is still having people investigate this matter after more than 10 years is mainly because he can't get over it. Because of this matter, the Shadow Guard has killed many men related to Chu Yu, but he has not found a way out. Before Chen's biological father, he was still unwilling. At the same time, Dahou Dynasty, in a certain military camp, Wu Yunwan, wearing silver-white armor, was talking to the leader of a certain rebel army. This was already the fourth rebel leader who chose to surrender to Wu Yunwan. The main reason why Wu Yunwan countered the rebellion so smoothly was that she adopted a strategy of surrounding but not fighting. On the one hand, she used force to deter, on the other hand, she sent people to persuade the rebels to surrender, and she used various methods to bribe people around the rebels. Wu Yunhuan controls the Qunhai Chamber of Commerce, and at the same time she controls the most powerful intelligence agency in Dao. She has money and connections. She wants to accurately bribe the people around the rebel leader, which is a very important thing for her. Easy thing. After the negotiation with Wu Yunhuan ended, the rebel leader left the military tent with a smile. Looking at the back of the rebel leader, the smile on Wu Yunhuan's face froze instantly, and then she asked the people around her, "This should be the last rebel leader who can persuade him to surrender, right?" General Dao next to Wu Yunhuan immediately replied, "Yes, the remaining rebels are mainly supported by aristocratic families in the southwest. There is a high probability that they will not surrender." After hearing this, Wu Yunhuan immediately said coldly, "In a few days, we will find a way to deal with that person just now." Yes, eldest princess. Wu Yunhuan values the rebels, not the rebel leader. She bribes the people around the rebel leader in order to let the people around the rebel leader help her control the rebels. As for the rebel leader who bargains in front of her man, it would be better to die. At this moment, a soldier entered the military tent and handed an envelope to Wu Yunhuan. "Your Highness, we have information about the Northern Kingdom." Upon hearing this, Wu Yunhuan immediately took the envelope from the soldier's hand, opened it and read the contents inside. When Wu Yunhuan saw the Northern Kingdom destroying King Tiankai's 400,000 strong army, her face suddenly became serious. At this time Wu Yunhuan asked, "Is this news confirmed?" The soldier replied, "This news has been published in the official newspaper of the Northern Kingdom, and our people found out that the Northern King is already on his way back to Yancheng. Soon the Northern King will receive an envoy from the Great Xia Dynasty, so this news is very likely it is true." Hearing this, Wu Yunhuan murmured to herself, "I thought it would be good if the North Kingdom could block King Apocalypse's attack." Unexpectedly, they actually directly destroyed King Apocalypse's army. The growth rate of the North Kingdom is faster than I imagined. Even faster. At this time, Wu Yunhuan suddenly thought of the news mentioned in the intelligence that the Great Xia Dynasty sent an envoy to the North Kingdom. She then lowered her head and glanced at the contents of the intelligence, and then the expression on her face relaxed. She also realized why her good sister sent an envoy to the Northern Kingdom at this time. Obviously, Emperor Yu planned to use the Northern Kingdom to divide the entire Daxia. Although the Northern Kingdom was very powerful, the strength of the Northern Kingdom was not important to the Daxia court. This is not a good thing for Emperor Xia. After Emperor Xia resolves the rebellion of the Jiangnan family, I am afraid that the next thing Emperor Xia will do is to cut off the vassal. If he can provoke a war between the Northern Kingdom and the Great Xia court, the split of Great Xia will be just around the corner. The military strength of the Northern Kingdom has been verified. It is certainly not as willing to fight as the Jiangnan rebels. If the Northern Kingdom rebels, it will definitely be a disaster for Daxia, but for other dynasties, it will be a great thing. No, without Daxia, a powerful opponent, not only can they take the opportunity to expand, but they will also face much less external pressure in the future. Wu Yunhuan thought to herself that the Great Xia Dynasty had already taken action, and Prime Minister Cai Jiliang should also know what to do. Since Great Xia wants to establish an official channel of communication with the Northern Kingdom, Dao must also get involved. This will make it easier to stimulate the Daxia court. When the Northern Kingdom has established diplomatic relations with other dynasties, the Northern Kingdom will be only a few steps away from de facto independence. It's not far away, and Daxia will definitely take action against the Northern Kingdom by then. What the Dao dynasty has to do now is to fan the flames and make this fire burn brighter. Thinking of this, Wu Yunhuan said, "I will write a letter to Master Cai later. You can come to my tent in an hour to pick it up." The soldier said, "Yes, Your Royal Highness the Princess." Half a month later. Northland, Yancheng. Today, the north gate of Yancheng is crowded with people. Today is the day when the Northern King returns in triumph. The people of Yancheng spontaneously go to the north gate to greet the northern king. In order to verify whether King Bei really defeated King Apocalypse, spies from various countries also mingled with the crowd, waiting for King Bei's return. The people from Daiyu's mission also found a place to wait for King Bei's motorcade. After a while, King Bei's handsome and extraordinary figure appeared in the distance. As the king of the north rode his horse slowly through the main road into the city, the surrounding people of the northern kingdom immediately cheered. Murong Shuer, who was wearing black and white plain clothes in the crowd, glanced at Lu Chen who was riding a horse, and said to himself, "He is really a handsome man. It seems that we still underestimated King Bei. He is already a grand master." Chapter 264 Murong Shuer. After Lu Chen slowly passed the main road into the city, people soon saw that there was a wooden frame on the carriage behind Lu Chen, and a person's body was hung on the wooden frame, and behind the person's body, there was a long line of barbarian prisoners. The spies from other countries were almost stunned when they saw the corpse hanging on the wooden frame. Although most of the spies have not seen King Apocalypse with their own eyes, in order to verify whether the news about the killing of King Apocalypse in the north is true, most of the spies have portraits of King Apocalypse in their hands. The corpse hanging on the wooden shelf looks like it's similar to the portrait of King Apocalypse. Spies from various countries couldn't help but wonder, could it be possible that the Northern Kingdom really defeated King Apocalypse's army? At this time, Wang Moxiu, who was next to Murong Shuer, asked, "Mr. Murong, you followed Her Majesty the Queen to participate in the war between us and the barbarians. You should have met King Tiankai." Although Wang Moxiu had not yet asked if the one hanging on the wooden frame was King Apocalypse, when Murong Shuer heard his words, she knew what he wanted to ask. She immediately said, "That corpse is indeed that of King Apocalypse." The news that King Tiankai's army was destroyed is basically confirmed to be true. And King Bei is not as simple as we imagined. He is a person whose martial arts talent is not weaker than Her Majesty the Queen's. Hearing Murong Shuer's last words, the officials of the Daiyou mission were instantly stunned. The martial arts talent is not weaker than that of their queen, doesn't that mean that King Bei is a great master? How can this be? The information they collected about Bei Wang all said that Bei Wang was a person who had never practiced martial arts before. He had only been in the Northern Kingdom for a short time. Even if he started practicing martial arts now, it would be impossible for him to break through to the Grand Master realm in such a short time, right? You must know that Her Majesty the Queen has been practicing martial arts since she was a child, and the Queen also has a very powerful master, so she can become as powerful as she is now. King Bei has only been practicing martial arts for a few years. Is he already at the Grand Master level? Wang Moxiu said at this time, "Master Murong, you must have read it correctly, right?" Murong Shuer said calmly, "You are right, he is indeed a great master. Although he is hiding his power as a warrior, this cannot be hidden from everyone." Hearing what Murong Shuer said, everyone felt a little incredible. King Bei's growth rate was too fast. How could they feel that a very powerful enemy would appear in their Daiyou dynasty in the future? Her Majesty the Queen asked them to establish good relations with the Northern Kingdom. I don't know if it is a good thing or a bad thing. Lu Chen returned to the North Prince's mansion amidst the cheers of the people. At this time, his wives and concubines were already waiting at the gate of Buwang Mansion. After seeing Lu Chen come back, his women all had smiles on their faces. Originally, they thought that Lu Chen would not be able to return until a few months after leaving Yancheng this time, but they did not expect that the war would end so soon. Lu Chen got off the horse and said to the girls with a smile, "My ladies, your husband is back, why don't you look excited?" Lu Chen had traveled a few times before and they were very excited when he reunited with them, but today Musixuan and the others seemed much calmer. At this time, Musixuan came to Lu Chen and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, we are all excited in our hearts." Lu Chen smiled evilly and said, "Oh, that's right, then I want to check and see if the lady is really excited." Having said this, Lu Chen directly pulled Mu Zixuan into his arms, as if he wanted to check Mu Zixuan's body. When Lu Chen hugged her like this, Mu Zixuan's face suddenly turned red, and she said resentfully, "My lord, the sisters are all watching." Lu Chen smiled, but did not really check Mu Zixuan's body. He continued, "Okay, let's go back." Everyone stopped talking and walked directly towards the palace. At this time, two beautiful figures fell behind everyone. Seeing Lu Chen's back, Chu Qingli felt extremely panicked. She also thought that Lu Chen would not come back for several months or half a year, but in just a short time, Lu Chen destroyed King Tiankai's army and returned to Yanqing. Now that Lu Chen has returned to Yanqing, doesn't that mean that she and her sister will marry Lu Chen? Her sister had told her not long ago that Lu Chen would marry them when he came back this time, so that she could be mentally prepared. How could this guy come back so early? He was not mentally prepared yet. At this time, Chu Yukan, who was next to Chu Qingli, was also a little panicked. Her heartbeat was beating wildly. She still vaguely remembered what Lu Chen told her in her ear before leaving, that he would marry her when he came back. Now that there is no obstacle for Lu Chen to marry her, does that mean that he will marry Lu Chen and become Lu Chen's woman soon? Although she lived in the inner courtyard and had heard many different voices, she had never had sex with Lu Chen. She was still a Yunying, and the thought of having sex with Lu Chen Huan, like other women, Chu Yukan felt her face became hot and her heart was flustered. At this time, Chu Yukan comforted herself in her heart. She was just Lu Chen's woman. What was there to be nervous about? They had kissed and hugged each other before. There was no difference between that kind of thing and kissing and hugging. There is no need to be so nervous. But the more Chu Yukan thought about it, the faster her heart beat. After Lu Chen entered the palace, he asked, "My dear concubine, nothing happened in the palace recently, right?" Mu Zixuan replied, "Your Majesty, everything is fine in the palace and nothing major happened." After hearing Mu Zixuan's answer, Lu Chen said, "It's good that nothing happened. I'm also worried that after I leave Yanqing, there will be some people with ulterior motives that are detrimental to the palace." At this time, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something, and then said, "By the way, Princess, I have something to discuss with you." Mu Zixuan asked curiously, "What's the matter?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "I want to marry two concubines." There is a difference between concubines and concubines. Concubines in ancient times had no status, but concubines of the royal family were different. Of course, Lu Chen did not have such a strict hierarchy in Buwangfu. Women basically have the same status in Buwang Mansion, and they are all treated like sisters. Even Wang Qingkai, a slave girl, has a high status in Buwang Mansion. But this was Lu Chen's idea after all. Lu Chen thought that marrying a concubine would shake Mu Zixuan's status as the princess to a certain extent, so he still had to ask, or simply leave the matter to Mu Zixuan. "Zixuan will do it." After hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan smiled slightly, and then said, "Whoever the prince wants to marry, just marry him, no need to ask about the concubine." Mu Zixuan didn't care at all about the woman Lu Chen married. She knew very well that in Buwang Mansion, unlike other places, intrigues were not tolerated in the inner courtyard of Buwang Mansion. Lu Chen had absolute control over his harem, even if it was even the emperor could not do this. Moreover, Mu Zixuan is able to be where she is today. The reason why the Mu family can still exist is because of Lu Chen's existence. How could Mu Zixuan care about Lu Chen's affairs? She just wants to be Lu Chen's princess now. It has nothing to do with her. Whatever woman Lu Chen wanted to marry, she would marry her. If Lu Chen wanted that child to inherit his future position, she also had no intention of intervening. Seeing that Mu Zixuan agreed, Lu Chen said with a smile, "Since you agree, I'm relieved." At this time, Mu Zixuan glanced at Chu Yukan and Chu Qingli behind her with the corner of her eyes, and then said, I wonder which girl the prince is planning to marry this time. Lu Chen smiled and said, of course she is a girl from the Chu family. Hearing Lu Chen say girl from the Chu family, Chu Qingli and Chu Yukin's faces became rosier and hotter. Mu Zixuan instantly understood what Lu Chen meant. Mu Zixuan then said, my lord, let me handle this wedding ceremony. Lu Chen said, then I'll trouble my beloved concubine. Mu Zixuan said, this is what I should do. Lu Chen returned to the main hall. After chatting with Mu Zixuan and the others about what happened in Ningbaichen, he went directly to the study. He did not immediately immerse himself in Wenro Township. He had one more thing to do today, which was to receive interviews. The envoy of the Daiyu dynasty. Lu Chen, who had just arrived in the study, found that the table was already covered with a lot of information, but he did not look through it one by one. At this time, a fairy in a red dress with a protruding front and back appeared at the door of the study. After Lu Chen noticed the vixen, he asked, Master Wang, it's been too long since he last saw me, so he misses me? I just arrived at the palace, and Master Wang came to see me. Wang Qingkai said with a smile, Your Majesty is the master of the slave family. When the master comes back, this female slave of the slave family will naturally come to see the prince. At this time, Lu Chen came to the desk and sat down, then glanced at Wang Qingkai. Wang Qingkai held an envelope in her hand. She was obviously here to report information. Lu Chen asked directly, Master Wang, if you have any information that needs to be reported, just tell me. I have something else to do later. Wang Qingkai asked in confusion, Your Majesty has just returned to Yanqinsh, what important matters can you have? As Wang Qingkai spoke, he came to the desk, put the envelope in his hand on the desk, and then continued, This is the information of each member of the Daiyu mission. The slave family doesn't know whether the prince needs it, but the caravan after the people collected it, the slave family had someone sort it out and send it to them. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen immediately took the envelope from Wang Qingkai, then opened it and read the information about the members of the Daiyu mission. When Lu Chen saw the information about Murong Shuer, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. Murong Shuer is the female official next to Queen Daiyu. According to data, Queen Daiyu values Murong Shuer very much, and Murong Shuer is called the Prime Minister of the Inner Palace in the Daiyu dynasty. She is able to handle some military and national affairs. Opening your mouth can even sometimes influence Queen Daiyu's decision-making. Of course, Murong Shuer does not have much position, but because she is valued by the queen, she has a high status in Daiyu dynasty. Even the first-rank officials of Daiyu have to scream when they see Murong Shuer. Lord Murong. Seeing the contents of the information, Lu Chen couldn't help but think that a queen and a female prime minister were so similar. Interesting. Seeing Lu Chen staring at Murong Shuer's information in a daze, Wang Qingkai said with a smile, Your Majesty, it seems that you are very interested in this Murong Shuer, so please remind the prince that this Murong Shuer is such a cool beauty, the prince must like her very much. Hearing this, Lu Chen stretched out his paw, slapped Wang Qingkai on the buttocks, and then said, The vixen has started to slander me again, right? It seems that I haven't been at home for too long. You don't know how high the sky is. After Wang Qingkai was beaten, he let out a sound and said quickly, How dare you slander the prince? The slave family is just reminding the prince. Lu Chen did not directly press Wang Qingkai on the desk today. At this time, he once again glanced at the information about Murong Shuer in his hand, and then said, Since you said she is beautiful, then she must be really beautiful. Then I would like to meet him. Having said this, Lu Chen said to the maid outside the study, Xiao Huan, please tell Ren Ren and the imperial preceptor that at noon, I will hold a luncheon at the Yajeng Hall to receive the envoys from the Daiyu dynasty. Yes, Your Majesty. After the maid went to find someone to inform Zhuge Chongguang, Wang Qingkai asked, is this what the prince said about something happening just now? Lu Chen pulled Wang Qingkai into his arms, let her buttocks sit on his lap, then hugged her waist and said, otherwise, you think something is wrong with me, don't you think that this king is treating me badly? Are you going to find that wife and concubine later to develop a relationship? Wang Qingkai said, the slave family didn't say that. However, your Majesty has been working hard in Ningbaichen recently. He should really relax when he comes back. At this point, Wang Qingkai's delicate hands began to touch Lu Chen's body. Lu Chen laughed in his heart, this vixen. Lu Chen said, originally, I planned to let you go, but I didn't expect you, Mr. Wang, to provoke me. In this case, don't blame me for being rude. While talking, Lu Chen hugged Wang Qingkai and stood up, directly pressing her on the desk. Then Lu Chen waved his hand, and two spiritual energy closed all the doors and windows of the study room. Then it was Lu Chen's time to relax. At noon, after Lu Chen took a shower, he went to the Yajeng Hall. Today's luncheon was also attended by some important officials from the north. When Lu Chen appeared in the political hall, the members of Daiyu's delegation were already seated. After seeing Lu Chen, Murong Shweter and the members of the delegation stood up. Everyone said in unison, "Meet the Northern King." Lu Chen smiled and said, "You're welcome, please take a seat." At this time, Lu Chen's eyes fell on Murong Shweter. Name, Murong Shweter. Identity, the female official next to Queen Daiyu, the only daughter of the Murong family, the ultimate master. She is 24 years old this year. In the year when Queen Daiyu ascended the throne, the Murong family was interrogated and executed by the whole family because they opposed Queen Daiyu, leaving only Murong Shweter was alone. Queen Daiyu brought her to the palace and trained her to be her confidant. This time she came to the Northern Kingdom because she received an order from Queen Daiyu to see what kind of person the King of the North was. Rating, 95. Favorability, 50. Seeing Murong Shweter's information, Lu Chen was slightly stunned. Why did he have a strong sense of déjà vu? Murong Shweter's whole family was killed by Queen Daiyu, but she could still become Queen Daiyu's confidant? Although he was a little surprised, Lu Chen quickly came to his senses. This was not particularly surprising. After all, Murong Shweter was still a child when she was brought to the palace, so she should not have any hatred towards Queen Daiyu. And from the fact that Murong Shweter was able to become a master at the extreme level at the age of 24, it is not difficult to see that Murong Shweter should have received very good care from the queen and given her a lot of martial arts training resources, so she was able to become a master at the age of 24. He reached the master level at the age of 18. After Lu Chen read Murong Shweter's information, his eyes looked at Murong Shweter's body a few more times. Murong Shweter's appearance is indeed, as Wang Qingkai said, relatively cold, wearing black and white plain clothes, with a black and white mixed hair tie on her head, and the ink-style outfit makes her look like a talented woman. Seeing Lu Chen staring at Murong Shweter, Zhuge Guang realized that if Lu Chen continued to look, he might make a fool of himself. Zhuge Guang coughed quickly and said, "Your Majesty, since everyone is here, the luncheon will begin." Var. Lu Chen came back to his senses at this time and said quickly, "Oh, okay, everyone, please sit down and let's chat while eating." Murong Shweter obviously also realized that Lu Chen had been staring at her face just now. She couldn't help but think in her heart that it seemed that the rumors from the outside world were right. King Bei was indeed a person who liked beauty. But he likes beauty so much, so how did he break through to the realm of Grand Master? Practicing martial arts requires abstinence, even the Queen of Daiyu. Their realm can improve so quickly. On the one hand, it is because they have many resources. On the other hand, it is because of their abstinence. It is indeed strange that a man like King Bei, who has so many wives and 6 children in his palace, can break through to the realm of a Grand Master in such a short period of time. Just when Murong Shuai was confused about Lu Chen's strength improving so quickly, Lu Chen said, "Envoy of Daiyu, I am very happy that you are willing to come to the Northern Kingdom as a guest. I did not receive you immediately because it's the king's negligence, but today you will eat well and drink well. Play music and dance." After Lu Chen finished speaking, a group of dancing girls appeared above the hall, and the sound of the piano also echoed in the hall. At this time, Wang Moxiu said, "What are you talking about, King Bei? King Bei was fighting against King Apocalypse's army in Ningbaichen not long ago. He didn't see us. It's entirely King Apocalypse's fault and has nothing to do with the prince. On the contrary, it is an honor for us that the prince is willing to receive us as soon as he returns to Yanchenge." Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled, and then asked directly, "I wonder why Emperor Yu sent you to the Northern Kingdom?" Wang Moxiu replied, "To be honest with the King of the North, when we came to the North this time, we originally planned to help the North resist the barbarian invasion. However, we did not expect that the North was so powerful that it did not need our help at all and easily solved the barbarian troubles." Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 265 Go Early and Come Back Early. Hearing Wang Moxiu's words, Lu Chen smiled faintly, took a sip of wine, and then said, "It's not that the Northern Kingdom is strong, it's just because King Apocalypse underestimated the enemy, and our northern army won by luck." Wang Moxiu said, "King Bei is being humble. The tribe of King Apocalypse is the main tribe separated from the barbarian royal court. Their soldiers are very powerful in combat. King Apocalypse himself has long been a great master, but he was lucky enough to not be able to defeat King Apocalypse and his army of 400,000 men." Lu Chen smiled, and then said, "The Yu Emperor sent you to the Northern Kingdom, presumably not just to aid the Northern Kingdom, but also for other purposes." Wang Moxiu said, "King Bei's guess is correct. Her Majesty the Queen wants Daiyu to establish diplomatic relations with Bei Kingdom, but we just don't know if King Bei is willing." Lu Chen said, "Establishing diplomatic relations. The Northern Kingdom is just a small feudal state under the Great Xia Dynasty. It is not qualified to establish diplomatic relations with a dynasty." Wang Moxiu said, "The Northern Kingdom has at least 2 great masters. In addition, the Northern Kingdom's military strength is so strong that it can no longer be measured as a feudal state. In the eyes of our Queen, the Northern Kingdom is already an independent dynasty." Hearing this, Lu Chen said with a smile, "I didn't expect Emperor Yu to think so highly of Baiguo." Lu Chen could tell at a glance what the Daiyu dynasty was planning. If the Northern Kingdom established diplomatic relations with the Daiyu dynasty, wouldn't that mean that the Northern Kingdom would become independent? This would obviously provoke a civil war between the Northern Kingdom and the Great Xia court, and then the Daiyu dynasty would be able to sit down. Harvest profit. This is definitely not possible. Lu Chen then said, "Thank you to the Queen for looking up to the Northern Kingdom, but the Northern Kingdom is a feudal state of Daxia and it is impossible to establish diplomatic relations with the Daiyu dynasty." Hearing this, Wang Moxiu was stunned for a moment. It seemed that King Bei had seen through their thoughts. But having said that, King Bei was able to develop Baiguo to what it is today in such a short period of time. What if he didn't have any brains? It is normal to be found out. But Wang Moxiu did not intend to give up just like that. He then continued, "King of the North, let foreign ministers say one more unpleasant word. Even if you are loyal to the Great Xia court now, the Great Xia court and your father may not. I really believe in you. You now always have such a powerful army of 200,000 people, and you not only defeated the barbarians in the north, and incorporated the north into the North Kingdom, you even defeated the 400,000 strong army of King Apocalypse, and beheaded the great King Apocalypse. Grand Master, in this case, I'm afraid it's hard for anyone not to believe that you don't have other thoughts. If you can establish diplomatic relations with the Daiyu dynasty in advance, if the Great Xia dynasty dares to send troops to the Northern Kingdom, we Daiyu will definitely take the initiative to help you." This is also a good thing for you, what do you think? Hearing Wang Moxiu's words, Lu Chen smiled slightly. If it were other vassal kings, he might have been persuaded by Wang Moxiu, but he was different. He had his own ideas and plans for the future. As the son of Emperor Xia, he will definitely not take the initiative to rebel, unless Emperor Xia insists on forcing him to rebel. It is not yet time to raise troops to rebel. The Northern Kingdom still needs to develop for a while. Now the Northern Kingdom depends on the food. Regarding imports, the population is not very large, and it is relatively fragile. It cannot withstand the hardships at this time. Lu Chen then said, "You are right, it is true that my father may not necessarily trust me, but it doesn't matter whether he trusts me or not, as long as I have a clear conscience. As for whether the imperial court will send troops to attack the Northern Kingdom, that is a matter for the future. The chaos in the Daxia family has not subsided yet, and the imperial court has not yet paid attention to what happened in the Northern Kingdom. The King of the North appreciates Emperor Yu's kindness." Seeing Lu Chen's refusal again, Wang Moxiu knew that the Northern King would most likely not agree to their establishment of diplomatic relations. This Northern King was not a fool, and he probably planned to continue to accumulate strength. Just when Wang Moxiu thought that their mission to the Northern Kingdom would be in vain, Murong Schwetter said, "The Northern King is indeed a loyal person." After seeing Murong Schwetter speak, Wang Moxiu said quickly, "I forgot to introduce to King Bei, the person next to me is Murong Schwetter, our Queen's personal officer." Hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes fell on Murong Schwetter again. He smiled slightly, and then said, "She is worthy of being the personal female officer beside the Queen. Not only does she have the beauty of a country, but she also has an extraordinary temperament." Murong Schwetter smiled slightly and then said, "Thank you, King Bei, for your compliment." Speaking of this, Murong Schwetter suggested, since the King of the North is worried that the establishment of diplomatic relations between the two countries will bring trouble to the North, it is better for the two countries to sign a business cooperation letter to strengthen commercial and trade exchanges between the two countries. During my time in the North, I found that the business and trade in the North was very prosperous, which shows that you, King of the North, are a person who values commerce and trade. It just so happens that Her Majesty the Queen also attaches great importance to business. I saw a lot of food made with flour on the streets of Yancheng. This proves that the people in the north have the same eating habits as the Daiyu dynasty, and our Daiyu happens to be rich in wheat. And we, the people of the Daiyu dynasty, like some products from the Northern Kingdom very much. If this is the case, then why don't we strengthen trade exchanges, which will be a good thing for both the Northern Kingdom and Daiyu?" Hearing Murong Schwetter's words, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. This woman's observations were really subtle. He actually even understood Yancheng's eating habits. Ever since Lu Chen asked Ting Yulu to purchase a large amount of wheat in the Daiyu dynasty, Lu Chen has popularized the making of steamed buns and steamed buns. Although the traditional staple food in the north is still rice, all shops in Yancheng are already selling steamed buns and steamed buns. And the people in Yancheng are also used to eating steamed buns. In order to prevent the Daiyu dynasty from realizing that Ting Yulu is the intelligence agency of the Bei Palace, Ting Yulu always goes through a lot of procedures when purchasing wheat from the Daiyu dynasty, and when Ting Yulu transports wheat out of the Daiyu dynasty, Ting Yulu the Yu dynasty will also charge a large amount of customs duties. If a business cooperation agreement can be signed with the Daiyu dynasty, the Northern Kingdom will be able to purchase wheat directly from the Daiyu dynasty in the name of the Northern Palace in the future, and the tariffs can be reduced as much as possible, or even zero tariffs. This will help alleviate the food shortage in the Northern Kingdom. Great help! I have to say that Murong Schwetter found this entry point very well, and Lu Chen was indeed moved. Nowadays, coarse grains such as corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes in the north have been continuously promoted, but to fully promote them and completely alleviate the food problem in the north, it is impossible to cultivate them for several years. The food problem will still be the main problem facing the Northland in the next few years. Lu Chen thought in his heart that this Murong Shui was worthy of being called the Prime Minister of the Inner Palace, and he immediately grasped the lifeblood of the Northern Kingdom. Lu Chen said with a smile at this time, "Miss Murong, I do pay more attention to the commercial trade of the Northern Kingdom. Your proposal is good, but I don't know if your mission can represent Emperor Yu." Wang Moxiu said at this time, "Please rest assured, Your Majesty, Miss Murong is here on behalf of Her Majesty the Queen. Her Majesty the Queen has said that after coming to the Northern Kingdom, every word Miss Murong said will be her intention." Lu Chen said with a smile, "It seems that Emperor Yu values Miss Murong very much. It is true that there is a business cooperation agreement, but the terms in it still need to be discussed. Today is a luncheon for guests, so it is not suitable to discuss this matter. We will discuss the specific terms of the business cooperation agreement tomorrow." Seeing that Lu Chen agreed, everyone in the mission was relieved. Although there was no establishment of diplomatic relations, if the two sides could sign a business cooperation letter, it would be no different from the establishment of diplomatic relations. Their mission to the Northern Kingdom was not in vain. Afterwards, everyone continued to enjoy delicious food and enjoy singing and dancing. During this period, Lu Chen asked the people in the mission some things about the Great Xia Dynasty. Of course, what he asked about were all trivial matters, just casual chatting. After the luncheon was over, the people from the mission returned to the inn where they were staying, while the officials from the Northern Kingdom stayed in the Yuzheng Hall to discuss signing a business cooperation agreement with the Great Xia Dynasty. Lu Chen himself is a person who values commerce. For him, if he can open up Daiyu's market, sell some goods made in the north to Daiyu, and reduce a lot of tariffs, he will definitely be happy. Most officials in the Northern Kingdom also agreed to sign a trade cooperation agreement with Daiyu. Now they will encounter many problems when purchasing food from Daxia. Although they signed some treaties with the vassal kings in Daxia when they accepted the refugees, allowing them to they purchased grain from the vassal states at low prices, but as time passed, some of the vassal states began to regret it. This includes Qi state, which is closest to the Northern Kingdom. King Qi once sent an envoy to the Northern Kingdom to cry out, saying that King Qi could no longer control the aristocratic families in Qi state. Those aristocratic families regretted selling grain to the Northern Kingdom at low prices, so they broke the contract directly. The food that originally cost a few cents has once again increased to dozens of cents. This is still under the condition that the Northern Kingdom has not fallen out with the Daxia court. When the conflict between the Daxia court and the Northern Kingdom becomes public one day and is put on the table, the Northern Kingdom will definitely have no way to purchase food from Daxia. In addition to the Daxia dynasty, the only country bordering the Northern Kingdom was the Great Xia Dynasty. Even if you purchased food from other dynasties, you basically had to go through the Great Xia Dynasty. Now having a good relationship with Great Xia would only bring benefits to the Northern Kingdom, but no harm. For an entire afternoon, Lu Chen spent the entire afternoon discussing the regulations of the business cooperation agreement with officials from the Northern Kingdom in the council hall. They ended the meeting in the evening. As the sun set, Lu Chen returned to the inner courtyard. After eating something simple in the main hall, Lu Chen went directly to Yunrong courtyard. It will be difficult for Chen Wanrong to leave Buwang Mansion. Lu Chen plans to have sex with Chen Wanrong a few more times before she leaves Buwang Mansion and returns to Suanya Palace. As soon as Lu Chen arrived at Yunrong courtyard, he saw the pure Chen Xianzi sitting in the pavilion, gently plucking the strings and playing a moving song. At this time, the beautiful woman Lin Wanyun was also sitting next to Chen Wanrong. After seeing Lu Chen enter Yunrong courtyard, Chen Wanrong's fingers stopped and the sound of the piano also stopped. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Why don't you stop playing? Keep playing. I like it." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chen Wanrong's delicate hands plucked the strings again, and the sound of the piano echoed in the yard again. At this time, Lu Chen came behind Chen Wanrong and sat down slowly, then put his arms around her waist. Seeing this scene, Lin Wanyun's face turned slightly red. What was this little villain doing? Didn't you see Rong playing the piano? He was sitting behind her and moving around at this time. How could Rong play the piano? At this time, Chen Wanrong was not affected, and her piano sound was still melodious. However, not long after, Lu Chen's claws began to become dishonest, and a red cloud appeared on Chen Wanrong's frosty face. After a while, Chen Wanrong couldn't bear it anymore. Her fingers suddenly crossed the gherkin, and the sound of the gherkin made a shaking sound, which was very uncomfortable for people's ears. Chen Wanrong then turned to look at Lu Chen, and said coldly with a hint of shame and anger, "What are you doing?" Lu Chen smiled and then said, "I'm sorry, the sound of the piano you played was so beautiful that I couldn't help myself for a while." Hearing this, Lin Wanyun snorted coldly. The sound of the piano was so pleasant that he couldn't help it. This little villain just wanted to cause harm. Lin Wanyun said at this time, "Chener, Swanya Palace sent someone here today." The elders asked the palace master when he can go back. Speaking of this, Lin Wanyun looked at Lu Chen's handsome face, wanting to see his reaction. She was not sure whether Lu Chen would let Chen Wanrong leave Buwang Mansion. Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, and then said, "Is it so fast?" Having said this, Lu Chen laid his head on Chen Wanrong's shoulder, and then said, "If you want to go back to Swanya Palace early tomorrow morning. Go early and come back early. I will wait for you to come back and give birth to my child." Seeing that Lu Chen agreed, Lin Wanyun was slightly surprised. She thought that Lu Chen would not let him go so easily, but she didn't expect that he agreed directly. Just when Chen Wanrong wanted to say thank you, Lu Chen hugged Chen Wanrong's waist tightly, held her head with one hand, and then kissed her directly. Ahoy! Chen Wanrong immediately struggled slightly. If the two of them were alone together, she wouldn't care what Lu Chen did to her, but now Lin Wanyun is still watching, and this guy actually did such a thing to her. Seeing Lu Chen suddenly kissing Chen Wanrong, Lin Wanyun on the side was also stunned. This little villain actually did such a thing to Chen Wanrong in front of her. Lin Wanyun didn't know what to do at this moment. Should she go up and pull this bad guy away like Lu Chen, or should she leave the pavilion silently and let them continue to have sex with each other in the pavilion? Lu Chen didn't care at all whether Lin Wanyun was beside him at this time. He continued to go his own way anyway. After kissing Chen Wanrong for a while, Chen Wanrong stopped struggling and cooperated with Lu Chen. Seeing this scene, Lin Wanyun's face turned red, and her ears were red. She couldn't bear it anymore, got up directly, and quickly left the pavilion alone. After Lin Wanyun left, Lu Chen's lips slowly separated from Chen Wanrong's red lips. Lu Chen stroked Chen Wanrong's beautiful jade cheeks, looked at her charming eyes, and said with a smile, "Madam, you will leave Buwang Mansion tomorrow, and I don't know when you will be able to come back after leaving this time. You must serve your husband well tonight." Hearing this, Chen Wanrong softly said Seeing the beauty's shyness, Lu Chen couldn't bear it anymore. He directly hugged the princess, then kicked his legs and easily jumped to the door of Chen Wanrong's boudoir. Then he walked in through the door and placed Chen Wanrong on the bed. Chen Wanrong no longer struggled and allowed Lu Chen, a bad man, to do whatever he wanted. After a while. Next room. Lin Wanyun listened to the sound coming from the room next to her, sighed slightly, and said to herself, "I don't know what will happen in the future." After all, Chen Wanrong is the palace owner of Swanya Palace, and she is also the disciple of the Venerable. If she has Lu Chen's child, and the Venerable finds out about it, both Lu Chen and Chen Wanrong may be punished. Although there may be a strong force behind Lu Chen, or there may be a strong master behind Lu Chen, Lu Chen's backstage may not be as powerful as the master from Swanya Palace. For now, the most powerful person in the world that Lin Huanyun knew was the venerable man from Suanyu Palace. If that venerable man got angry, the consequences would be disastrous. Lu Chen was too impulsive and couldn't control his body at all. Although Chen Wanrong was beautiful, she was not a woman he could touch no matter what. Even if Lu Chen bullies him, she is at most just a protector of Suanyu Palace. Even if she gives birth to a child for Lu Chen, she will at most be kicked out of Suanyu Palace. Chen Wanrong is different. Chen Wanrong's status is too noble. If Chen Wanrong has a child by then, what will she do? Sigh. I hope Rong's master won't come out of seclusion so soon. Now Lin Huanyun could only hope that the Venerable's retreat would go smoothly and there would be no problems in his practice. If she had problems with her practice and was released early, Chen Wanrong's loss of virginity would definitely be discovered by her, and then she would be in trouble. Lu Chen stayed in Chen Wanrong's room all night and didn't sleep all night. How could he sleep with such a fairy by his side? Chen Wanrong was leaving today, so he naturally wanted his wife to have enough fun. In the early morning, the sun shines in from the windowsill and shines on the bed, which is bright and bright. Seeing the dazzling sunlight shining on Chen Wanrong's snow-white skin, Lu Chen sighed. He gently stroked Chen Wanrong's jade-like smooth and delicate skin. This fairy was about to leave him for a short time, but he still didn't let it go. She is pregnant with her child. It seems that we can only wait until she comes back. It's really sad to give up. Chen Wanrong stood up slowly, looked into Lu Chen's deep eyes and said, "It's time for me to go." Lu Chen smiled slightly, the reluctance wiped away from his face, and then said, "Come back soon." Chen Wanrong said no more, just said softly, then she stood up and started to get dressed. Lu Chen just sat on the bed and watched her get dressed. After Chen Wanrong got dressed and put her messy hair into a bun again, she turned her head and looked into Lu Chen's eyes again. For some reason, her eyes suddenly couldn't leave Lu Chen's body. For a moment, her body seemed to be frozen. She seemed to really not want to leave the bad man in front of her. Seeing Chen Wanrong staring at him, Lu Chen asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Are you reluctant to be your husband?" Chen Wanrong looked cold and said nothing. Lu Chen seemed to understand something and got up from the bed. Then he walked up to Chen Wanrong, put his arms around her waist, and kissed her red lips. The two kissed deeply for a quarter of an hour. After their lips parted, Chen Wanrong said, "I will be back soon." Lu Chen smiled faintly and whispered in her ear, "I'll wait for you." After her words fell, Chen Wanrong turned and left the room. Chapter 266 So, King Bei is interested in you. Chapter 266 So, King Bei is attracted by your beauty? Chen Wanrong left and returned to Suanyu Palace. Even if Lu Chen was reluctant to let her go, he still let her go. Lu Chen is a scumbag who is liked by all the beautiful women in the inner court, but he is also an amorous person. He still has very strong feelings for Chen Wanrong, a fairy. Suddenly, there is a woman missing from the palace, and he still feels that very unaccustomed. For a long time after Chen Wanrong left, Lu Chen would go to Yunrong courtyard from time to time to miss the days when Chen Wanrong was there. Occasionally, if he met Lin Huanyun in Yunrong courtyard, he would punish Lin Huanyun. Half a month passed in a blink of an eye. During this half-month, Lu Chen was discussing the terms of the business cooperation agreement with Daiyu's delegation, and was preparing for the wedding with Chu Yukan and Chu Qingli. Since you are marrying a concubine, you must do it in a glamorous manner, and you cannot just accept it quietly like a concubine. After half a month of discussions, the terms of the business cooperation agreement between Baiguo and the Daiyu dynasty have basically been finalized. The next step is to formally sign the business cooperation agreement. Morning. After Lu Chen got up from the bed, with Lin Huanyun waiting on him, Lu Chen started to get dressed. Although Lin Huanyun was helping Lu Chen get dressed, there was a hint of resentment in her eyes. This bad guy has been to Yunrong courtyard many times in the past half-month. Although she is the only one living in Yunrong courtyard now, she doesn't think that Lu Chen came to find her. She always felt that this little villain came to Yunrong hospital thinking that she was Chen Wanrong. At this time, Lin Wanyun asked, "Do you think I am wrong?" Hearing Lin Wanyun's question, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. He turned to look at Lin Wanyun and said with a smile, "Aunt Lin, why do you think so? Although I'm not a good person, I won't do such inappropriate things. How could I treat you as wrong? She is her, and you are you." At this time, Lin Wanyun pulled Lu Chen's belt with all her strength and tied the belt for Lu Chen. While tying the belt, she said, "Don't think that I don't know what you think." Lu Chen asked with a smile, "Aunt Lin, are you jealous?" Lin Wanyun said coldly, "You are so sentimental." After finishing her words, Lin Wanyun said nothing more and continued to help Lu Chen get dressed. Lu Chen thought of something at this time, and then asked, "I will get married in a while, how about you marry into the palace together?" As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, Lin Wanyun refused and said, "No, I am from Suanya Palace after all, and I am not suitable for marriage. It's okay for you to let me give birth to your child in secret, as long as outsiders don't know. And the Lin family is still in the capital. If I marry you, if anyone finds out that I am Prime Minister Lin's adopted daughter, it will harm the entire Lin family. The Northern Kingdom is now the strongest feudal state in the entire Great Xia, and Lu Chen is also the strongest vassal king. The conflict between the Northern Kingdom and the Imperial Court will only become more and more acute, and a war will break out between the two sides sooner or later. If others now know that Lin Jieyuan's adopted daughter is in Buwang Mansion, Emperor Xia will probably think that the Lin family has taken refuge in Buwang Mansion. The entire Lin family may not end well by then, so Lin Wanyun still feels that she should keep a low profile in Buwang Mansion. It's better not to show up in public. Lu Chen said with a smile, "That's true, then I will give you a hard time, and when Daxia settles down in the future, I will give you another title." Lin Wanyun curled her lips and said, "No need, I am so old, what status do I need? You just need to be good to Rong and live up to her." Lin Wanyun thought to herself that when Daxia settled down and Lu Chen ascended to the throne of God, she would probably be in her 40s or 50s. People would be old by then, so it would be weird for Lu Chen to still like her. As long as Lu Chen can treat Chen Wanrong well and the children he and Chen Wanrong may have, she will be very happy. As for herself, she can just stay with Lu Chen and help Chen Wanrong take care of the children. Lu Chen said, "The title must be given, and you are too old for your age. Nan Yan is in her 30s, so you can't be my concubine." Lin Wanyun said nothing, and she began to help Lu Chen arrange his hair. However, she thought in her heart that she didn't expect that this little villain still had some conscience. She originally thought that Lu Chen was just greedy for her body. After a while, Lu Chen had no feelings for her anymore, and Lu Chen had no intention of treating her responsible or something. Thinking of this, Lin Wanyun's heart beat a little faster. She hoped to stay by Lu Chen's side forever and take care of him for her sister Yu. Lu Chen got dressed, washed up, went to the main hall to have a simple breakfast, and then headed to the Yizheng Hall. When Lu Chen arrived at the council hall, basically all the envoys from the Daeyu dynasty and officials from the Northern Kingdom were already in the hall. Lu Chen waved his sleeves, sat on the throne, looked at the people from the Daeyu dynasty kneeling below and said, "Miss Murong, I don't know if you have anything to add to the business cooperation letter. If there is nothing else to add, we will just sign according to what we agreed on before. After the trade cooperation agreement is signed, there will be no tariffs on goods from the north when they enter the Daeyu dynasty, and there will be no tariffs on the grain from the Daeyu dynasty when they enter the north." For Lu Chen, the biggest benefit is that in the future, the Northern Kingdom can directly purchase large quantities of grain from the Daeyu dynasty in the name of the Northern Palace, and there is no need to secretly purchase grain through Tingyu Tower. However, after this business cooperation agreement is signed, the Daeyu dynasty will send a permanent mission to Yancheng in the north, and the north will also send a mission to the capital of the Daeyu dynasty. They said this was nominally for business cooperation and to prevent the caravans from both sides from having any problems in their respective territories. No one would solve it then. The two sides send missions to each other, and if there are any commercial issues, they can communicate as soon as possible. Although it is said to be for commercial trade, anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is no different from establishing diplomatic relations, except that the two sides did not openly and directly establish diplomatic relations. Murong Shweter smiled at this time and said, "Back to King Bei, we have no objections to the content of the business cooperation agreement and can sign it today." Lu Chen said, "Okay, in that case, let's bring in the business cooperation letter." After Lu Chen finished speaking, two Jin Yiwei soldiers entered the hall with two scrolls. One Jin Yiwei soldier placed the scroll on the table in front of Murong Shweter, and the other Jin Yiwei soldier placed the scroll on the table in front of Lu Chen. After the scroll was opened, it was a black brocade cloth with yellow words recording the terms of the commercial cooperation between Baiguo and Daeyu. Although the Northern Kingdom has been able to produce paper on a large scale, brocade cloth is still used in treaties signed with other countries. Compared with paper, cloth is not as easy to damage, and this also shows respect for the Daeyu dynasty. After all, other dynasties did not have the practice of signing two treaties on paper. When the scroll was opened, Lu Chen took out the royal seal in his hand and stamped a seal directly on the scroll. Murong Shweter also took out a seal from his sleeve and stamped it. After stamping, the two parties exchanged scrolls. When the scroll in Murong Shweter's hand was placed in front of Lu Chen discovered that the seal stamped by Murong Shweter actually used the seal of the Daeyu dynasty. Lu Chen smiled inwardly. He originally thought that Murong Shweter was just called the Prime Minister of the Inner Palace of the Daeyu dynasty. Now it seems that this is more than just a title. She has the seal of Daeyu on her hand. Then what is the difference between her and Daeyu's Prime Minister? Lu Chen didn't think much and continued to stamp the scroll with the king's seal. After stamping, the two parties exchanged the scroll again. In this way, the commercial cooperation agreement between the two countries will be completed. Murong Shweter said at this time, "King of the North, now that the business cooperation agreement has been signed, it is time for our mission to return to Daeyu. Please also determine the candidates for the North Kingdom mission within these 2 days and send them to accompany us." Return to Daeyu. Lu Chen said, "No problem." 2 days later, the Daeyu mission left 3 people from the Daeyu dynasty in the North Kingdom, and the rest returned to Daeyu with Murong Shweter. Of course, Lu Chen also sent several officials from the North Country to follow Daeyu's mission. The delegation returned to Daeyu capital together. Daeyu's mission had just left Yancheng when people from the Daxia court arrived in Yancheng. What surprised Lu Chen was that this time his father did not send Situ Ce to find him, but sent his right minister Zhao Venhan. Lu Chen didn't have much interaction with Zhao Venhan. He didn't even say a word to Zhao Venhan when he was in the capital. He only met Zhao Venhan a few times at most. Emperor Xia sent Zhao Venhan to the Northern Kingdom for the same purpose as the last time he sent Situ Ce to the Northern Kingdom. It was just to ask Zhao Venhan to give Lu Chen a message, saying that all the princes in the imperial court were useless people, and then to praise the Northern King for his ability. Able in literature and martial arts, he has the appearance of an emperor. Of course, Lu Chen understood that Emperor Xia was trying to stabilize himself, so he asked Zhao Venhan to come and say these words to him. He did not believe that Emperor Xia would give him that position one day in the future. Emperor Xia even doubted that he was no longer his biological son, so how could he still pass the throne to him? What Lu Chen is most worried about now is that Emperor Xia's plan has reached that point. Emperor Xia is already preparing to unite with the great masters to surround Zhuge Changguang. Zhuge Guang is an important figure in the northern kingdom. Lu Chen doesn't want to see anything happen to Zhuge Guang. The reason why he can be so relaxed now and still have time to cultivate relationships with his wives and concubines every day is because Zhuge Guang took over most of the government affairs after coming to the northern kingdom. Without Zhuge Guang, Lu Chen doubted whether he would have time to cultivate relationships with his wives and concubines in the future. Unlike the northern mission, Zhao Venhan only stayed in Yanqing for 2 days. After bringing Emperor Xia's words to Lu Chen, he left Yanqing in a hurry. Zhao Venhan was also afraid of death. He was afraid that the northern kingdom would suddenly rebel and then kill himself to sacrifice the flag. After sending Zhao Venhan away, Lu Chen also faced the one thing he wanted to do most, which was to marry Chu Yukan. Great Xia Dynasty. The Empress's Chamber. Inside the red curtain, a woman's white jade back was looming. At this time, a woman was kneeling outside the curtain. The person kneeling on the ground was Mirong Shweter, who had just returned to the Great Xia Dynasty from the northern kingdom. Inside the curtain, the woman chuckled and said, "So, King Bei is attracted by your beauty." Hearing this, Mirong Shweter's expression changed slightly. "Your Majesty, I have never seduced the northern king. It's entirely because of him who has been staring at me." Emperor Yu ignored Mirong Shweter's words, but said calmly, "A lecherous person can break through to the realm of a Grand Master at the age of 17 or 18. It seems that the skills he cultivates are very extraordinary." Emperor Yu continued, "Since he is interested in you, I will trouble you to go to the northern kingdom more times in the future." This. Mirong Shweter was stunned when she heard what Emperor Yu said. Is it possible that Emperor Yu is planning to use himself to use a beauty trap against King Bei? Mirong Shweter didn't think that the beauty trap would work for Lu Chen. Although Lu Chen liked beauty, the women around Lu Chen were all very beautiful. Lu Chen was probably just acting on a whim, so he looked at her more. Seeing that Mirong Shweter didn't speak, Emperor Yu's tone suddenly became a little cold. "What, you don't want to?" Mirong Shweter said quickly, "Your Majesty, if this slave is willing, I will do whatever your Majesty asks me to do." Emperor Yu continued at this time, "By the way, I heard that you have a lot of male pets outside. I wonder if this is true." As soon as these words came out, Mirong Shweter was so frightened that she quickly lay down on the ground, and then said quickly, "Your Majesty, this is absolutely not the case. I rarely leave the palace. How could I raise a male pet outside, and I am still innocent? Never had an affair with any man." Emperor Yu said, "So, someone has framed you. Who do you think would spread such rumors?" Mirong Shweter said, "I don't know." Emperor Yu continued, "I don't know, is there anything that you, the Prime Minister of the Inner Palace, don't know?" Hearing this, Mirong Shweter's delicate body kept trembling, and cold sweat broke out on her cheeks. At this time, there was no sound coming from the curtain. Several maids came out of the curtain in a hurry, and Emperor Yu's red phoenix robe became looming. Obviously, Emperor Yu was getting dressed inside just now. After a while, Emperor Yu spoke again, "Although someone framed you for raising a male pet outside, for the sake of your innocence, I think we should check it carefully." While he was talking, a gust of wind blew from inside, and then the red curtain was blown open, revealing a stunning face that turned all living beings upside down. The next moment, Mirong Shweter, who was lying on the ground, instantly flew up, and her body flew directly into the curtain. Immediately afterwards, Mirong Shweter's clothes became shattered, her fair skin was exposed, and Mirong Shweter appeared in front of Emperor Yu without any obstruction. Emperor Yu glanced at Mirong Shweter's body, and then said, "Shao Gongsha is still there, it seems that you have indeed been framed." While speaking, Yue Huang gently raised her hand, and a golden silk blanket on the bed flew to her hand. She then threw the blanket on Mirong Shweter's body, covering her as white as jade body. Emperor Yu continued, "Get out." Mirong Shweter quickly put on a blanket to cover her body and saluted, "Yes, Your Majesty. Then Murong Xue'er turned around and left the Empress's palace. When Murong Xue'er came out, she found that beads of sweat were pouring out from her body. Even the blanket Yue Huang had just put on her body was wet with sweat. Murong Xue'er breathed a sigh of relief at this time, then she adjusted her mood and returned to her room. At the same time, Dahou Dynasty. In a certain city in the southeast, a group of people were kneeling in front of Wu Yunhuan, kowtow and begging for mercy. Your Highness, the eldest princess, spare your life. As long as you spare our lives, eldest princess, we will do whatever you ask the Zhang family to do from now on. We are your dog. Hearing this, Wu Yunhuan smiled, and then said, Master Zhang, if you had known today, why did you do it in the first place? I have already given you enough time to surrender, but instead of cherishing it, you have attracted more people. The rebels want to make themselves king. The man kneeling in front of Wu Yunhuan was about to say something more when Wu Yunhuan said directly, pull it down and chop it off. Immediately, many soldiers came over, pulled up all the people kneeling in front of Wu Yunhuan, and dragged them towards other places. Your Highness, please spare my life. Your Highness, please spare my life. You surnamed Wu, you have to die a good death, even if I become a ghost, I won't let your Wu family go. Soon the distant sounds gradually subsided. At this time, Wu Yunhuan murmured, it's time to go back after being out for so long. I don't know if my good brothers are talking about me. With the destruction of the Zhang family, the largest aristocratic family in the southeast, the civil strife in Dahou also ended. In this civil strife, there was no doubt that she, the eldest princess, played the greatest role. She persuaded most of the rebel leaders to surrender, and also led the troops to wipe out all the remaining rebels, and also dealt with the rebels who launched the rebellion. Before her, several of her brothers also led troops to quell rebellions. Originally, Emperor Wu's idea was to let her brothers accumulate some military merit, but he did not expect that her brothers were useless at all. Not only did they fall into the rebellion due to the army's plan, many Dahou's soldiers were lost, and they almost didn't even return. Finally, after many suggestions from Prime Minister Cai Jiliang, Emperor Wu agreed to let Wu Yunhuan, the eldest princess, lead the troops to put down the rebellion. This was the first time that Dahou allowed a woman to lead the army. Naturally, there were many people in the court who objected, but they were opposed. Those ministers knew very well that the eldest princess Wu Junhuan definitely had the strength to suppress the rebellion. Their opposition was not due to Wu Yunhuan's personal ability. From the fact that Wu Yunhuan was made the eldest princess by Emperor Wu, it can be seen that Wu Yunhuan's personal ability is not weak. The main reason why the officials in the court opposed Wu Yunhuan's leadership of the army was because Wu Yunhuan is a woman. Moreover, Wu Yunhuan has a very close relationship with the Empress of the Daiyu dynasty next door. She now wants to lead the army to suppress the rebellion and accumulate military merit. In addition, she also has a huge intelligence agency at her disposal. What she wants to do in the future has not been revealed. And metaphor. Dahou officials do not want a female emperor to appear in Dahou. At this moment, Wu Yunhuan was about to order the army to return to the capital of Dahou. At this moment, a soldier came to Wu Yunhuan, handed Wu Yunhuan a letter with both hands, knelt down and said, Your Highness, Princess, it's a letter from Prime Minister Cai, asking you to return to the capital as soon as possible. Chapter 267 Chu Yukan is pregnant. After hearing what the soldier said, Wu Yunhuan took the letter from the soldier's hand, opened it and glanced at it. The content of the letter was very simple. Cai Jiliang had persuaded Emperor Wu to send an envoy to the Northern Kingdom to try to establish diplomatic relations with the Northern Kingdom, thereby further stimulating the Daxia court. Emperor Wu's idea was to send one of his princes as envoy to the Northern Kingdom. Cai Jiliang meant that since Wu Yunhuan had dealt with the rebels, the opportunity to go to the north as an envoy could not be given to others. If he can provoke civil strife in Daxia, this will be a huge achievement. If Wu Yunwan wants to compete for that position, then he must seize the opportunity of this mission. After reading Chai Jiliang's letter, Wu Yunwan frowned slightly. As soon as she put down the rebellion in the southeast, she was immediately asked to compete with her brothers for credit, fearing that this would cause her father to hide it. Anyone with a little bit of intelligence can see that the reason why his father wanted to choose one of his princes to go to the northern kingdom was because he wanted his son to accumulate some merits and achieve a better balance. Go to court. Now he, the eldest princess, has too much power in the court, especially after the Southeast Rebellion was put down, her power has been further expanded. Although Emperor Wu made her the eldest princess and seemed to value her very much, Emperor Wu didn't necessarily intend to give her his position in his heart. The Dahu dynasty was an extremely martial dynasty, and the phenomenon of favoring sons over daughters was very serious. If a female emperor came, it would probably cause chaos. Of course, external conditions are not important. What is important is what Emperor Wu thinks. If Emperor Wu didn't want Dahu to have an empress, then Wu Yunwan, the eldest princess, would be deposed sooner or later. Wu Yunwan was afraid that she would anger Emperor Wu by running back to compete with her brothers for merit. If Emperor Wu was unhappy, then he would suppress her power in all aspects and cut off her wings, which would be more of a loss than gain. But having said that, Wu Yunwan didn't believe that such a smart person as Chai Jiliang could not see that his father was planning to balance the court. He has just made such a big contribution, so he must let his sons also gain some achievements. Otherwise, some ministers will wonder if Emperor Wu is deliberately cultivating the eldest princess and wants her to be the eldest princess. Be an empress. Since Chai Jiliang could also see this, why did Chai Jiliang let himself return to the capital so quickly to compete with his brothers for merit? Wu Yunwan was a little confused. She didn't know what Chai Jiliang was thinking. Chai Jiliang didn't write in the letter why he asked her to do this. Only when he returned to the capital and met with Chai Jiliang did he know what kind of medicine this guy was selling. Wu Yunwan thought for a while, and then decided to go back to the capital first. Anyway, she had put down the rebellion in the southeast, and she wanted to return to the capital to hand over military power and resume her life. When she returned to the capital and met Chai Jiliang, she knew what Chai Jiliang wanted to do. What to do? A few days later. Northland, Yanchanj. The Buwang mansion was decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations, with red lanterns hanging everywhere, as if it was a festival. Of course, this was not to celebrate a festival, but because Lu Chen was going to marry his concubine. Lu Chen had sent people to pay attention to the public opinion in the northern kingdom in the past few days, and wanted to see what the people thought of his marriage to Chu Yukin and Chu Qingli. According to the reports from the Jin Yiwei, the common people didn't seem to care at all what woman he married. To most common people, Lu Chen was a lustful prince, so they didn't think it was wrong no matter how many women Lu Chen married. What? As for Chu Yukin's identity, the common people also did not pay attention. Now that the Chu family and Wang family in Jiangnan are trapped in Sufeng city by the imperial army, without their troubles, who cares whether Chu Yukin had a husband before? The northern king even married the serious king's princess, so what if he married a Daxia widow? So the people didn't care at all. The reason why Lu Chen cares so much about public opinion is not because he cares about his reputation. He is worried that Chu Yukin will not be able to accept it. Women are thin-skinned, and he is afraid that public opinion will affect Chu Yukin's decision to marry him. Determination. The more critical this moment is, the less likely anything will go wrong. After he and Chu Yukin have sex, no matter what the people say, at that time, Chu Yukin can only bite the bullet. Be with yourself, but you can't have any problems at the moment. Fortunately, everything went relatively smoothly, and the day for Chu Yukin and Chu Qingli to get married finally arrived. In this era, when you are marrying a wife or a prince is marrying a concubine, the sedan chair cannot enter through the main entrance. But the North Palace is different. Music Xuan directly let Chu Yukan and Chu Qinggli's sedan enter the palace through the main entrance, and she was also wearing a bright red wedding dress, which looked no different from marrying a wife. However, Lu Chen's wedding was organized by Music Xuan. As the hostess of the palace, she didn't care about it. Others couldn't say much. Of course, some officials in the North Kingdom would privately remind Lu Chen that it was against the law to marry like this. Etiquette. After the marriage process was completed, Chu Yukan and Chu Qingli went to their wedding room, which was the south courtyard where they had lived before. At this moment, Chu Yukan was sitting on the wedding bed, feeling extremely panicked and feeling her heart beating wildly. She had never thought that one day she would marry Lu Chen. She now felt as if she was in a dream, a little unreal. She watched Lu Chen, a little scoundrel, grow up, and now she actually had to give him children, which made her feel a little ashamed. Although Lu Chen, a little scoundrel, didn't dislike her age at all, and there were many older women among his women, Chu Yukan always felt that it was a little weird to marry Lu Chen. She used to regard Lu Chen as her junior, but now she suddenly changed her name to Lu Chen, the bad guy husband. She really couldn't change her identity so easily for a while. Just when Chu Yukan was thinking wildly, the maid's voice came from the door, "Greetings to the prince." Hearing these words, Chu Yukan's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, beating faster, her face was hot, and her whole body seemed to be on fire. She didn't know whether it was because of anticipation or because she was too nervous. Soon, the door opened. Although Chu Yukan had her head covered, she could clearly feel Lu Chen getting closer to the bed, and her delicate body could not help but tremble slightly. At this moment, she clearly felt the bed sinking slightly. Lu Chen sat next to her, and then Lu Chen used his jade scale to lift his hijab. After the hijab was lifted, what came into view was Chu Yukan's rosy jade cheeks. Her face was so red that it almost seemed like water would form in it. Chu Yukan stammered, "Chener, why are you here so soon?" After all, Lu Chen was the groom, and he had to be responsible for receiving the guests, drinking with the banquet guests, and so on. Even if he had to go to the bridal chamber, he would go there at night. Chu Yukan did not expect that Lu Chen would come to her bridal chamber so soon. Hearing Chu Yukan's words, Lu Chen then hugged Chu Yukan's plump body, looked into her eyes and said with a smile, "You still call me Chener? Shouldn't you call me husband now?" Chu Yukan was slightly dazed, her eyes kept dodging, not daring to look directly into Lu Chen's eyes. After a moment, Chu Yukan whispered, "Husband, husband." When this title came out, Chu Yukan suddenly felt that she was so embarrassed. She was so ashamed that she wanted to find a way to change her identity. She still couldn't change her identity so quickly. Chu Yukan said at this time, "Now, it's still broad daylight. How about, or we can do it at night?" Chu Yukan stopped talking and did not continue. Seeing the shy look of the beautiful woman in front of him, Lu Chen couldn't hold back his inner impulse. He smiled and asked, "What shall we do in the evening? Just say what you want to say, my good wife." At this time, Chu Yukan already felt that she had become a little strange. Even before Lu Chen started to move, her body was already restless. She simply lowered her head and said nothing more. Seeing that Chu Yukan stopped talking, Lu Chen was too lazy to continue teasing her, and then he laid her down on the bed. After glancing condescendingly at the woman he had been thinking about for more than 10 years, Lu Chen leaned down without hesitation, occupied her red lips, and then continued to attack the city, and finally completely destroyed this beautiful woman Chu Yukan. "Become your own woman." At the same time. Next room. Chu Qingli sat on the bed, listening to the sound coming from the next door, feeling extremely uncomfortable inside. She had always been worried that her sister would be ruined by that bad guy and trapped in Buwang Mansion for the rest of her life. For this reason, she tried hard to rescue her sister, but in the end she let the bad guy succeed. Not only did she let that bad guy succeed, but she also got herself involved. Listening to the sound made by her sister, Chu Qingli couldn't help but think that her sister must really like that bad thing, otherwise there would be no such sound. But having said that, it seems that no matter what woman comes into contact with Lu Chen, she will always be like this. Didn't she herself, in the past? Thinking of this, Chu Qingli recalled more than 100 transactions between her and Lu Chen in her mind, and those scenes kept replaying in her mind. The more Chu Qingli thought about it, the more her face felt hot, and her whole body felt extremely hot. Chu Qingli couldn't bear it anymore and took off the red hijab on her head. Seeing this scene, the maid next to her was frightened. Logically speaking, the prince needed to pick the hijab himself. How could Chu Qingli take it off by herself? The maid hurriedly said, "Mrs. Chu, you can't lift the hijab, later. If the prince comes over and sees it, he will definitely be angry." Hearing what the maid said, Chu Qingli snorted coldly, and then said, "Later? I don't think he will come to my room tonight." She didn't know how terrifying Lu Chen's strength was. She didn't believe that Lu Chen would come to her room so soon. If Lu Chen didn't come all night, wouldn't she have to wear the hijab on her head all afternoon? One night, this didn't even suffocate her to death. There were constant sounds from the next door, which made her feel extremely hot. If she continued to wear a hijab, she would probably get wet in her wedding clothes in a short time. The maid continued to persuade, "Mrs. Xiao Chu, even if the prince doesn't come, you can't just expose it. What if someone finds out?" Chu Qingli said nonchalantly, "If you don't tell me, and I don't tell you, no one will know." Slave. The maid was stunned by Chu Qingli. Seeing that Chu Qingli insisted on doing this, the maid had no choice but to say no more. Now she just hopes that the prince will not know about this matter, otherwise she, the maid, may not know about it by then. You must also accept the punishment. Time passed by minute. In the afternoon, Mu Zixuan and Lu Chen's wives and concubines passed by the south courtyard. After hearing the faint sounds coming from the south courtyard, the corners of their mouths couldn't help but smile. All the women in the inner courtyard knew what Lu Chen thought about Chu Yukin. Now Lu Chen finally succeeded, and his wives and concubines were also happy for him. At the same time, 2 sisters were added to Lu Chen's harem, which was also a great thing for them. After all, there were 2 more people to share the burden for them. Happy time always passes quickly, and one afternoon passes quickly, but Lu Chen's happiness does not end there. Mu Zixuan and Lu Chen's wives and concubines were still drinking tea in the main courtyard. After seeing the red clouds on the horizon, Mu Zixuan said with a smile, "It should be over. It seems that I have to make up for the prince tonight." Hearing Mu Zixuan's words, the girls naturally understood what she was talking about. Yellow Nanyang smiled and said, "At this time, based on my understanding of the prince, I'm afraid that the prince's dinner tonight will be in Sister Yukin's room." Have eaten. Yellow Nanyang can be said to know Lu Chen's strength best. Although Mu Zixuan was the first to marry Lu Chen and spent the longest time with Lu Chen, Mu Zixuan and Dezhou Xiaozhou are both ordinary people. When Lu Chen was dealing with the 3 of them, he would not use all his strength to deal with them. But Yellow Nanyang was different. She was now a half-step master, and with Lu Chen's soft and hot body like cotton, Lu Chen would hardly hide his strength when he went to her place. Therefore, Yellow Nanyang thought that Lu Chen was most likely still in Chu Yukin's room and had not come out. After hearing Yellow Nanyang's words, Mu Zixuan thought for a moment, and then said, "No matter whether the prince comes out or not, we should prepare it for him in advance." Good. Speaking of this, Mu Zixuan said to the maid, "Xiao Rou, go and ask the kitchen to prepare some more tonic for the prince." "Yes, princess." After Xiao left, Mu Zixuan said to another maid, "Qing'er, go to the south courtyard to see if the prince is over." "Yes, princess." After giving instructions to the maids, the girls continued to drink tea. After a while, Qing'er came back and said to Mu Zixuan, "Princess, the prince is still busy." Hearing what the maid said, Mu Zixuan murmured, "It seems that the prince will not leave the south courtyard tonight." Mu Zixuan was right. Lu Chen did not leave the south courtyard all night. Not only did he not leave the south courtyard, he did not even leave Chu Yukin's room. Chu Qingli next door wanted to run over with a sword and chop Lu Chen into pieces. She listened to it all night in the room and felt extremely uncomfortable. As a result, Lu Chen didn't come over either and insisted on torturing her sister. Early morning. After Mu Zixuan got up, she asked the kitchen to prepare breakfast. She planned to have the maid deliver breakfast directly to the south courtyard after Lu Chen got up. Mu Zixuan held her child in her arms and stood in the pavilion enjoying the morning breeze. At this time, the maid came to her and said, "Princess, the prince is still busy." This. After hearing what the maid said, Mu Zixuan was stunned for a moment. It had already been an afternoon and an evening. Has Lu Chen not finished his work yet? Mu Zixuan then said, "Let the kitchen send the cooked rice to other courtyards, and then cook it for the prince." Since Lu Chen is still busy, the food he cooked before can no longer be left to him. As a prince, he naturally wants to eat the freshest food. Noon. After Mu Zixuan finished lunch, she thought of Lu Chen again, and then said to the maid, "Xiao, go see if the prince is up." After hearing this, the maid hurriedly went to the south courtyard. After a while, the maid Xiao came back. Xiao blushed and said, "Princess, the prince is still busy." Hearing this, De Zhou and Xiao Zhou who were sitting next to Mu Zixuan were shocked. "Still busy? Has it been a day?" Zhou Yuya whispered, "Sister Zixuan, will something happen?" Mu Zixuan thought for a while and said with some uncertainty, "Your Majesty should know what's appropriate. I guess nothing will happen." Just like that, the girls didn't take this matter to heart. Night. While eating, the girls once again thought of Lu Chen who was still in the south courtyard. Usually they would wait for Lu Chen to come back before they had dinner together. Looking at the tonic on the table, Mu Zixuan said to the maid again, "Qing'er, go see if the prince is up." As soon as Mu Zixuan finished speaking, Yellow Nanyang entered the main hall from outside the door. She said with a smile, "Qing'er, you don't have to look. I just passed by the south courtyard, and the prince is still busy." "Your Majesty, he..." Mu Zixuan wanted to say something, but she swallowed it back. After a while, Mu Zixuan said, "Since the prince won't be back tonight, let's eat first. I'll let the kitchen know later. Continue to cook fresh meals for the prince." At the same time, South Courtyard. The South Courtyard has calmed down. After a night and a day of noise, the South Courtyard seems particularly peaceful at this time. Lu Chen is lying on Chu Yukin's back, checking the system prompts. Congratulations to the host for getting a wife and concubine, and will be rewarded with version 2.0 of steel smelting technology. The host and his wife and concubine cultivate a relationship. The experience value of the qi refining technique is increased by 1000. The experience value of the rejuvenation hand is increased by 1000. The experience value of the dragon and phoenix yin and yang technique is increased by 1000. The experience value of the dharma absorption technique is increased by 1000. The experience value of the apparition is increased by 1000. The host and his wife and concubine emotions explode, all experience points increase tenfold, the power absorbing technique breaks through to the second level, and the host's strength rises to the ultimate level of Grand Master. Congratulations to the host for helping Chu Yukin conceive a child, and rewarded with blueprints for making a steam engine. The host and his wife and concubine have a spiritual connection times 20, and will be rewarded with train manufacturing drawings, fertilizer production technology, and 20 Kaiwan pills. Lu Chen was a little confused when he saw the text filling the screen. Yesterday, he was busy doing business and didn't listen to the system prompts at all. He didn't expect that when he finished his business, he actually got so many things. Chapter 268 Lu Chen has fallen? Seeing the Kaiwan pill on the system interface, Lu Chen was a little curious about what this pill was for, and then he clicked on the information about the Kaiwan pill. Kaiwan pill, after taking it, it can temper the meridians and speed up the strength of the warrior. Seeing the introduction of Kaiwan Dan, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. Is it that simple? It only talks about accelerating the warrior's strength improvement, but does not say how much it has been accelerated. Without a reference, how does he know how precious this elixir is? Forget it, when people use it, they will know how precious this elixir is. The effect of the beauty pill some time ago was so good, and the effect of the Kaiwan pill this time should not be any worse. At this time, Lu Chen gently stroked Chu Yukin's hair, with a bright smile on his face. It is said that it is difficult for warriors to get pregnant. His other powerful wives and concubines have not been pregnant with his children until now, but Chu Yukin is completely different from them. Chu Yukin was now also a half-step master, but the first time they had sex, she became pregnant with her own child. It seems that there is a big difference in physique between warriors and warriors. Maybe some women are prone to pregnancy. At this time, Chu Yukin, who was paralyzed on the bed, felt the disturbance in her hair and said feebly, "Chen. Chener, enough, enough." Although Lu Chen had been using the rejuvenation hand to help Chu Yukin heal, she didn't feel any pain at all, but the physical exertion was real. She was only a half-step master, how could she be the opponent of a great master? At this time, Chu Yukin felt that her brain had become a mess and she couldn't think about the problem at all. She finally understood why she could always hear certain sounds when patrolling the inner courtyard of the palace before. It turned out to be this. Chu Yukin felt that if she continued, she might lose consciousness completely. After hearing Chu Yukin's words, Lu Chen smiled, then leaned into her ear and whispered, "Yukin, what did you just call me? You will be punished for calling someone by the wrong name." Hearing the voice in her ear, Chu Yukin's delicate body couldn't help but tremble. "Punish? What punishment?" "Not." Chu Yukin was so frightened that she quickly said, "Husband, I was wrong." Seeing that Chu Yukin suddenly panicked, Lu Chen hugged Chu Yukin's waist tightly, and did not continue to do bad things. He said, "If you really can't change, you can continue to call me Chener from now on. This title is also not bad, it feels very good." Hearing this, Chu Yukin's face suddenly became extremely hot. She immediately understood what Lu Chen meant. This little villain wanted to humiliate her. If she still calls Lu Chen Chenier, it means that she still views Lu Chen from the perspective of an elder. If she, an elder, behaves like that in front of Lu Chen, doesn't it mean that she has no shame? Chu Yukin snorted softly at this time, and then said, "Don't think that I don't know what bad ideas you have in mind." Lu Chen smiled slightly, and then said, "What bad intentions can I have?" Chu Yukin said at this time, "Get up quickly, King Gli is still waiting for you in the next room." Lu Chen said, "It's just getting dark, don't be in a hurry." Hearing this, Chu Yukin suddenly felt a little emotional, and she immediately said, "Why is it getting dark? Do you think I am a fool? It's already the second night." Although she was basically in a daze from yesterday afternoon until Lu Chen finished doing the bad thing, she still woke up a few times in the middle and knew that it was already the next day. Chu Yukin could also guess why she could persist until now. This bad thing can heal people's injuries and illnesses. She didn't feel any discomfort at all. It was completely normal for her to persist until now. Seeing the emotion in Chu Yukin's tone, Lu Chen smiled and said in her ear, "I thought my wife had already fainted. I didn't know it was already the second day, but I didn't expect that you would still find her." Chu Yukin said at this time, "After all, King Gli is married to you, and you made her wait alone in the room for a day and a night. If this spreads out, it will affect her reputation." You'd better go to her room as soon as possible. A woman married a man, but the man did not enter the wedding room all day and night. If this spread, people would probably think that there was something wrong with this woman, which is why the man did not enter the wedding room all day and night. Lu Chen said, "Okay, you have a good rest, I will go to her room right now." At this point, Lu Chen was finally willing to separate from Chu Yukan. After he got up from Chu Yukan, he was about to put on clothes. At this time, Chu Yukan slowly turned over and wanted to get up to help Lu Chen get dressed. However, as soon as he moved, he found that he had no strength at all. Seeing that Chu Yukan had just stood up and then collapsed, Lu Chen said with a smile, "My good wife, you'd better have a good rest and don't force yourself." Hearing this, Chu Yukan snorted coldly, looked at Lu Chen with a resentful look and said, "It's all your fault. I don't have any strength now." Lu Chen chuckled and did not continue to tease Chu Yukan. He quickly got dressed and went directly to Chu Qinggli's room next door. When Lu Chen came to Chu Qinggli's room, Chu Qingli had already fallen asleep on the bed, and the maids in Chu Qinggli's room were all sleeping on the edge of the bed. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. It seemed that neither of them slept last night. At this moment, the maid suddenly woke up. Seeing Lu Chen appearing in the room, the maid was almost frightened out of her mind. After all, she was the maid who came as a dowry, and she was responsible for Lu Chen and Chu Qinggli's bed affairs. As a result, before the male master entered the wedding room, she, the maid, fell asleep leaning on the bed. The maid suddenly became very panicked. She quickly knelt on the ground and wanted to beg Lu Chen for mercy. But just as the maid was about to kneel down, she found that her body was dragged up by an inexplicable force, and then her mouth could not make any sound, as if a pair of invisible hands covered her mouth. The maid was completely in despair, thinking that King Bei was angry and wanted to kill her directly. But at this moment, she noticed that King Bei raised his finger, put it between his lips, and made a shh gesture. After seeing this scene, the maid realized that King Bei didn't want to kill her, but he didn't want her to make any noise and wake up Chu Qingli, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. The maid breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Chen then whispered to the maid, "Go and rest first." The maid said nothing, but she saluted Lu Chen, and then she quietly left the room. After the maid left, Lu Chen glanced at Chu Qingli on the bed. Chu Qingli was wearing a red wedding dress and lying on the bed without noticing that he had entered. Generally speaking, high-level warriors can sense the approach of danger even when they are asleep, and can quickly open their eyes to avoid attacks. If Lu Chen were someone else, Chu Qingli would have woken up by now. The reason why Chu Qingli did not wake up, but still slept so soundly, was that in Chu Qingli's subconscious mind, Lu Chen was no longer in danger, so even if Lu Chen came close, Chu Qingli would not be in danger. Qingli couldn't sense the danger approaching. At this time, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth rose slightly. He had played with Chu Qingli hundreds of times. Chu Qingli's body and mind had long been his. It was normal for her not to feel danger after falling asleep. Since she can't feel the danger, then she, the bad guy, will do harm to her. Thinking of this, Lu Chen went directly to the bed and gently pressed on it. Even after reaching this level, Chu Qingli still didn't open her eyes and slept very deeply. However, she had already noticed something in her daze, and she was talking in her sleep at this time. "Lu Chen, you bastard, let my sister go, if you can, I'll do it." Having said this, Chu Qingli turned her head to one side and continued to sleep. Hearing Chu Qingli's sleep talk, Lu Chen laughed. "He has the ability to come to you, right? Well, I'm coming to you now." Then Lu Chen began to gently tear off Chu Qingli's wedding dress. At this time, no matter how gentle Lu Chen's hands and feet were, Chu Qingli would still notice it. However, whenever Chu Qingli was about to wake up, Lu Chen stopped and made no move at all. He waited until Chu Qingli fell into a deep sleep again before continuing. Because Lu Chen was in a state of contact with Chu Qingli's body, the skill in Chu Qingli's body had been sealed. When a warrior loses his skill, his perceptual ability will be greatly reduced. In addition, Chu Qingli himself has no seeing Lu Chen as a threat. Chu Qingli still didn't wake up until her clothes were taken off by Lu Chen. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Chen glanced at Chu Qingli's whole body and smiled inwardly. It turned out that this guy had already been prepared for him to come over. In this case, just work overtime and don't sleep tonight. Then Lu Chen leaned forward and kissed Chu Qingli's red lips. Now Chu Qingli gradually felt something was wrong. She suddenly opened her eyes and found that Lu Chen, a bad guy, was actually doing bad things to her. Chu Qingli struggled quickly, but Lu Chen ignored her and continued to be himself. Things. After Chu Qingli struggled for a while, she gave up completely. Forget it, she was already this guy's woman, and she had officially married this bad guy yesterday. Now he is free to do whatever he wants to do to her. At the same time. Next room. Chu Yukin was lying on the bed. Several maids entered the room at this time and tidied Chu Yukin's bed. The sheets are already soaked, so I still need to change the things that need to be changed. At this time, Chu Yukin heard a voice coming from the next door. When she heard Chu Qingli's voice, Chu Yukin was slightly stunned. What she originally thought was that the bad guy had been busy all day and night, and after he went to Chu Qingli's room, it was time to go to sleep. In the end, he didn't expect that he would not be honest when he went to Chu Qingli's room, would not rest, and would continue to target Chu Qingli. Chu Yukin said quietly, "This bad guy really doesn't care about his body any more and less." In Chu Yukin's view, even if Lu Chen is already a grand master, he still needs to rest. Now Lu Chen is completely overdrawing his body. Chu Yukin couldn't help but think that now that she had become Lu Chen's woman, there would be no elders of Lu Chen in the entire palace, and Lu Chen would probably do things more and more erratically. This was not a good thing. It seemed that he had to continue to call him Chener. Even if he didn't care about him, when Lu Chen heard him calling him that, he always felt like he was an elder. Maybe a little more restrained. As for whether it has any effect, only later will we know. As the saying goes, gentle village, tomb of heroes. Half a month before Chu Yukin and Chu Qingli married into the North Palace, Lu Chen ran to the South Courtyard every day, almost to the point where he couldn't care less about Chu, and even government affairs were almost abandoned. This made Chu Yukin feel very worried, and she made up her mind again. Lu Chen must have an elder to take care of him, otherwise Lu Chen doesn't know how long he will be decadent. Finally, one morning after Lu Chen got up from the warm fragrance of Chu Yukin's soft jade, Chu Yukin said directly, "Chener, there is something I have to tell you." Hearing Chu Yukin's elder tone again, Lu Chen suddenly smiled. Most young people hate being preached by their elders, but Chu Yukin is not an ordinary elder. Her status as an elder is somewhat special and can be understood as role-playing. Lu Chen likes this tone instead. Lu Chen immediately said, "Aunt Chu, what are you talking about?" Chu Yukin also called her aunt, so she said directly, "I heard that you recently left all government affairs to Zhuchang Guang and did nothing yourself. Now it is said outside that you have completely degenerated." Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Aunt Chu, do you think I have fallen?" This. Seeing Lu Chen asking herself, Chu Yukin didn't know what to say. Isn't it obvious that this bad guy has fallen into trouble? He runs to himself every day, stays up all night, and then goes to sleep again in broad daylight. Seeing that Chu Yukin didn't speak, Lu Chen said with a smile, "I'm not corrupted, I just want to see if my reform policies can continue without problems without me as the prince, so I just handed over all government affairs to the Grand Bachelor." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yukin looked at Lu Chen with suspicion. She then said, you led your troops to Ningbaichen to resist King Tiankai's army, and then you handed over all government affairs to Zhuge Guang for a month or two. Doesn't that verify what you want to verify? Hearing Chu Yukin's words, Lu Chen simply stopped pretending and said, "Okay, I'm showing off my cards. I just want to do bad things to you every day, and then leave all government affairs to Zhuge Guang." Seeing that Lu Chen actually admitted it directly, Chu Yukin was stunned again. "You?" Chu Yukin sighed slightly, and then said, "Chener, you are the prince after all. You have to put government affairs first. How can you waste your energy on your aunt every day? If you continue like this, I'm afraid someone will say that your aunt is a beauty. It's a disaster." Lu Chen smiled and said, "If I don't focus on you, how can I make you pregnant with my child?" Chu Yukin didn't know that she was pregnant at this time. She continued, "You can't force a child. You also know that it is not easy for warriors to get pregnant. Look, you went to Yelunanyan's place every day before, and she was not pregnant." "Pregnant?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chen approached Chu Yukin's head and whispered in her ear, "I have good news for you. In fact, you are pregnant." As soon as these words came out, Chu Yukin was stunned for an instant. "Pregnant? Pregnant? Do you have a child with this bad thing? Real or fake? Why doesn't she feel anything?" Chu Yukin asked in disbelief, You didn't lie to me." Lu Chen looked into Chu Yukin's eyes and said in a teasing tone, "How dare I lie to my Aunt Chu?" Chu Yukin's face suddenly turned red, and she whispered, You better not call me Aunt Chu in the future." Originally, Chu Yukin wanted to use her status as an elder to persuade Lu Chen to focus on the right path, but she didn't expect that she would become pregnant with Lu Chen's child so soon. If Lu Chen continued to call him aunt, wouldn't it be a mess as to how he would call his children when they were born in the future? Chu Yukin felt a little puzzled. How could she become pregnant with this little villain's child so quickly? Lu Chen had been running to Yelunanyan every day before, and she got pregnant with Lu Chen's child without seeing Yelunanyan. Seeing Chu Yukin's face flushed, Lu Chen smiled and said, "You were not Chener before." Chener's shout was so smooth. "Why don't you let me call you aunt now?" Chu Yukin said ashamedly, "Anyway, don't call me that in the future." Lu Chen then hugged her body and said, "Okay, I understand. From now on, I will call you my wife." At this point, Lu Chen continued, "Actually, you got pregnant on the first night of our wedding, but I'm worried that if I only touch you once and then stop touching you, will you feel that way? I already dislike you, so I might as well stay in the palace every day these days and try to do everything we have to do while you are raising your baby." Hearing this, Chu Yukin suddenly felt even hotter. She didn't expect that this was the first time she did something like that with Lu Chen, and she fell into the trap. It was too easy for her to get pregnant. She was only half a step ahead. Grand Master, this gave her a strange feeling. She always felt as if her body had been ready to bear Lucan's child. Chu Yukin suddenly felt extremely ashamed. Lu Chen said, "I have to go to the military factory later, so I'll get up first. You can sleep a little longer." Having said this, Lu Chen stood up and dressed. Chu Yukin was about to get up and help Lu Chen get dressed, but found that she had no strength at all. In desperation, she had to call the maid in and let the maid serve her. "Dress Lu Chen." After Lu Chen came out of Chu Yukin's room, he went to the main courtyard to have a simple breakfast, and then went to the military factory to find the two Mo brothers. There are blueprints for steam engines and blueprints for trains. If these two things are built, they will definitely bring about changes across the ages in the north. Chapter 269 Zhuge Guang's opportunity to break through to the realm of heaven and man. After Lu Chen arrived at the military factory, he called the two Mo brothers together, then showed them the drawings of steam engines and trains, and explained to them the working principles of these two things. After listening to what Lu Chen said, the two brothers instantly felt that the door to a new world had opened. As craftsmen, when they heard what Lu Chen said, they immediately realized the impact that steam engines and trains would have on the world, especially steam engines. At this time, Lu Chen said, "Mo Fei, you still have to stay in the military factory and be responsible for the research and development of firearms, so I will leave the task of manufacturing steam engines and trains to your brother." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Mo Xing said excitedly, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your trust." Mo Xing was very interested in steam engines and trains. He wanted to see what changes these two things would bring to the world after they came out. Moreover, Mo Xing firmly believed in his heart that these two things would definitely promote the development of this era. Lu Chen gave him the task of manufacturing steam engines and trains. As the person who manufactured these two things, he, Mo Xing, could also leave his name in history. Lu Chen continued at this time, "By the way, steam engines and trains should be manufactured in Daehokan. There are not enough craftsmen in Yancheng. Although many refugees came to the Northland and the population of the Northland increased significantly, skilled craftsmen in the Northland were still very rare. Most of the refugees are fine if they are allowed to farm, but if they are allowed to engage in industrial production, it will take a long time for them to be trained. But Daehokan is different. Almost every household in Daehokan is a craftsman. If the manufacturing of steam engines and trains is placed in Daehokan, it will be easier to recruit craftsmen." Moreover, the reason why Lu Chen wants to manufacture steam engines and trains in Daehokan is because he has another biggest purpose. After the train is built, he plans to build a railway directly connecting Daehokan and Yancheng. After all, Daehu City has a population of hundreds of thousands, and these populations are very important to Lu Chen's industrial development, so Lu Chen does not intend to let them stay in Daehu City forever. When there is railway transportation connecting Daehokan in the future, it will be easier for the people in Daehokan to come to Yancheng and return to Daehokan. In this way, the people in Daehokan will not worry about leaving home. "It's too far away and I have been staying in Daehokan." Mo Xing instantly heard what Lu Chen meant, and he immediately said, "Okay, Your Majesty, I will pack my things and return to Daehu City later." Lu Chen said, "Don't be so anxious. I plan to inspect Daehu City in a few days. Then you will go back with my convoy." After all, the people of Daehu City are also his subjects, the vassal king. The system has determined the ownership of Daehu City for so long. Lu Chen has never been to Daehu City once. Lu Chen feels that he has ignored Daehu City too much. The city exists. Anyway, there is nothing going on in Baguio now. Even if there is no him in Yancheng, there are still people to handle the government affairs. The officialdom in Baguio has been running smoothly. If he leaves Yancheng for a while, nothing will happen. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Mo Xing said excitedly, "The people of Daehu City will be very happy if they hear that you are going to Daehu City." Lu Chen was the son of Destiny, the human emperor that Daehu City had been waiting for who knows how many years. If Lu Chen went to Daehu City in person, the people in the whole city would definitely be excited. Hearing Mo Xing's words, Lu Chen smiled, and then said, "Let's do this for today. I still have something to do, so I'll go back first. You should also seize the time to hand over the work in the military factory to others, and then go back, pack your things. I'll have someone pick you up in 2 days." "Yes, Your Majesty." Lu Chen did not stay too long in the arsenal. He immediately left the arsenal, returned to the North Palace, and had Zhuge Guang called to the study. He was going to Daehokan for a while, and he still had to explain what he had to explain to Zhuge Guang. After finishing all the tasks for the Northern Kingdom, Lu Chen thought of what Emperor Xia was doing recently, and then said to Zhuge Guang, "Grand Master, I recently received news that my father is uniting with the Great Master of Power plans to take action against you." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Zhuge Guang smiled faintly, touched his grey beard, and then said, I have already guessed that such a day would come. The last time a powerful person in the heavenly realm appeared in this world, many great masters died. Now that I am about to break through to the heavenly realm, some people will naturally worry that what happened before will happen again. Seeing that Zhuge Chongguang was not worried at all, Lu Chen asked directly, I would like to know how long it will take for the Grand Master to break through to the realm of heaven and humanity. The Jiangnan rebellion is almost over. Next, my father will most likely start to deal with the Northern Kingdom. He has probably won over many great masters now. If you can't break through in a short time, I'm afraid there will be a disaster. After hearing what Lu Chen said, Zhuge Chongguang replied, it is not easy to break through to the Grand Master. Although I have clearly felt that I am about to break through, and I have also touched the threshold of the heavenly realm, I always feel not even close to anything. The heavenly realm has been separated from the scope of martial arts. You cannot break through to the heavenly realm simply by improving your strength. There must be a special rule in this world. Only by passing this rule, or in other words, is it recognized by the world. Only a great master can break through to the heaven-human realm. I suspect that the main reason why the powerful man in Swanyu Palace massacred the great master of this world was to achieve a breakthrough. Everyone in the world thinks that he hunted the great masters unscrupulously to show off his power in the heavenly realm. But I think he had to kill so many great masters in order to break through to the heavenly realm. Hearing Zhuge Chongguang's words, Lu Chen frowned. In this case, there is a high probability that Zhuge Chongguang will have no chance of breaking through to the heavenly realm in a short period of time. This is troublesome. If Zhuge Chongguang cannot break through to the realm of heaven and man, he may not be an opponent when faced with the siege of the Grand Master. Although he has reached the highest level of Grand Master and can help Zhuge Chongguang from the side, who knows how many Grand Masters his father can invite. If it were 1 or 2 great masters, then he wouldn't be very worried, but if there were 5 or 6, he and Zhuge Chongguang might not be able to withstand it. Although the Northern Kingdom has entered the age of firearms can only play a suppressive role in dealing with a great master. There is no way that firearms can play a decisive role in killing a great master. At this time, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something, and then he took out a Kaiwan pill from the system space and said to Zhuge Chongguang, this is the Kaiwan pill, a type of elixir that can temper the meridians. Take it. Give it a try and see if it can help you break through the realm of heaven and humanity. Hearing this, Zhuge Chongguang was stunned for a moment. When he came to his senses, Zhuge Chongguang immediately said, my lord, I can't do it. This elixir is so precious, how can it be used by me? Although Zhuge Chongguang didn't know what Kaiwan pill was and had never heard of it before, Zhuge Chongguang knew the importance of this thing as soon as he heard Lu Chen say it was an elixir. As long as it has something to do with immortals, nothing is not precious. Lu Chen said calmly, I still have a lot here, so the bachelor can take it. For the Northern Kingdom, the value of the heavenly realm is far greater than this elixir. Seeing that Lu Chen had said this, Zhuge Chongguang couldn't continue to refuse. He directly took the Kaiwan pill from Lu Chen's hand and said, then I would like to thank you, Prince. After receiving the Kaiwan pill, Zhuge Chongguang directly put the Kaiwan pill into his mouth and drank it without saying a word. After swallowing the Kaiwan pill, Zhuge Chongguang suddenly felt extremely relaxed. The next moment, countless bamboo slips seemed to appear in front of his eyes, and these bamboo slips flashed past his eyes. In Lu Chen's view, Zhuge Chongguang's body actually emitted a faint golden light, which looked very mysterious. After a while, the golden light on Zhuge Chongguang's body gathered together, and then a golden light pillar soaring into the sky extended from Zhuge Chongguang's body. He went out and directly destroyed Lu Chen's study. The strange phenomenon that appeared in the study instantly attracted all the people in Yanshansh, and of course, people from the palace. When Lu Chen's wives and concubines saw the pillar of light appearing in the study, they were all startled. They thought something had happened to Lu Chen, so they hurriedly walked towards the study. Soon the courtyard of the study was crowded with people. At this time, Music Xuan also came outside the study yard. She saw that Chu Yukin and the others were at the door and had not entered the study, so she asked, "Sister Chu, what happened inside?" Chu Yukin replied, "I don't know either. Xiao Huan said that the prince and the bachelor were discussing important matters in the study and asked us not to go in." Hearing this, Music Xuan felt very puzzled. What were Lu Chen and Zhuge Chongguang discussing in the study that would cause such a strange phenomenon? At this time, dark clouds gathered in the sky of Yancheng, and the clouds became thicker and thicker, as if the sky was about to collapse. The golden beam of light emitted from the study was in the middle of the dark clouds, and then there was lightning and thunder in the clouds. The sound of thunder was like a dragon roaring in the dark clouds. The people of Yancheng saw golden light beams shooting out from the Buwang mansion. Moreover, another such phenomenon appeared in the sky, and even a dragon appeared. Everyone thought this was God's recognition of King Bei, so the people in the city knelt down in the direction of King Bei's mansion. At this time, Lu Chen was stunned when he saw in the study that the golden beam of light had not disappeared. The noise is getting a bit loud now. With such a thick beam of light shooting into the sky, the people in the whole city might have seen it, and the light beam was shot from the Buwang mansion. How could he explain this to the people? Lu Chen sighed, "Forget it, let's take it one step at a time and see if Zhuge Zhongguang can break through to the realm of heaven and man first." At this time, Zhuge Chongguang stood there and closed his eyes, as if he had entered a state of trance. After an unknown amount of time, countless golden bamboo slips appeared in front of Zhuge Chongguang. Originally, those golden bamboo slips only appeared in Zhuge Chongguang's mind. Only Zhuge Chongguang could see them, but now Lu Chen could also see them. Seeing these golden bamboo slips, Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that the world was more magical than he imagined. He probably didn't even have 1% knowledge of the world. After these golden bamboo slips circled around Zhuge Chongguang's body for a while, they instantly entered Zhuge Chongguang's body. Zhuge Chongguang suddenly opened his eyes, and two golden rays of light shot out from his eyes. Zhuge Chongguang then took a deep breath, and then all the golden light entered Zhuge Chongguang's body. Gradually, the golden beam of light shooting out of his body slowly dissipated. Zhuge Chongguang adjusted his breath, and Lu Chen quickly used the system to identify Zhuge Chongguang's status. Name: Zhuge Chongguang. Identity: Dean of Huanyu Academy, Bachelor of Baiguo University. Strength: Grand Master to the Ultimate Realm. Loyalty: 100. After seeing Zhuge Chongguang's personal information, Lu Chen was stunned. Grand Master reaches the realm of perfection? Like yourself? Shouldn't it be the realm of heaven and humanity? Lu Chen immediately asked, "Grand Bachelor, how are you feeling?" Hearing Lu Chen's question, Zhuge Chongguang sighed, and then said, "I am disappointed in the prince. I still have not been able to cross that threshold." This. Lu Chen was a little speechless. There was such a big movement just now. It was obviously not something that a Grand Master could create. He thought that Zhuge Chongguang would definitely break through to the realm of a Grand Master, but in the end, there was still no breakthrough. Where does the problem occur? Why can't we break through? Is it true that, as Zhuge Chongguang said, a great master must pass a certain special rule of this world to break through to the realm of heaven and man? While Lu Chen was deep in thought, Zhuge Chongguang said, "Your Majesty, although I have not been able to break through to the realm of heaven and humans, I already know the opportunity that will allow me to break through to the realm of heaven and humans." Lu Chen asked directly, "What is the opportunity?" Zhuge Chongguang replied, "As long as there are more and more scholars and talented people in the north, and I absorb enough literary spirit, I will be able to break through to the realm of heaven and humanity." Just now, after I entered a state of trance, there was a voice from somewhere guiding me. This is not much different from my previous conjecture. To break through to the heavenly realm, everyone must pass a certain special rule and be recognized by this world. Now think about it, the heavenly realm in Swanya Palace back then, a strong man has killed so many great masters, probably because he proves his way through killing, and he has to kill a certain number of great masters before he can break through to the heavenly realm. Lu Chen thought for a while and then said, so that's the case. If that's the case, then I will ask the Ministry of Education to issue a document. Starting from next week, every child between the ages of 6 and 16 must enter the academy. Study. Lu Chen originally planned to promote education for all. He had long ago asked the disciples of Swanya Palace to teach the people in the north to read and write. However, at that time, he only asked the disciples of Swanya Palace to teach the people to read and write, and he did not force the people to read and write. If children can read and write, so until now, many people still think that reading is not important. Since the opportunity for Zheng Guang's breakthrough to the realm of heaven and humanity was that there were more and more scholars and talented people in the Northern Kingdom, we should take this opportunity to quickly promote education for all. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Zheng Guang said quickly, "My lord, I'm afraid this won't work. Nowadays, most people think that only when you are an official can you study. If you don't study as an official, it is a waste of time and money, and for most families, children, it can be regarded as a labor force. If children are allowed to study in academies, ordinary people will definitely not be willing to do so." Lu Chen said calmly, "There are obstacles to the promotion of any political decree. If nothing is done because of the opposition of the people, the land ownership will not be recovered, and the North country will not be able to develop at the speed it is today." Seeing that Lu Chen's attitude was so resolute, Zheng Guang didn't say anything more. Then Lu Chen continued, "Bei Wangfu will allocate a sum of money as scholarships every year. Students with both good character and academic performance can apply. Students who pass the application, all can receive scholarships issued by Buwang Mansion. And within 50 years, all students who are admitted to the higher academy founded by Buwang Mansion will be assigned jobs directly after completing their studies." Upon hearing this, Zheng Guang instantly understood what Lu Chen meant. Lu Chen planned to use various methods to encourage people to send their children to the academy. At this time, Lu Chen sighed, and then continued, "To be honest, if we start taking action now, I don't know if it's too late." Emperor Xia had been preparing to deal with Fang Jie Zhongguang for a long time, but it turned out that they had just started to carry out national education. It is very likely that their national education had not been launched yet, and Zheng Guang had not yet broken through to the realm of heaven and man, and those great masters came to surround him. Zheng Guang was killed. Zheng Guang said, "My lord, please rest assured. Although your majesty has already been preparing to get rid of me, everyone in the world knows that I am a great master who is about to break through to the realm of heaven and man. The common people of Yancheng have probably seen the vision just now. Here, once word of this gets out, it is very likely that a great master will think that I have broken through to the realm of heaven and human beings, and will reject his majesty." After hearing what Zheng Guang said, Lu Chen reacted instantly. Yes, the commotion just now was so loud, it is very likely that the spies in Yancheng have already seen it. If this can be used to make people mistakenly think that Zheng Guang has made a breakthrough, Emperor Xia will naturally not dare to act rashly. Although they themselves know that Zheng Guang has not broken through to the realm of heaven and man, people outside do not know, and there are very few people who have seen the realm of heaven and man. Who knows what the realm of heaven and man is like? Thinking of this, Lu Chen smiled and said, "I understand what the Great Bachelor means. Then from today onwards, the Grand Master will be in the realm of heaven and humanity. From now on, the Grand Master should not show off his strength at will." Zheng Guang instantly guessed what Lu Chen wanted to do, and he immediately said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Lu Chen said with a smile, "Okay, let's do this for today." There was a lot of commotion just now. I guess there are already a lot of rumors outside. I have to find someone to refute the rumors. Zhuge Chongguang immediately saluted and said, I'm leaving. Chapter 270 Rumors in Daxia Capital. Lu Chen's wives and concubines were waiting anxiously at the entrance of the academy. They were all afraid that something would happen to Lu Chen in the study. After all, this was the first time they had seen such a vision. Just when the girls were anxious, the door of the study room opened, and Zhuge Chongguang and Lu Chen walked out one after another. At this time, Mu Zixuan walked up quickly and asked with concern, My lord, are you okay? Seeing so many people standing at the door of the study, Lu Chen said with a smile, I'm sorry, the Grand Scholar had some insights just now and made a breakthrough. The movement was a bit loud and made you worry. Lu Chen only said that he had achieved a breakthrough, and did not say what level Zhuge Chongguang had achieved. His words were not considered lying. After all, Zhuge Chongguang had achieved a breakthrough from Grand Master to the ultimate Grand Master, so that was still a breakthrough. However, after hearing Lu Chen's words, the people surrounding the study door were stunned for a moment. Breakthrough? Zhuge Chongguang made a breakthrough? Isn't Zhuge Chongguang already a great master? If he breaks through again, wouldn't it be heaven, the realm of heaven and humanity? When they thought of this, everyone was speechless. Is there a powerful person in the heavenly realm in the Northern Kingdom? Doesn't that mean that no one will dare to provoke the North Kingdom again? Seeing that everyone at the door was stunned, Lu Chen and Zhuge Chongguang looked at each other and smiled. Zhuge Chongguang said quickly, Your Majesty, I still have government affairs to deal with, so I will leave first. Lu Chen smiled and said, Okay, walk slowly. After Zhuge Chongguang left, the girls realized what they were doing. Mu Zixuan asked in disbelief, Your Majesty, has the Grand Master really made a breakthrough? Although Mu Zixuan is still an ordinary person now, she also knows very well what it means to have a heavenly realm in the north. This news is really shocking. Lu Chen said, Didn't you see that pillar of light rising into the sky just now? There was such a big movement, don't you still believe that he has broken through? Do you think an ordinary Grand Master can create such a movement? Hearing what Lu Chen said, the girls felt that it made sense. If it was the Grand Master, there would be no such big movement. Just now, the clouds were thick and the sky was about to collapse. The only thing that can cause changes in the celestial phenomena is the realm of heaven and man, which is called a pseudo-immortal. Seeing the excitement of his wives and concubines, Lu Chen helplessly smiled. It would be great if Zhuge Chongguang really broke through to the heavenly realm. In the afternoon, the news of Zhuge Chongguang's breakthrough spread throughout Yancheng. The people of Yancheng were instantly excited, and the spies in Yancheng were also dumbfounded. Even ordinary people know what the celestial realm means. The celestial realm is also called a pseudo-immortal. Before people see real immortals, people with the strength of the celestial realm are immortals. Now the common people are spreading the news that Zhuge Chongguang has become an immortal. The beam of light they saw at noon was formed when Zhuge Chongguang transcended the tribulation and ascended. Spies from various countries were shocked by the news. They quickly sent people everywhere to inquire about the news, trying to verify whether the news was true. After investigation by spies from various countries, the official newspaper of the Northern Kingdom did not mention the news of Zhuge Chongguang's breakthrough. The official newspaper of the Northern Kingdom only mentioned the promotion of education for all, while the Dongfang newspaper published the news of Zhuge Chongguang's breakthrough. However, the Dongfang newspaper only said that Zhuge Chongguang had achieved a breakthrough, but it did not say that Zhuge Chongguang had achieved a breakthrough to the realm of heaven and man. But Zhuge Chongguang was already in the realm of Grand Master. According to people's understanding, the realm above Grand Master is the realm of heaven and human. There is no other realm between Grand Master and heaven and human. Since Dongfang newspaper said that Zhuge Chongguang had achieved a breakthrough, doesn't it mean that Zhuge Chongguang has become a powerful person in the heaven and human realm? A powerful man in the heaven-human realm was actually born in a feudal country in the north. Spies and caravans from various countries all have a premonition that the world is about to undergo earth-shaking changes. You must know that all humans are mortals in the heaven and human realm. One heaven and human realm can easily wipe out hundreds of thousands of troops. Now that the Northern Kingdom has a heaven and human realm, will they still be able to peacefully become a feudal country in the future? One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. In less than a week, the news of Zhuge Kongguang's breakthrough to the heavenly realm spread throughout the major dynasties, and every major dynasty was shocked by the news. That is the heavenly realm. So far, no strong person in the heavenly realm has clearly appeared in that dynasty. The strongest one now is the Grand Master. As for the strong heavenly realm person in the Great Xia Dynasty, he is just people from the Xuanyu Palace sect. Xuanyu Palace is not worldly powerful, so they cannot be regarded as powerful people in the heaven and human realm of the Great Xia Dynasty. Soon, several major dynasties were thinking about how to get along with the Northern Kingdom. Of course, as to whether Zhuge Kongguang really broke through to the realm of heaven and man, the authenticity must be verified, but before verification, it does not hinder their and build good relations with the North. Spies from various countries have seen changes in the celestial phenomena in Yancheng, so in the eyes of most people, the news that Zhuge Kongguang has broken through to the realm of heaven and man is very likely to be true. This news spread throughout the major dynasties, and naturally soon reached the ears of Emperor Xia. Great Xia Dynasty, Imperial Palace. In the Imperial Garden. When Emperor Xia saw the battle report that Hong Ling's messenger had just sent from Jiangnan, he couldn't help but feel extremely comfortable. The Jiangnan family, the heaviest stone in his heart, was finally going to be smashed by him. As long as the Jiangnan aristocratic family is eliminated, other aristocratic families in Great Xia will not be afraid at all. In fact, those aristocratic families have also used various methods to assist the Jiangnan aristocratic family. In the end, the Jiangnan rebels were still defeated, and they were defeated in a complete mess. Now they can only being able to hunker down in Suifeng City and wait for death shows that the ancient aristocratic family in Great Xia has exhausted its strength. The Grand Master of the Great Xia royal family is already waiting outside Suifeng City. The final battle is between the Grand Master of the royal family and the Grand Masters of the major families. As long as the Grand Master of the royal family defeats the Grand Master of the Jiangnan family, this war will be over. It's completely over. Once the Great Master of the Jiangnan family dies, no one will be able to resist the imperial army. At that time, the Jiangnan family will completely disappear from this world. Emperor Xia looked at the battle report in his hand and thought to himself that after the Jiangnan family was dealt with, he would immediately unite the great masters of each dynasty and then get rid of Zhuge Kongguang. Without Zhuge Kongguang, the Northern King would not be able to make a splash even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Come! Just when Emperor Xia was thinking this, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. The shadow guard soldier knelt on the ground and held up a letter, "Your Majesty, urgent report from Yancheng." Upon hearing that the information was sent from Yancheng, Emperor Xia took the envelope directly without any hesitation, and then opened the envelope to check the contents of the information. After seeing the contents of the envelope, Emperor Xia was stunned as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. The content of the information was very simple, just one line: Zhuge Kongguang has broken through to the realm of heaven and man. This. How can this be? When did it become so easy to break through to the heavenly realm? Although some people have always said that Zhuge Kongguang is about to break through to the realm of heaven and humanity, this has been said for decades, and Zhuge Kongguang has never really broken through to the realm of heaven and humanity. As a result, Zhuge Kongguang made a breakthrough not long after he went to the Northern Kingdom. Emperor Xia couldn't accept the news in his heart. If Zhuge Kongguang was from the Great Xia court and his, that would be fine, but Zhuge Kongguang was from the Northern Kingdom, the most disliked person of his and most likely not his biological son. It is probably self-evident what a feudal country will do next if it possesses a powerful man in the realm of heaven and human. Seeing Emperor Xia looking at the letter in his hand for a long time and looking like he was frozen, Synopsis in the pavilion seemed to understand something. Although he still doesn't know what happened, but if Emperor Xia can be so upset, then what happened in the northern kingdom must be quite big this time. After a long time, Emperor Xia came back to his senses and said, "Check, ask the shadow guards of Yanchinj to check for me immediately. I want to know the exact news. The celestial realm is the end of martial arts, a pseudo-immortal, and an existence that cannot be offended. Once there is a strong celestial realm in the North Kingdom, the position of Emperor Xia may not be stable. At this time, Emperor Xia does not care whether he has it or not. Lost control. And what scares him the most is that what happened when he was a child happened again. The powerful man in the heavenly realm of Swanyu Palace killed many great masters, so much so that even now there are still great masters hiding in the deep mountains and old forests who dare not come out. If Zhuge Chongguang is like that powerful man in the heavenly realm, will the Grand Master of the royal family be slaughtered again? The key is that he is a Grand Master now. If a strong man in the heavenly realm wants to kill the Grand Master, then this emperor will most likely die at the hands of the heavenly realm. At this time, Emperor Xia had the fear of death for the first time, and those horrific memories of his childhood once again shrouded his mind. Seeing Emperor Xia losing his composure, Synopsis finally couldn't help it. "Your Majesty, I wonder what happened." Emperor Xia didn't answer, and directly handed the letter in his hand to Synopsis. Synopsis caught the letter and glanced at the contents on the paper. Seeing these words, Synopsis was also stunned. The realm of heaven and humanity. That was the realm that many great masters dreamed of. Countless great masters could not touch the threshold of the heavenly realm until their death. Since he was born, the only one he knew who had broken through to the heavenly realm was the one from Swanyu Palace. If Zhuge Chongguang can be counted as one, then there are two people. But has Zhuge Chongguang really broken through to the realm of heaven and man? At this moment, a soldier hurriedly ran to Emperor Xia. "Your Majesty, there is something strange happening in the northern kingdom." Hearing this, Emperor Xia and Synopsis were stunned at the same time. Emperor Xia immediately asked, "What's going on?" The soldier replied, "The northern kingdom has stationed 100,000 troops in the border area of Qi state. They declare that if the imperial court encounters difficulties and cannot deal with the Jiangnan rebels, they can go south at any time to assist the imperial court in suppressing the rebellion." Upon hearing this, Emperor Xia's face darkened instantly. Now the rebels in the south of the Yangtze River are about to be wiped out. They are all huddled in Sufeng City and dare not come out. As a result, the North Kingdom said that it would send troops south. I'm afraid no one knows what the North Kingdom is thinking about. Emperor Xia couldn't help but wonder, had Zhuge Chongguang really broken through to the heavenly realm? Otherwise, why would that little beast be so anxious to send troops south? That little beast obviously couldn't wait to claim the throne of his own. Emperor Xia became angrier as he thought about it, and the next moment, he suddenly coughed. Cough cough cough, puff. Coughing and coughing, a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out. Seeing this scene, Synopsis quickly came out of the pavilion and came to Emperor Xia. He quickly put his hand on Emperor Xia's back to help him adjust his breath. "Your Majesty, please don't get angry and take care of your dragon body." Emperor Xia also realized that if he continued to be so angry, he might go crazy. He quickly stabilized his breath and calmed down. After a while, Emperor Xia finally calmed down a little. But at this moment, another dark figure appeared in front of Emperor Xia. He was about to report the information. Synopsis frowned, fearing that the information reported by the shadow guard might be some bad news, which would make Emperor Xia angry. He said, "Your Majesty is not feeling well right now. If anything happens, I will report it tomorrow." After hearing the words of the national master, the shadow guard who was later swallowed the words in his mouth. At this time, Emperor Xia, who had calmed down in his heart, said, "No need, just say it." He didn't believe how bad the next news could be. In his opinion, there was no news worse than the news that Zhuge Chongguang had broken through to the heavenly realm. Seeing that Emperor Xia asked him to speak directly, the shadow guard did not hesitate and said directly, "Your Majesty, the owner of Peach Blossom Valley asked someone to bring you a letter saying that she will be in retreat recently. This retreat may not come out within 10 years. If anything happens to you, come back to her in 10 years. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xia snorted and said nothing. Obviously, the owner of Peach Blossom Valley also knew the news about Zhuge Chongguang's breakthrough, and was so frightened that he did not dare to come out. What kind of bullshit retreat is a group of cowardly old antiques who are afraid of death? Emperor Xia then said, "Pass an order to Zhao Chuan to speed up, deal with the Jiangnan rebels as soon as possible, and capture Zioba." Although Emperor Xia still couldn't believe that Zhuge Chongguang had broken through to the heavenly realm, he had to prepare for some things in advance. The Northern Kingdom has already deployed hundreds of thousands of troops on the border with the Qi Kingdom. This obviously shows that the little beast has already made up his mind. If he wants to secure the throne, he must resolve the Jiangnan rebellion as soon as possible, and then send all the elite troops move the power to the north. After a while, a rumor was spreading in the streets and alleys of the Daxia capital. Some people said that the Daxia royal family had received a sacred object from Suanya Palace. This sacred object could temporarily enhance a person's strength to the realm of heaven and humanity. As soon as this rumor spread, it immediately caused a sensation. Many people doubted the authenticity of this rumor. After all, if there was such a thing, how could Suanya Palace give this thing to the Daxia royal family? Although the goddess of Suanya Palace married Emperor Xia, it did not end well. Suanya Palace had already fallen out with the Daxia royal family. It was impossible to give such a good thing to Emperor Xia, let alone Suanya Palace. Of sacred objects. At the same time, north. Lu Chen had already embarked on an inspection trip to Daya City. This time going north was easier and less dangerous, so Lu Chen took Xiao Wenyao with him. Didn't Xiao Wenyao always want to ride a horse and run on the grassland? During the journey north, there were endless grasslands everywhere. Lu Chen gave Xiao Wenyao this opportunity. During the day, Xiao Wenyao was riding a horse on the grassland to let himself go. At night, Lu Chen arrived riding is relaxing. Although Lu Chen went north, their convoy was not particularly fast. If Jin Yiwei had any news, they would still be able to catch up with Lu Chen's convoy. In the evening, Lu Chen's motorcade had set up camp, and Lu Chen was about to call Xiao Wenyao over. At this time, a guard in golden clothes came to Lu Chen, "Your Majesty, we have information about the capital." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen immediately took the information from Jin Yiwei's hand, then opened it and glanced at it. After seeing the rumor in Daxia capital, the corners of Lu Chen's lips slightly raised. He had already learned from Chen Wanrong that Emperor Xia possessed the holy relics of Suanya Palace. However, it is somewhat intriguing that this news can be spread out and circulated everywhere in the capital of Daxia. This news was most likely not released by Suanya Palace. Suanya Palace did not want people to know that their sacred objects were in the hands of Emperor Xia. Suanya Palace was such a powerful sect, but as a result, their sacred objects could not be saved, and instead fell into the hands of the secular royal family. It would not be nice to hear this spread. Moreover, this sacred object should still be somewhat important to Suanya Palace. What if too many people know that the sacred object is in the hands of the Daxia royal family, and more people will be interested in the sacred object in the future? Since this news did not come from Suanya Palace, then who did it come from? If you want to guess who spread the news, you must consider that there must not be many people who know that the Daxia royal family possesses the sacred objects of Suanya Palace, so this news is definitely not spread by ordinary people. Secondly, who can benefit from this news? The figure of Emperor Xia instantly appeared in Lu Chen's mind. News of Zhuge Guang's breakthrough to the heavenly realm spread throughout all dynasties. In addition, Lu Chen, in order to act more realistically, transferred 100,000 troops under Wei Xiyuan to the border area of Qi state, showing that he wanted to go south. It seems that this led to turmoil in Daxia. There is no doubt that Emperor Xia is also afraid. Emperor Xia was really worried that the northern kingdom would really use the Yushanren realm to rebel. Therefore, in order to prevent the northern kingdom from actually starting a rebellion, he could only release the news that he possessed the sacred objects of Suanya Palace, creating a picture that the Daxia royal family had secret weapons and had the strength to fight against the heavenly realm. In this way, if the northern kingdom wants to raise an army to rebel, or go south to attack the capital, it must consider whether the Daxia royal family really possesses a sacred object that can enhance a person's strength to the realm of heaven and humanity. In fact, it is just to intimidate the northern kingdom. After reading the information, Lu Chen said to the Jin Wei soldiers in front of him, "Go tell Wei Xiyuan and ask his soldiers to move a little and show their faces more often at the border of Qi state." "Yes, Your Majesty." Lu Chen continued, "Okay, let's get down. My subordinates resign." The Jin Wei soldiers had just left, and Xiao Wenyao, who had been riding for a day, came back. She was very relaxed now. She hadn't been as happy as she had been in the past few days for a long time. At this time, Lu Chen smiled and said to Xiao Wenyao, "Yao, how do you feel?" Xiao Wenyao thanked him happily and said, "Thank you so much, Your Majesty, for letting me go north with Your Majesty." Lu Chen said at this time, "You must be tired after riding a horse for a day. Come, follow me into the tent, and I will help you relieve your fatigue." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Xiao Wenyao's face suddenly glowed. She had been riding a horse on the grassland for a day, and it was really time for Lu Chen to ride her horse. Xiao Wenyao whispered, "The slave family is coming." Chapter 271 Lu Shiyun wants to escape. Daxia, Sufeng City. Outside the city, the army of the Great Xia Imperial Court gathered. Countless catapults were placed in a row, and the archers were ready to attack. At this time, Sufeng City was in chaos. No one expected that the Imperial Army could defeat the armies of their major families in such a short period of time and surrounded Sufeng City. Now they only have the last chance left, which is to let the great masters of the major families take action at the same time to deal with the Imperial Army. Of course, they also expected that the Grand Master of the Imperial Court might be among the army, so the next step was a contest between the Grand Master of the aristocratic family and the Grand Master of the Imperial Court. If the Grand Master of the aristocratic family could defeat the Grand Master of the Imperial Court, maybe their Jiangnan aristocratic family would still be able to defeat it. There is a glimmer of hope, but if the Great Master of the family fails, it won't take long for the Imperial Army to rush in. In front of the Imperial Army, General Zhao Chuan was riding a horse, looking at the gate of Sufeng City, and then said loudly, "Attack!" The next moment, the sound of horns echoed in the sky above Sufeng City, and then the Imperial Army was dispatched. Countless catapults threw boulders, and the boulders hit the city wall, leaving holes everywhere in the city wall. Sufeng City was also using catapults, and countless huge rocks were also thrown at the Imperial Army. Of course, these boulders are of little use to the elite soldiers of the Imperial Court. Ordinary elite soldiers can easily avoid boulders and bows and arrows. At the same time, Wang family. The heads of the Jiangnan family gathered in the Wang family's living room again. Prince Lu Shiyun was sitting on the throne of the Wang family, his face gloomy and ugly. He seemed to have seen the future where he would die from poisoned wine. After hearing the trumpet sound echoing over Sufeng City, everyone knew that the Imperial Army had launched an attack. They could only place their hope on the Grand Masters of their respective families. If the Great Masters of their respective families were defeated, then they would probably have no way to escape but death. The entire living room was very quiet, everyone's expressions were ugly, and no one spoke. At this moment, Chu Hengfei couldn't bear it any longer, and he said directly, "Your Highness, let's find a way to escape, leaving the green hills behind, so we don't have to worry about running out of firewood. If we die now, we will have nothing." Chu Hengfei didn't want to die here. He was still so young, and he still had many ambitions and ideas that had not yet been realized. He was still thinking about Chu Yukan, the alluring woman. Chu Hengfei thought to himself that his father had already established a foothold in the North Country anyway. As long as he escaped from Suifeng City and quietly slipped to the North Country, he would be a good man again. Moreover, he is still his father's only son. As long as he goes to the Northern Kingdom, he will still be the eldest son of the Chu family in the Northern Kingdom. When he leaves in the future, he will be the head of the Chu family. Of course, these are not the most important things. What is important is that he can pursue Chu Yukan when he goes to the North Country. When he thought of Chu Yukan's plump figure, Chu Hengfei's fear of death weakened a bit. Hearing Chu Hengfei's words, Chu Liang immediately scolded him and said, "Hengfei, don't talk nonsense. Our great masters haven't taken action yet. How do you know that we are not the opponent of the imperial army?" Hearing Chu Liang's words, Chu Hengfei was a little unhappy. Although he initially sided with his two uncles and betrayed his father, he did so in order to gain more power from the Chu family and did not want to be constrained by his father's rules and regulations. Now the imperial army has arrived at the city. If the imperial army attacks, the entire Chu family will be doomed. His father has prepared such a good escape route for him in the North Kingdom. He does not want to accompany these Chu family members to stay in Suifeng City and wait to die. However, although Chu Hengfei felt uncomfortable, because Chu Liang was his uncle, and the prince and so many heads of aristocratic families were here, he could not keep his mouth shut. Chu Hengfei immediately shut up and stopped talking, but he felt sad in his heart. Already thinking about how to escape from Suifeng City. At this time, Lu Chen said, "Since I have chosen this path, I will definitely accompany you all. How can I escape at this time?" Lu Chen also saw that what these aristocratic family heads are most afraid of now is that he escapes. The imperial army is already attacking the city, and the people in the city are panicked. If the crown prince, the pillar of the city, escapes, then the people of Suifeng City will probably be dispersed in an instant. Moreover, Lu Chen is indeed the easiest person to escape here, because Lu Chen does not have any family property in Suifeng City. He came here empty-handed, so naturally he can leave empty-handed. But it was different for those aristocratic families. The family property of those aristocratic families for many generations was in Suifeng City. They had no way out. If they ran away, their family property for dozens of generations would be gone. Of course, it's not just a matter of family property. Lu Chen is only one person, with at most a few followers. But those aristocratic families don't have thousands of members. How can they escape with so many people? If Lu Chen took a few followers and escaped from Suifeng City while taking advantage of the chaos, there was a real possibility that he would not be discovered, but the same cannot be said for the aristocratic family. There are too many people in the aristocratic family, and the target is such a big one. If they try to escape, they will definitely be caught. Discovered by people. So when Lu Chen said that he would not run away at this time, he was actually trying to stabilize the minds of the heads of the major aristocratic families and prevent them from overthinking. But Lu Chen obviously didn't really think so. He is a prince, why should he die with this group of aristocratic family members? He has already foreseen that if he is caught, his father will definitely not let him go even though he is a prince, and will definitely give him poison, wine, or give him 3 feet of white silk. Therefore, if he wants to survive, he cannot be caught by the imperial army outside the city. He must find a way to leave Suifeng City. Since this Chu Hengfei also wants to escape, he can take advantage of this Chu Hengfei. Chu Hengfei is from the Chu family in Jiangnan. He has grown up in Sufeng City since he was a child, and has lived in Sufeng City for so many years. He should know Sufeng City well. Maybe he can find a way to escape from the city. Of course, this kind of thing cannot be said openly. At this time, Lu Shiyun continued, now the people in the city are panicked. The heads of the families are sitting here and can't think of a good way. Now you should go back home and comfort your clansmen. Only when people's hearts calm down, I just hope we can get through this difficult time. After hearing this, the heads of the aristocratic family thought for a while. Indeed, they are sitting here with big eyes and small eyes. No one can think of a good way. They will only know after the war between the great masters is over. Can he defeat the imperial army? At this time, the head of the Qin family stood up and said, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is right. In this situation, even if we are sitting here, we are just worried. We might as well go back to our respective homes and comfort each other. Tribesmen. Seeing that the head of the Qin family had said this, the head of the Wang family sighed and said, Okay, everyone, please go back today. The family heads thought that if Sufeng City was really captured by the imperial army, they would just have to wait for death in the Wang family now, so they might as well lead their clansmen in a final desperate struggle later. Moreover, once the imperial army invades the city, they will definitely divide their troops. The aristocratic families are distributed in various places in Sufeng City. As long as the imperial army divides their troops, one of their aristocratic families may be able to seize the chaotic situation in Sufeng City and rush out with their own clansmen. Sufeng Cheng. Although everyone talks about unity, they have already prepared for the worst in their hearts. Most people do not believe that they can win. If they really have a chance of winning, they will not lose all the way and lose to this point. Afterwards, each family head left the Wang family and returned to their respective families. After they all left, Lu Shiyun came to a restaurant in Sufeng City, and then found someone to quietly bring Chu Hengfei to him. As soon as he heard that His Highness the Crown Prince wanted to see him alone, Chu Hengfei was very happy. As long as he could meet the Crown Prince alone, he would have a chance to convince the Crown Prince and they could escape directly. Chu Hengfei actually thought about escaping from Sufeng City alone, but after thinking about it, he realized that he had no strength at all, and he did not have any powerful subordinates in the Chu family. If he escaped alone, he would not be able to escape from Sufeng City. When he was discovered by the imperial army outside, he was probably caught directly. If there are masters around him, it will be different. Then those masters will help him hold back the soldiers of the court, and then he can get rid of the soldiers of the court. There is no doubt that it is the most appropriate choice to cooperate with Lu Shiyun. Lu Shiyun is surrounded by masters at the master level. If they escape together, even if they are accidentally discovered by the soldiers of the imperial court, there will be strong people covering them. Then the probability of them escaping from Sufeng City is even greater. Not long after, Chu Hengfei appeared in Lu Shiyun's room. After seeing Lu Shiyun, Chu Hengfei immediately saluted and said, The common people have seen His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Lu Shiyun smiled and said, Brother Chu, hurry up and don't be so polite. Seeing that Lu Shiyun was so polite to him, Chu Hengfei felt that something was wrong. He asked at this time, Your Highness, I wonder why you are looking for a grassroots person. Lu Shiyun sighed, and then said, Each of the major aristocratic families had their own agendas, which ultimately led to the defeat of this war. Although the imperial army has not yet invaded Sufeng City, the defeat of Sufeng City is already doomed. I remembered that not long ago, a wealthy family in Qi State wrote to Gu. As long as Gu goes to Qi State, Gu's imperial uncle will definitely find a way to protect Gu. When Gu's father dies in the future, Gu's imperial uncle will support him at all costs. Ascending the throne alone. Hearing this, Chu Hengfei's heart suddenly became excited. Hearing what Lu Shiyun meant, Lu Shiyun also planned to escape from Sufeng City quietly, and also go north. So, they are kindred spirits? Chu Hengfei immediately said, Your Highness, if you need anything, you can tell the common people. If the common people can help you, they will die without mercy. Lu Shiyun said with a smile, There is no need to die. I just want to know. You have lived in Sufeng City for so many years. You should know Sufeng City very well and know some ways to leave Sufeng City. If Gu can successfully reach Qi state, you will be the #1 hero. When Gu reaches that position in the future, I will make you the Duke of the country. Hearing the cakes drawn by Lu Shiyun, Chu Hengfei's heartbeat began to beat faster. He thought for a moment and felt that Lu Shiyun still had hope of turning over. The strength of Qi state is not weak. If King Qi supports Lu Shiyun and Lu Shiyun keeps a low profile in Qi state, when Emperor Xia passes away in the future, King Qi may really be able to push Lu Shiyun to the throne. At that time, the man who saved Lu Shiyun's life was a great hero, and he would definitely not be able to escape the position of Duke. Thinking of this, Chu Hengfei immediately said, Your Highness, don't worry, the common people will definitely find a way to take you out safely. Hearing Chu Hengfei's answer, Lu Shiyun said with a smile, Brother Chu, do you know of any place where you can leave Sufeng City quietly? Chu Hengfei said with a smile, This is natural. If His Highness is ready, we can leave Sufeng City tonight. Lu Shiyun said, Well, this matter will trouble Brother Chu. We will leave Sufeng City tonight. Speaking of this, Lu Shiyun suddenly thought of something, and then continued, By the way, Brother Chu, I hope you don't tell other people in the Chu family about this matter. If there are too many people and the target is too big, it will be easy to expose our secrets. His whereabouts, even if he escapes from Sufeng City, he may be discovered by the soldiers of the imperial court. Chu Hengfei said with a smile, Don't worry, Your Highness, the common people only bring 2 or 3 followers. Other than that, they will never tell the rest of the Chu family. Lu Shiyun said, Well, Brother Chu, hurry up and prepare. Come to the restaurant tonight to find Gu. Yes, Your Highness the Crown Prince. After the words fell, Chu Hengfei left the restaurant with a happy face. Seeing Chu Hengfei's back, Lu Shiyun's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He planned to directly deal with Chu Hengfei, the idiot, after escaping from Sufeng City. When the imperial army breaks through Sufeng City and the Chu family is wiped out, those Chu Hengfei will naturally be useless. Lu Shiyun thought in his heart, hoping that tonight's operation would go smoothly. If they were discovered, whether by aristocratic families in the city or by imperial soldiers outside the city, it would be very difficult for them to escape. This kind of thing is best done right the first time. At the same time, outside Sufeng City, seeing that the imperial army was about to board the city wall, suddenly, the imperial soldiers on the city wall were instantly knocked away by an invisible force, and then all the imperial siege ladders were destroyed. The next moment, 3 great masters appeared on the city wall. Seeing this scene, the morale of the rebels in Sufeng City was greatly boosted. The Grand Master on their side finally took action. With the help of the Grand Master, the imperial army could not attack no matter how powerful it was. At this moment, the soldiers didn't know that their leader, Lu Shiyun, was already planning to run away. After Zhao Chuan, the great general of the imperial court, saw the 3 great masters on the tower, he immediately said to the soldiers, Retreat. As soon as the words fell, the trumpet sounded, and the imperial army retreated. Seeing the imperial army retreating, the soldiers in Sufeng City immediately cheered. They all thought they had won, and the imperial army was scared away by the Grand Master on their side. As everyone knows, after Zhao Chuan asked the imperial soldiers to retreat, a smile appeared on his face. It's not that they really retreated, but the second war began. It was not a war between ordinary soldiers, but a war between great masters. A war between great masters would inevitably affect the people around them, so he immediately let the soldiers of the imperial court withdraw. While the soldiers in Sufeng City were immersed in their fantasy, 3 old men slowly walked out on horseback from the retreating imperial army. Seeing the 3 old men, the soldiers in Sufeng City instantly felt something was wrong. The imperial army had clearly retreated, so why did they send 3 old men out at this time? Is it possible? Are these 3 old men also great masters? Before people had time to think too much, the 3 old men rode straight to the city gate. After seeing this, the 3 great masters of the family did not wait, they jumped directly from the tower. Then the second war in Sufeng City began. The 3 great masters of the imperial court were obviously stronger than the 3 great masters of the aristocratic family. The 3 great masters of the aristocratic family were beaten back and forth, which made the 3 great masters of the aristocratic family a little unbelievable. Where did Emperor Xia invite this great master from? How could he be so powerful? If they remember correctly, when the 3 of them were still heads of aristocratic families, the Grand Master of the Great Xia royal family was hunted and killed by powerful men in the heavenly realm. It stands to reason that such a powerful Grand Master no longer existed in the Great Xia royal family. It was already very good for the national master Situ Ce to break through to the realm of Grand Master. As a result, 3 more Grand Masters came out of the royal family, and the strength of these 3 Grand Masters was actually so strong. Is it possible that these 3 Grand Masters are the Grand Masters who survived the royal family in the past? They were lucky enough to escape the pursuit of the powerful man in the heaven and human realm? Although there were various shocks in my heart, it was useless to think about it now. Not long after, a Grand Master of aristocratic families was seriously injured. In desperation, the 3 Grand Masters of aristocratic families had to retreat temporarily. After seeing the 3 great masters of the Jiangnan family retreating, the 3 great masters of the imperial court also left and did not continue to join the battlefield. The imperial court would not use Grand Masters to deal with those small soldiers. Of course, another reason is that the consumption of the 3 Grand Masters of the imperial court is also very high. If all their strength is consumed in dealing with the soldiers of Sufengcheng, the 3 Grand Masters will not be able to deal with them later. If a great master comes out again, they will probably not be able to compete. So usually, dynasty wars are between Grand Masters and Grand Masters. Grand Masters do not participate in wars below the Grand Master level. The same is true for this war now. At this time, General Luo Zhaochuan said, "Charge again." After the words fell, the trumpet sounded again, and the imperial army attacked the city again. However, at the end of the day, the imperial army did not capture Sufeng City. The rebels in Sufeng City were still very strong in defending the city. After night falls, in the inner courtyard of a restaurant in Sufeng City, dozens of black figures surrounded a well. A man's voice sounded, "Can you leave Sufeng City through this well?" Another man replied, "Yes, this well is connected to the seaside. You can reach the seaside directly through this well." The man said, "In that case, let's not waste time. Brother Chu, I will trouble you to lead the way." Chu Hengfei said with a smile, "Okay, the common people will take His Royal Highness out of Sufeng City now." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Hengfei pulled the rope and slowly descended into the well. Then Lu Shiyun and others also went down from the edge of the well. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 272 300 Years Old. Chu Hengfei took Lu Shiyun and dozens of followers and walked for more than 2 hours before finally reaching the entrance of the cave. When they were about to reach the exit, they heard the sound of rushing water coming from the entrance of the cave. Lu Shiyun felt happy, but he didn't expect that Chu Hengfei actually led them to escape. Great, as long as he runs to Qi State, he will have a chance to make a comeback. After a while, they walked out of the cave. When they left the cave, the sky began to turn white. Looking at the vast sea in front of him, Lu Shiyun's ambition once again ignited in his heart. At this time, Chu Hengfei said from the side, "Your Highness, let's hurry up and leave." This place is not far from Sufeng City. If the Imperial Army realizes that you have escaped, they will probably send people to find this place. After hearing Chu Hengfei's voice, Lu Shiyun came back to his senses, and he immediately signaled the Grand Master next to him with a glance. Now that they have escaped, Chu Hengfei is useless. The Grand Master instantly understood what Lu Shiyun meant, drew his sword directly, and pierced Chu Hengfei's chest with the sword. Chu Hengfei suddenly felt a cold feeling on his back, and then bursts of severe pain. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he lowered his head and looked at the sword blade on his chest in disbelief. Then he stared at Lu Shiyun with wide eyes, and said with a look of reluctance, "Prince, you." Before Chu Hengfei finished speaking, the Grand Master who protected Lu Shiyun kicked Chu Hengfei off the cliff and fell into the sea. After dealing with Chu Hengfei, Lu Shiyun was about to leave, but at this moment, a man's voice came from behind Lu Shiyun, "Your Highness, Chu Hengfei managed to escape with us, why don't you kill him like this? It's a bit inappropriate to marry him. Isn't this a little too ungrateful? If His Highness the Crown Prince treats his servants like this, always killing the donkey, then who will dare to follow His Highness the Crown Prince in the future?" Hearing these words, Lu Shiyun was stunned for a moment. He did not expect that someone would dare to speak to him like this. Then he immediately turned around and found that his followers had surrounded someone. And the person surrounded was none other than Liang Zong, who had been helping him make money. Lu Shiyun thought that after going to Qi State, he would definitely need to accumulate some money to bribe court officials. He could not rely on his imperial uncle for everything, so he took Liang Zong with him. In the end, he didn't expect that Liang Zong, a slave, would dare to speak to his master like this. Lu Shiyun asked coldly, "Liang Zong, do you know who you are talking to?" Hearing this, Liang Zong smiled faintly, and then said, "Of course I know, I am talking to the rebel leader now." Seeing that Liang Zong actually called himself the leader of the rebels, Lu Shiyun was immediately furious and said directly, "Since you insist on seeking death, I will help you." Having said this, Lu Shiyun said to the Grand Master next to him, "Kill him." In Lu Shiyun's view, Liang Zong was just an ordinary person who was good at making money. Killing him was no different than squeezing an ant to death. After hearing Lu Shiyun's order, the Grand Master beside Lu Shiyun immediately took action and struck Liang Zong on the head with a knife. Just when everyone thought Liang Zong was about to be killed, suddenly, Liang Zong pulled out a soft sword from his waist, and then chopped off the head of the master who attacked him with one sword. Seeing the scene of blood splattering in front of him, Lu Shiyun was dumbfounded. The person protecting him was a great master, and he was killed so directly. How can this be? Lu Shiyun looked at Liang Zong in disbelief. You actually know martial arts?" Lu Shiyun had always thought that Liang Zong was an ordinary person, but he never expected that Liang Zong could kill a Grand Master so easily. Being able to draw a sword so fast that even a Grand Master can't react, Liang Zong's strength is at least above that of a Grand Master or Master. Lu Shiyun's heart was instantly filled with fear. An ordinary person who has been with him for so many years suddenly has the strength of a Grand Master. What does this mean? It means that this person is lurking around him for some purpose. Now that his rebellion has failed, and there are only these dozens of followers left around him, Liang Zong suddenly reveals his strength, which means that Liang Zong wants to attack him. Take action. Liang Zong smiled and said at this time, "Your Highness, I never said that I didn't know martial arts. You always thought that I didn't know martial arts." Lu Shiyun couldn't help but take a step back. "Who are you?" Liang Zong smiled and said, "The person who sent His Royal Highness on his way." Hearing this, Lu Shiyun quickly said to his followers, Kill him alone." After Lu Shiyun finished speaking, everyone immediately took action. Liang Zong waved his soft sword, and a series of sword sounds sounded. The next moment, the followers who rushed up were easily dealt with. When Lu Shiyun saw this, he knew that his followers were no match for Liang Zong, so he turned around and ran away, trying to let his remaining followers hold Liang Zong back for a while. But it is a pity that those followers did not buy Lu Shiyun much time. Before Lu Shiyun could run a few steps, Lu Shiyun's followers were killed by Liang Zong alone. Seeing Lu Shiyun running away, Liang Zong smiled faintly and kicked his right leg hard. A stone flew directly towards Lu Shiyun and knocked Lu Shiyun's body to the ground. After Lu Shiyun fell, he turned around and kept retreating. As he retreated, he said, "Who do you belong to? As long as you defect to Gu, when Gu goes to Qi state, Gu's uncle will definitely give you 10,000 taels of gold. In the future, if Gu Ruo sits on the throne, Gu will grant you the title of king." Male. Hearing Lu Shiyun's words, Liang Zong smiled and said, "Your Highness, I am not Chu Hongfei, and I will not believe the pie you painted so easily." At this point, Liang Zong was about to take action. Lu Shiyun said quickly, "Gu is the prince. You can't kill Gu. Even if Gu rebels, Gu is still the crown prince of Emperor Xia. If you kill Gu, you will not end well." Liang Zong ignored Lu Shiyun's words and swung his sword directly. The sword light flashed and Lu Shiyun's body slowly fell to the ground, but he still had the last trace of consciousness. Liang Zong said at this time, "Finally, let me introduce myself. I am Liang Zong, the commander of the Northern Kingdom's Jinyi Guards. Your Highness, please come on your way." Lu Shiyun vomited blood and slowly fell down. He made a weak voice, You are, Lu Luchen, s." After saying the last sentence, Lu Shiyun completely lost consciousness. Liang Zong didn't waste time and left directly. Lu Shiyun is dead, and his lurking work has come to an end. It is time to go to the Northern Kingdom to report his duties to the Northern King. Since the Northern King activated the Jinyi Guards, he has not personally reported his duties to the Northern King once. This is not what a good minister should do. Some performance. After Lu Shiyun escaped, the major families in Sufeng City soon realized that Lu Shiyun was missing, but no matter how they searched, they could not find Lu Shiyun. 2 days later, the imperial army invaded Sufeng City. The Grand Master of the Jiangnan family took action again and fought against the Imperial Grand Master again. In the end, all the Grand Masters of the Jiangnan family were wiped out, and the 3 Grand Masters of the Imperial Court were also seriously injured. Someone from an aristocratic family took this opportunity to rush out of Sufeng City with their clan members. Although the Imperial Army also sent people to block the city gate, the aristocratic family still had a relatively strong foundation, and there were many powerful people in the aristocratic family. There were also a lot of Grand Masters, and many of them eventually escaped. Of course, Zhao Chuan also immediately asked the imperial soldiers to chase the escaped aristocratic family members. Although many escaped aristocratic family members were hunted down, some still slipped through the net. But that is no longer relevant. Most of the aristocratic families in Sufeng City were beheaded and executed on the spot. The properties of the major aristocratic families were all confiscated. Without their land and money, those aristocratic families who escaped will also be exposed in the future. There won't be any trouble. Zhao Chuan originally wanted to capture Lu Shiyun and bring Lu Shiyun back to Emperor Xia for personal trial. However, he heard that Lu Shiyun escaped 2 days before the city was broken, so he had to send people to look for Lu Shiyun again. In the end, he found a corpse. He had no choice but to have the body put away and transported back to the capital. In this way, the Jiangnan rebellion has come to an end. Soon after, Emperor Xia learned the news that Lu Shiyun committed suicide at the seaside. He was not particularly happy about this. He did not feel guilty about Lu Shiyun's death. Lu Shiyun was just one of his children. For him, say, if you die, you will die. He was not happy because the actions in the north were becoming more and more frequent. The soldiers from the north were very aggressive and even often provoked the imperial army stationed on the border of Qi state. Obviously, the northern kingdom wanted the imperial court to initiate a war, so that they could find excuses to fight back. Fortunately, he issued a death order to the imperial army stationed on the border of Qi state. In any case, as long as the northern soldiers did not attack Qi state, they were not allowed to attack the northern soldiers. During the recent period, Emperor Xia also received investigative information from the Shadow Guard on whether Zhuge had broken through to the heavenly realm. Although there is no direct proof that Zhuge has broken through to the heavenly realm, and they have never seen Zhuge take action, the golden light from the North Palace and the tornado clouds that appeared in the sky were seen by all the people in Yancheng. This kind of vision is obviously something that the Grand Master cannot create, so there is a high probability that Zhuge has really broken through to the realm of heaven and humans. In addition, the soldiers from the Northern Kingdom deliberately provoked trouble at the border of Qi state, which further confirms that Zhuge has broken through to the realm of heaven and humans. Emperor Xia became more and more worried about the speculations about the realm of heaven and man. He quickly transferred the elite soldiers of the imperial court in the south of the Yangtze River to the north to prevent the northern country from actually rebelling. At the same time, Northland, Dahu City. After a long journey, Lu Chen and the others finally arrived at Dahu City. The people of Dahu City had known in advance that Lu Chen was coming. As soon as they heard that their king was coming, every household was decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations. The people of Dahu City, as well as the city lord, came to the city gate in person to greet Lu Chen's motorcade. After Lu Chen arrived at the gate of Dahu City, he got out of the carriage directly. After all, if you want to see your people, you can't do it in a carriage. Lu Chen rode his horse and passed slowly on the road into the city. There were huge crowds of people on both sides of the road, and the people were very excited. When Lu Chen arrived at the city gate, he saw an old man standing at the city gate, waiting respectfully. Lu Chen immediately got off the horse, and at this time, the old man knelt down. "My lord, Xuanyuan Keoj, pays homage to the king." After Xuanyuan Keoj knelt down, the people on both sides of the road also knelt down and said, "Greetings to the king. The king is 1,000 years old." After hearing Xuanyuan Keoj's name, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. Then he used the system to identify it and found that the lord of Dahu City was really named Xuanyuan Keoj. The name Keoj. Lu Chen thought in his mind that it must be a coincidence, and then he stopped thinking about it. He glanced at Xuanyuan Yunkai next to Xuanyuan Keoj. Xuanyuan Yunkai is still the same as the last time she went to Yancheng. She is wearing a black gold armor with a high single ponytail, revealing her white forehead. She is beautiful and makes people feel heroic. However, Xuanyuan Yunkai's favorability towards her seems to have increased a lot. Name, Xuanyuan Yunkai. Identity, the daughter of Xuanyuan Keoj, the head of the Xuanyuan family in Dahu City. She is 23 years old this year. She is the younger sister of Xuanyuan Chen. She is a master. When she heard that you were coming to Dahu City, she and her father went out to greet you. Rating, 98. Loyalty, 100. Favorability, 60. The favorability level has actually increased. How come it has increased so much? Lu Chen thought to himself. If he remembered correctly, the last time he saw him in Yancheng Xuanyuan Yunkai, his favorability towards him was 50, right? This is only an increase of 10 points. He, the king of the north, is so unworthy that even the characters summoned by the system have such a favorable opinion of him. Lu Chen didn't think any more, he quickly walked up to Xuanyuan Keoj, then held his arms and said, "Xuanyuan City Lord, please get up quickly." Having said this, Lu Chen said to the people on both sides, "Everyone, please get up." Upon hearing this, Xuanyuan Keoj took the lead and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Immediately, the people on both sides also said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Immediately afterwards, Xianyuan Keoj got up from the ground, and he said slightly excitedly, "Your Majesty, you are finally here." Lu Chen could tell that Xianyuan Keoj was really excited about his arrival at this time. Xianyuan Keoj's body was shaking with excitement, and there were even tears in his eyes. It seemed that he was waiting for this day. After waiting for who knows how many years, Lu Chen saw the vicissitudes of life on Xianyuan Keoj's face. Lu Chen subconsciously checked Xianyuan Keoj's personal information through the system. Name, Xianyuan Keoj. Identity, Lord of Dehu City, 300 years old this year. He is very happy for your arrival. Strength, Grandmaster. Loyalty, 100. Lu Chen was a little confused, he was 300 years old. Wait, he is already 300 years old, why is his daughter Xianyuan Yunkai only in her 20s? And his son Xianyuan Chen is only a few decades old. Old age brings a son? This is too old. You don't have a child until you're over 200 years old? Lu Chen said with a smile at this time, the Lord of Xianyuan City just wants me to stand here, and doesn't he take me to your city to see it? Xianyuan Keoj came to his senses at this time, and he said quickly, "Your Majesty, please mount the horse, and I will lead the horse for you." Lu Chen said, "No need, I'd better walk. Walking more is good for your health." Then Lu Chen handed the horse's reins to the soldiers beside him. Lu Chen said, "Let's go." Seeing that Lu Chen insisted on walking, Xianyuan Keoj said nothing more and then led Lu Chen into Dehu City. After entering Dehu City, Lu Chen could clearly feel the wealth and order of Dehu City. The streets of Daehokan were very clean. Although this could not be ruled out because he was coming to Daehokan, Xianyuan Keoj had people clean them again. As Lu Chen entered Dehu City and walked through many streets, he found that the architectural integrity of Dehu City was much higher than that of Yancheng. There are still earthen houses in Yancheng, and some people's houses are still full of pits, but Daehokan is different. The houses in Daehokan are all made of stone and wood, and the houses in the streets are all in rows, making it look like it's very neat and tidy, not as messy as Yancheng. It can be basically seen from the buildings in Daehokan that the lives of the people in Daehokan are much better than those in Yancheng before. Dehu City is further north, and the winter is longer and colder. As a result, Dehu City's life is better than that of the people in Yancheng. This is enough to show the leadership ability of Xianyuan Keoj, the city lord. How strong? Lu Chen asked with a smile at this time, "Lord Xianyuan City, didn't you know you will live a long life this year?" Xianyuan Keoj replied, "Back to your Majesty, I am exactly 300 years old this year." Lu Chen sighed and said, "I'm 300 years old. Thank you for your hard work these years." Xianyuan Keoj said, "For the sake of your Majesty, I don't have to work hard." Xianyuan Keoj then took Lu Chen to inspect various places in Dehu City. In the evening, Xianyuan Keoj arranged for Lu Chen to stay in the city lord's mansion, and gave Lu Chen the largest hall in the city lord's mansion to live in. Lu Chen looked at the magnificent hall in front of him and thought to himself that the standards of this hall were a bit high. At this time, after Xiao Wenyao finished taking a bath, she came to Lu Chen and sat down in front of Lu Chen wearing a green translucent cicada dress. She leaned into Lu Chen's arms. Lu Chen did not immediately touch her, but scanned her. He glanced at the main hall, and then his eyes fell on the maid in the main hall. He directly asked, "Is this hall usually occupied by people?" Hearing Lu Chen's question, the maid from the city lord's mansion immediately replied, "Back to your Majesty, this hall was specially prepared for you by the city lord. It is usually unoccupied." Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, prepared for himself? Lu Chen then continued to ask, "Your city lord is already 300 years old, why is his son and daughter only a few dozen years old? Do you know the reason?" The maid replied, "Back to your Majesty, the lord of the city actually has many children, but most of them have ordinary martial arts talents and only have a lifespan of a few dozen years at most, so most of them have passed away. The lord of the city was afraid that he would not be able to wait for your arrival, so he had to keep trying to have children. Finally, when he was more than 200 years old, Mrs. Mo gave birth to a son with extremely talented martial arts, that is, young Master Chen, who will be mentioned later. Mrs. Mo gave birth to Yun Qi again, and Miss Yun Qi martial arts talent is also extremely high. After hearing this, Lu Chen thought for a moment, but he didn't expect that the characters assigned to him by the system had been waiting for his appearance a long time ago. The Dongfang family is like this, the Wei family is like this, the Qian family is like this, and the Xuanyuan family is even more like this. 300 years old. Xuanyuan Keoj has been waiting for him since he was born. No wonder he was so excited to see him today. Chapter 273 Ashamed Xuanyuan Yunkai. Lu Chen hugged Xiao Wenyao and asked the maid of the city lord's palace many things about Xuanyuan Keoj and Dehu city. Seeing that Lu Chen cared so much about Dehukin's affairs and his face looked extremely serious, Xiao Wenyao had no choice but to sit obediently in Lu Chen's arms without moving. She just felt that this hard seat was not very comfortable. After Lu Chen's questioning, Lu Chen basically understood the situation of the entire Dehu city. Dehu city was developing better than he imagined. He originally thought that Dehu city was just richer than Yanchenj, but he did not expect that after his understanding, he found that the lives of the people in Dehu city had far exceeded those of the people in Daxia capital. It is no wonder that these people do not want to go to Yanchenj. But having said that, the environment of Dehu city is really more suitable for industrial development. First of all, there are more craftsmen. Xuanyuan Keoj himself is a city lord who encourages people to do more, unlike other places in the Daxia dynasty that have to divide the gentry. Agriculture, industry, and commerce. Some officials in Dehu city were born as craftsmen, so the status of craftsmen in Dehu city was relatively high. There was no such thing as scholars, farmers, industry, and merchants. Lu Chen now feels that letting Mo Sing return to Dehu city to build steam engines and trains is an extremely correct decision. To develop industry in Dehu city, first of all, there is a relatively stable environment, and there are many craftsmen here. The key is these craftsmen. The ability to accept new things is far greater than that of ordinary people in Daxia. Just when Lu Chen was lost in thought, he suddenly felt the petite beauty in his arms moving around. Lu Chen came back to his senses and asked in Xiao Wenyao's ear, "What's wrong?" Hearing Lu Chen ask her, Xiao Wenyao's pretty face suddenly turned hot. She replied in a low voice, "Your Majesty, the slave family is a little uncomfortable." Hearing this, Lu Chen reacted instantly. He smiled and said, "Sorry, I didn't notice. I will make it up to you now." Having said this, Lu Chen directly hugged Xiao Wenyao's delicate body, placed her on the big bed, and then gently pressed her on it. Early the next morning, after Lu Chen got up, he had a hearty breakfast. The arrangements Xuanyuan Keoj gave him were of the highest standard, whether it was food, accommodation. It has to be said that the people assigned to him by the system are really loyal. After breakfast, Lu Chen planned to go to the livestock farm in the north of Dehukin. The reason why Dehukin has such a good life is mainly because Dehukin has been engaged in large-scale ranch farming for a long time. Although the people of Dehukin cannot say that there is meat every day, but at least they eat much more meat every year than ordinary people in the city. At this time, Lu Chen said to Xuanyuan Keoj, "Master Xuanyuan, you still have government affairs, so you don't need to accompany me today." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Xuanyuan Keoj immediately thought of the way Lu Chen looked at Xuanyuan Yunkai yesterday. He immediately said to Nan Lu Chen, "Your Majesty, after all, this is your first time coming to Dehu city. You are still familiar with Dehu city. If you don't understand, why don't I let my little girl lead the way for you?" Having said this, Xian Yuan Koch said to the servant beside him, "Go and call Yunkai and ask her to lead the way for the king." Seeing that Xian Yuan Koch was so sensible, Lu Chen smiled lightly, and then said, "Then I'll trouble Yun Qi." Hearing Lu Chen call Xian Yuan Yunkai and calling him so intimately, Xian Yuan Koch knew there was something wrong. He also didn't expect that his daughter, who was only over 200 years old, could actually be favored by the future emperor of the people. It seems that God wants to revive their Xian Yuan family. After a while, City Lord's mansion, Xian Yuan Yunkai's boudoir. Xian Yuan Yunkai put on the black and gold armor, took the red tassel gun, and was about to go to the military camp outside the city, when a maid hurriedly came to her. "Miss, the master asked you to take the king around today." Hearing this, Xian Yuan Yunkai was stunned for a moment. To be honest, she didn't have a particularly good impression of Lu Chen. After learning that the human emperor was alive, she inquired about Lu Chen's situation through some channels, and found out that their future human emperor was actually a lecher. In the harem, a bunch of women. Although it was normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, even her father had more than one wife. But her father wanted to have a child, not just because her father was lustful. Her father was just worried that there would be no successor until the human emperor came to the world, so he wanted a child with extremely talented martial arts to take over. Moreover, his father marrying wives does not mean marrying many wives at once. He will wait until his wife dies before marrying the next one. But this King Bei was different. According to the letter her brother sent her back, King Bei already had many beautiful women in his harem, and he already had 6 children. In her opinion, the future emperor simply likes beauty. Of course, even if she knew that this human emperor was a lecher, she would not be too disgusted with him. After all, he was the future human emperor, the person her father had waited for hundreds of years, and their Xian Yuan family's mission was to assist people. Emperor, achieve hegemony. Moreover, Xian Yuan Yunkai also saw that although Lu Chen was quite lecherous and always brought beautiful wives and concubines with him when he went out, and could not do without women, he was still very good to the people of the Northern Kingdom, and it was indeed very possible for the Northern King to not only he defeated 2 relatively powerful barbarian tribes in the north, and also defeated the great master of King Tiankai. She was also a person who admired the strong, so she had a slight change in her view of Lu Chen, but it was just a change. She still felt that the human emperor was lustful and should be corrected. After all, the human emperor is the human emperor, and his top priority should be to dominate the world. How can he focus all his energy on women? How can a warrior practice martial arts if he doesn't guard against sex? Even though she sensed that Lu Chen was the Grand Master yesterday, she still insisted on her opinion. In her opinion, the human emperor is the sacred leader and the master of the world. A leader must behave like a leader and must pay attention to himself. The behavior of. It's not that she thinks Lu Chen must have only one wife, she just feels that there are too many women around Lu Chen. Xian Yuan Yunkai was not a fool. As soon as she heard that her father asked her to lead the way for King Bei, she had a vague feeling that her father wanted to sell his daughter. She also has a second brother, so she should let him lead the way. But in the end, she let a daughter of hers lead the way for King Bei, so she didn't have to guess what her father was thinking. Xian Yuan Yunkai sighed slightly, and then said to the maid who came to call her, "Take me there." Immediately afterwards, the maid brought Xian Yuan Yunkai to Lu Chen's side. When she saw Lu Chen, Xian Yuan Yunkai immediately saluted and said, "I'm here to see you, the king." Seeing Xian Yuan Yunkai wearing black and gold armor, Xian Yuan Koch was stunned for a moment, and then he quickly said, "Yunkai, your military affairs are temporarily left to your second brother. You don't have to be on duty today. Go and change your clothes first." Xian Yuan Yunkai glanced at Lu Chen and said in a neither humble nor arrogant tone, "Dad, I lead the way for the king, so I am naturally responsible for the king's safety. I want to protect the king, so how can I take off my armor?" This. Xuan Yuan Keoj was a little depressed. He didn't believe that his daughter couldn't sense that Lu Chen was already a Grand Master. Their king was already a Grand Master, so there was no need for a Grand Master to protect him. Besides, the people in Dahu City are all the subjects of their king. How could anyone be against him? Moreover, this place is so remote that ordinary enemies cannot find it. Xuan Yuan Yunkai is clearly looking for excuses. Xuan Yuan Keoj was a little worried. Through Xuan Yuan Yunkai's words, he could tell that his daughter didn't seem to be very interested in their king. This is not possible. He still hopes that Xuan Yuan Yunkai can marry Lu Chen and give Lu Chen a child. Xuan Yuan Keoj was about to continue talking when Lu Chen said with a smile, Xuan Yuan City Lord, what Yun Qi said makes sense, let her wear armor, and I found that Yun Qi armor suits her very well. She looks dashing, maybe she doesn't have such a temperament even after changing her clothes. Xuan Yuan Yunkai was startled when she heard what Lu Chen said, but she quickly reacted and then saluted Lu Chen and said, Thank you, Your Majesty, for the compliment. Lu Chen smiled slightly, Okay, since Yun Qi is here too, let's set off. Xuan Yuan Yunkai said, Yes, Your Majesty. Xuan Yuan Yunkai then took Lu Chen and others to the livestock farm in Dahu City. Along the way, Xuan Yuan Yunkai and Lu Chen didn't communicate too much. Xuan Yuan Yunkai had no expression on her face. She looked meticulous. She seemed to be paying attention to the goings-on around her. She seemed to be really protective. Same as Lu Chen. Lu Chen glanced at her a few times, and then checked her favorability level towards him. It was 63, which was 3 points more than yesterday. Lu Chen was riding a horse at this time and asked, General Xuan Yuan, did your father teach you all your martial arts? Xuan Yuan Yunkai was slightly stunned when she heard Lu Chen call her General Xuan Yuan, and her favorability towards Lu Chen increased again. After coming back to her senses, she immediately replied, Yes, Your Majesty. Lu Chen asked with a smile, I would like to ask General Xuan Yuan a more personal question. Is it okay? Xuan Yuan Yunkai said, Your Majesty, please speak. Lu Chen then asked, General Xuan Yuan, do you want to stay in Dahu City all your life, protect Dahu City, and then find a good family to marry when you are old? Or do you want to take your red tassel gun, gallop on the battlefield, make achievements, and become a great leader of all things? A female general who everyone respects. Hearing Lu Chen's question, Xuan Yuan Yunkai's brain froze again. She did not expect that Lu Chen would ask such a question. At this moment, her mind couldn't help but picture her riding a war horse and charging into the battle on a battlefield filled with people and constant sounds of fighting. Her dream is indeed to become a general respected by thousands of people, but she also knows that this is almost impossible. She has inquired about the situation outside, not only in Daxia, but also in all major dynasties. Most of them in the army prefer boys over girls. No women's. Not to mention the outside, the situation in Dahu City is actually similar. If her father was not the lord of Dahu City, she might not be able to join the army of Dahu City, let alone become the commander of an army in Dahu City. Seeing that Xuan Yuan Yunkai had no questions, Lu Chen continued, General Xuan Yuan, how are you thinking? Hearing Lu Chen's words, Xuan Yuan Yunkai came back to her senses, and she immediately said, Back to the king, I want to be a general. Hearing Xuan Yuan Yunkai's answer, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth raised slightly. He glanced at Xuan Yuan Yunkai's favorability score again. Xuan Yuan Yunkai's favorability score directly rose to 75. Lu Chen then said, I can give you a chance to become a general, but you have to go to Yancheng with me. I wonder if you are willing. This. Xuan Yuan Yunkai instantly felt something was wrong. Why did she think that King Bei wanted to abduct her to Yancheng so that she could be his woman? Although she was a little worried, she thought that except for the opportunity given to her by King Bei, there was no possibility for her to be called a general. If she did not seize this opportunity, she might not have a chance in the future. Thinking of this, Xian Yuan Yunkai then said, "Your Majesty, my subordinates are willing to follow your Majesty." Lu Chen said, "Okay. From today on, General Xian Yuan will stay with me." Xian Yuan Yunkai was a little confused. If she followed him, wouldn't he make her a general? How could she lead troops to fight with King Bei at her side? The North King is the future human emperor and a leader. Although he has led troops to fight before, with more and more generals around Lu Chen, the North King will definitely not lead troops to fight again in the future. If you follow him, you may not even be able to go to the battlefield. Xian Yuan Yunkai was shocked. It was over, she had been fooled. King Bei wanted to make him a general, and he clearly wanted to trick him into going to Yanqing. Xian Yuan Yunkai suddenly felt a little bitter in her heart. She didn't dare to say anything now. After all, Lu Chen was the future human emperor. Lu Chen saw that Xian Yuan Yunkai's face was a little ugly, and knew what she was thinking, so he continued, "General Xian Yuan, not just someone can lead troops on the battlefield. If I give you 10,000 people, you might be able to force you can manage it well, but if you are given an army of 100,000 or 1 million, can you still command the entire army? If you want to become a real general, you cannot do without learning. There are many military generals in Yanqing, and your brother is also in Yanqing. We often discuss military affairs together. If you stay with me, you will learn a lot that you won't. The knowledge of troop leadership and military knowledge will be of great help to you in becoming a general in the future." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Xian Yuan Yunkai's brain froze. She just thought that King Bei was lying to her. How could she doubt the future human emperor? Although King Bei was indeed a bit lecherous, he was the future human emperor after all. After all, he was their king, and he had promised things as promised. You will definitely do it, so how can you lie to yourself? Xian Yuan Yunkai immediately said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for giving me this opportunity." Lu Chen smiled, and then glanced at Xian Yuan Yunkai's favorability score again, which had risen to 80. There is drama. Sooner or later, he will make Xian Yuan Yunkai's favorability level reach 100 without the help of Dragon Phoenix Tea. Of course, he will fulfill what he just promised. Since Xian Yuan Yunkai wants to be a female general, then he will give her a chance. In Lu Chen's opinion, Xian Yuan Yunkai, a woman, would be more beautiful if she wore armor. Every woman has her own characteristics, and Lu Chen will not deliberately erase their characteristics. If all women become the same, only beautiful without any characteristics, what is the difference between them and inflatable ones? Later, Xian Yuan Yunkai first took Lu Chen and the others to the livestock farm, and then took Lu Chen to the Magia workshop, the largest workshop in Data City. For the next day, Lu Chen stayed in the Magia workshop, discussing the construction of steam engines and trains with the craftsmen. They started from materials to the principles of steam engines, and then talked about where steam engines can be used and what industries they can be used in. The craftsmen in the city heard that their king had gone to the Mahist workshop, and they all ran to the Mahist workshop to watch the excitement. As a result, the entire Mahist workshop was surrounded on 3 floors inside and 3 outside, and there were people everywhere. Lu Chen's chat with the craftsmen in the Magia workshop opened the door to a new world in the hearts of the craftsmen. It also allowed the people of Data City to see the importance their king attached to craftsmen, and also laid the foundation for future industrial development. Base. Seeing that Lu Chen and the craftsmen had been discussing some kind of machinery and were very friendly, Xian Yuan Yunkai suddenly felt extremely ashamed. She suddenly felt that the future human emperor should be a little lecherous. At least he would be very friendly to the common people and his subjects. If the emperor was more lustful and had more children with his wives and concubines, the prosperity of the royal family in the future might also have a positive effect on stabilizing the entire world. In the evening, when Lu Chen and the others returned to the city lord's mansion, Lu Chen was surprised to find that Xian Yuan Yunkai's favorability level for him had risen to 90. Unexpectedly, just letting Xian Yuan Yunkai follow him for a day would almost increase Xian Yuan Yunkai's favorability level. But it's a pity that it's still 10 short of 100. And Xian Yuan Yunkai is special. Even if he has 100 favorability points, he can't let her have a child for the time being. He has promised to make her a general. If he lets her get pregnant so quickly, how can he? It's not that he broke his promise. In this matter, Lu Chen didn't intend to break his promise. When Lu Chen and the others arrived at the city lord's mansion, Xian Yuan Kaoj was already waiting at the door. When he saw Lu Chen coming back, Xian Yuan Kaoj immediately walked up and said, "Your Majesty, my little girl has caused you trouble." Lu Chen said with a smile, "The Lord of Xian Yuan City is joking. General Xian Yuan has done his duty well, how can he cause trouble to this king? By the way, Lord Xian Yuan City, I have made an agreement with General Xian Yuan. From now on, she will follow me. When I return to Yancheng, she will also follow me to Yancheng." Hearing this, Xian Yuan Kaoj was stunned at first, and then he was ecstatic in his heart. He immediately said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for caring about my daughter." What Xian Yuan Kaoj wanted was for Lu Chen to marry Xian Yuan Yunkai. Originally, he was worried that Xian Yuan Yunkai would resist after looking at Xian Yuan Yunkai's attitude towards Lu Chen, but he didn't expect that this would happen after he went out. He is worthy of being the son of destiny, worthy of being the emperor of humanity. No woman can resist his charm. Seeing her father being so excited, the corners of Xian Yuan Yunkai's mouth twitched slightly, and she instantly saw what her father was thinking. However, she went south with King Bei to become a general, not to give birth to children for King Bei. This would probably disappoint her father. Chapter 274 When can I return to my hometown? Chapter 274 When can I return to my hometown? Dahu Dynasty. King Yun Hall. Wu Yunwan, wearing a red palace dress, was half lying on the couch. As she got older, Wu Yunwan's temperament became more and more graceful and luxurious. At this time, Wu Yunwan looked at the red phoenix robe on her body, and the phoenix robe on Emperor Yu emerged in her mind. When she thought of the phoenix robe draped on her body, she felt that her whole body became extremely of comfort. It's a pity that she can't wear that kind of phoenix robe now. She wouldn't have the chance to wear that phoenix robe for at least 50 years. At this time, a maid entered the main hall and said, "Your Royal Highness, Lord Chai, please see me." Wu Yunwan did not get up from the bed, she said lazily, "Let him come in." After a while, the maid took Chai Jiliang into King Yun Palace. After Chai Jiliang entered the King Yun Palace, he instantly felt that the King Yun Palace was very different from before. There were red curtains in the King Yun Palace, and he could only vaguely see the figures in the King Yun Palace. There were no curtains in the King Yun Palace before. When he came to the King Yun Palace, he could see Wu Yunwan directly. Chai Jiliang was a little confused. What did Wu Yunwan do to make King Yun Palace look like this? Is there any meaning in doing so? Chai Jiliang naturally didn't understand why Wu Yunwan did this, but if there were officials from the Great Dynasty in King Yun Palace at this time, they would definitely be able to see that all the layouts of King Yun Palace today are modeled after the Yu Emperor's palace. At this time, Wu Yunwan's lazy voice came from the curtain, "Master Chai, long time no see. I am very curious, why is Master Chai so anxious to let me return to Beijing? I don't believe that Mr. Chai can't see that my father intends to balance the court." Chai Jiliang said, "Your Royal Highness, the eldest princess, I naturally understand your Majesty's thoughts, but the Northern Kingdom is the key to splitting Daxia, so even if this will cause your Majesty to hide it, I believe that this achievement cannot be given to others. Your Majesty is always thinking about external expansion. Once Daxia is in civil strife, this will be an opportunity for Dahu to expand externally. Your Majesty will not let go of this opportunity." By then, Dahu's territory will increase again. The eldest princess should know very well that in Dahu, any prince who can make great contributions to territorial expansion will eventually become a strong candidate to compete for the throne. Your Highness is a woman. Dahu has never had a tradition of women ascending to the supreme position. If His Highness wants that position, he should have made more achievements than ordinary princes. If he gives up such important achievements to others, does Your Highness think there is still hope for you to ascend to that position? In addition, Zhuge has broken through to the realm of heaven and humanity. Although the news has not been confirmed yet, judging from all aspects of intelligence, this news is likely to be true. With the ambition of the Northern King, he probably doesn't want to stay in that poor corner of the Northern Kingdom. The Northern Kingdom may go to war with the Great Xia court at any time. In other words, who can convince the Northern Kingdom to attack the Great Xia court and split the Great Xia? The credit will fall on whose head. This is credit that will be rewarded soon. Doesn't His Highness intend to seize this opportunity? Wu Yunwan was stunned for a moment when she heard what Chai Jiliang said, and she frowned. She suddenly felt that what Chai Jiliang said made sense. Indeed, although it had not yet been confirmed whether Zhuge had truly broken through to the heavenly realm, it could be seen from the fact that the Northern Kingdom sent 100,000 troops to provoke the Qi Kingdom. The Northern Kingdom seems to be ready for a battle with the Daxia court. The Northern Kingdom has such confidence, which means that the Northern Kingdom may really have a strong man in the heavenly realm, so the Northern King dares to do this. It can also be seen from the behavior of King Bei that King Bei could no longer sit still and wanted the position of Emperor Xia, so he would try every means to provoke a war. If Dahu's envoy to the Northern Kingdom at this time can stimulate the Emperor of Xia, or persuade the Northern Kingdom to send troops to directly attack Daxia, then the split of Daxia is close at hand. Once Daxia is divided, such a big credit will immediately fall to Dahu's envoys to the Northern Kingdom. This credit can be harvested in a short period of time, and it really shouldn't be given to her brothers like this. Thinking of this, Wu Yunwan said, Master Chai said it quite easily. I don't think that my father will give me the mission to be an envoy to the Northern Kingdom. Chai Jiliang said calmly, Please rest assured, eldest princess, I will find a way to persuade your majesty to allow His Majesty to go on a mission to the north. Wu Junwangke led troops to quell Dahu's southeast rebellion. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that although she is a woman, she is also valued by Emperor Wu, so Chai Jiliang can use this as an excuse. When sending an envoy to the Northern Kingdom, in order to show the Northern Kingdom's sincerity, of course you must send a relatively important person. Nowadays, none of the sons of Emperor Wu are outstanding and useless. Even the elites of the imperial court cannot put down the rebellion in the southeast. If such a person is sent as an envoy to the Northern Kingdom, wouldn't it mean that he looks down on the Northern Kingdom? But Wu Yunwan was different. Wu Yunwan led the army and easily solved the southeast rebellion. In addition, she was the eldest princess who was canonized by Emperor Wu in his early years. This is enough to show that Emperor Wu valued her. Since she is so valued and is such an important figure in Dahu, of course she should be given the important task of being an envoy to the Northern Kingdom. Only in this way can we tell the Northern Kingdom that Dahu attaches great importance to establishing friendly relations with the Northern Kingdom. Of course, this was just Chai Jiliang's plan to deal with Emperor Wu. Chai Jiliang actually guessed what Emperor Wu would decide in the end. Emperor Wu would most likely agree to send Wu Yunwan as envoy to the Northern Kingdom, but he would also send a prince he valued, and Wu Yunwan went to the Northern Kingdom together as an envoy, trying to share some of Wu Yunwan's achievements and suppress Wu Yunwan. After all, Wu Yunwan had just put down the rebellion in the southeast and was in the spotlight. If Daxia was messed up again, such a big credit would fall on Wu Yunwan, and she would not be able to fly by then. Seeing that Chai Jiliang was so confident, Wu Yunwan said lazily, Then it depends on Mr. Chai. Chai Jiliang said at this time, If your highness has nothing else to do, I will leave first. Wu Yunwan said, Okay, Mr. Chai, go and do your own business. Northwest Land. Ancient ruins of the barbarian royal court. A woman wearing a gauze with glittering golden body stood on the wall of the ancient city, looking into the distance. The woman had a voluptuous figure, her slender jade legs were looming under the gauze, and her soft white waist was exposed. It was a pity that she wearing a red gauze scarf on her face, her peerless beauty could not be clearly seen. If Lu Chen were here, he would definitely feel that this woman exudes exotic aura from head to toe. At this time, a strong man wearing animal fur clothes came to the woman and handed a fur scroll to the woman. "Goddess, this is the information we just got." The woman took the fur scroll from the strong man's hand, opened it, glanced at the contents, and frowned instantly. "What a stupid thing! You don't listen to my orders and act without permission." The woman's voice was cold, but mixed with a hint of tenderness. Although her tone sounded angry, her voice made people feel very comfortable after hearing it. At this time, the strong man said, "Several other tribes have also received the news that King Apocalypse died in the battle. What they mean is that King Apocalypse is our important partner, and this revenge has to be avenged. If not, wouldn't it mean that the two groups of people would be killed? The foot sheep underestimated us." The woman said indifferently, "I don't even know how King Tiankai was defeated. He went up to die so quickly. With their brains, the barbarians will perish sooner or later." Hearing this, the strong man scratched the back of his head, and then said, "Goddess, actually I just thought that I should take revenge. After all, King Tiankai was also separated from the main line of the royal court. He was killed by the Daxia people, that is. They are disgracing our barbarian royal court." The woman said calmly, "You still know about the royal court? The royal court has been torn apart a long time ago. Now that tribe doesn't have a royal court." Hearing what the woman said, the strong barbarian man said nothing more. The woman continued, "First send someone to sneak into Dayu, and then go to the northern kingdom through Dayu to inquire about the intelligence of the northern kingdom and see how King Apocalypse was defeated. He is a great master after all, and he also led an army of 400,000 people. He shouldn't have been defeated so completely." The strong barbarian man said, "I understand, I will find a way to send people to lurk into Dayu." As soon as he finished speaking, the strong barbarian man turned around and left. At this time, the woman looked at the red sunset on the horizon and the wild geese forming a human shape, and murmured, "When can I return to my hometown?" After Lu Chen inspected Dayu City and made arrangements for the construction of steam engines and trains, he took Xian Yuan Yunkai back to Yancheng. Just after returning to Yancheng, Lu Chen hadn't even had time to take a shower when a maid came to find him. "Your Majesty, Mrs. Wang is looking for you." Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. He had just arrived at the palace, and this vixen came to find him. "Do you really want to be dealt with?" Lu Chen asked. "Where is she now?" The maid replied, "Study." Lu Chen said calmly, "Let her go to her room to wait for me. I want to take a bath first." "Yes, Your Majesty." Then the maid turned and left. Immediately afterwards, Lu Chen returned to the main hall and asked Mu Zixuan to arrange for someone to get hot water. He went to the bathhouse and took a comfortable hot bath. After taking a bath, Lu Chen got up and went to find Wang Qingkai. As soon as he opened the door and entered the room, he found Wang Qingkai half lying on the bed, looking weak. Then Wang Qingkai said delicately, "Your Majesty, my family has been ill recently. Please help me treat my family." Hearing Wang Qingkai's seductive tone, Lu Chen didn't tolerate her. He entered the room directly, waved his hand, then pressed her on the bed and gave her a good treatment. After Lu Chen's treatment, Wang Qingkai quickly recovered and there was nothing wrong with her body. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Chen hugged Wang Qingkai's delicate body and asked, "Tell me, what do you want from me? I don't think that's why you came back to me in such a hurry." Although Lu Chen knew that Wang Qingkai, a vixen, would only feel comfortable if she was dealt with regularly by him, there was a high probability that Wang Qingkai would have information every time he came to see him. It was impossible for her to come to him without any information. It seems that in Wang Qingkai's opinion, if she doesn't have any information, she is not worthy of having sex with him, so she has to bring some information back. Wang Qingkai, who was under Lu Chen, weakly stretched out his jade hand, took out an envelope from under the pillow, then raised his hand and handed it to Lu Chen behind him. Lu Chen took the envelope from Wang Qingkai, opened it, and read the contents inside. After seeing the contents, Lu Chen smiled. After hearing Lu Chen's laughter, Wang Qingkai joked, "Did the prince know that the beauty Wu Yunwan was coming, so he was so happy that he couldn't help laughing?" Hearing this, Lu Chen laughed, and then said, "Little hoof, you actually dare to tease your master. It seems that you haven't been punished enough by me." Wang Qingkai sneered, and then said, "The slave family has long been accustomed to it. No matter how the prince treats the slave family is not afraid." Facing Wang Qingkai's provocation, Lu Chen said, "Oh, really? Then until tomorrow evening, I will be in the room and have a good talk with Mr. Wang." Having said this, Lu Chen directly used spiritual energy to tear the information in his hand into pieces, then leaned down again and continued to have a heart-to-heart conversation with Wang Qingkai. Inside the palace, Lin Wanyun was walking around outside the main courtyard, as if she was anxious about something. At this time, Chu Yukan came to the main courtyard to find Mu Zixuan about something. When she saw Lin Wanyun walking around at the entrance of the main courtyard, Chu Yukan Qin asked curiously, "Sister Lin, do you have anything to do with Chen?" Lin Wanyun was stunned for a moment when she heard Chu Yukan's voice. Then she looked back at Chu Yukan and said, "Well, I don't know if I should tell him about this." Chu Yukan reacted instantly. She basically guessed what happened. The only thing that could make Lin Wanyun so embarrassed was Chen Wanrong's matter. It is very possible that something happened after Chen Wanrong returned to Suanya Palace. Thinking of this, Chu Yukan asked, "Is it Miss Chen's business?" Lin Wanyun nodded and said nothing, with a worried look on her face. Chu Yukan then said, "Chener is not in the main courtyard. I just heard a voice coming from that vixen Wang Qingkai's room. Maybe he was teaching the slave girl a lesson." Lin Wanyun said, "I understand." Lin Wanyun then turned around and left the main courtyard, but she did not walk in the direction of Wang Qingkai's courtyard, but in the opposite direction. It seemed that Lin Wanyun had no plans to tell Lu about Chen Wanrong's affairs for the time being. Chen. Chu Yukan didn't think much. She went directly into the main courtyard and asked Mu Zixuan about how to raise a baby. Early the next morning, a jade hand touched the door of the room, but was quickly pulled back by another hand. Then Yelu Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao in the next yard heard Wang Qingkai begging for mercy. Xiao Wenyao was eating in Yelu Nanyan's room at this time. She took a bite of steamed buns and a sip of porridge, and then said, "It's definitely Sister Wang who pissed off the prince last night. Princes are usually not so cruel." This time, Xiao Wenyao followed Lu Chen north to Daehokan. She served Lu Chen every day, and Lu Chen had never been so cruel to her. Although Lu Chen was more cruel to her than Mu Zixuan and the others, he still wouldn't let her go. She cried and cried. Wang Qingkai was different. She had been crying and shouting from last night to this morning, and her voice could be heard in the yard next door. From Xiao Wenyao's point of view, this was obviously because the prince was angry, so he was so vicious. Hearing Xiao Wenyao's words, Yelu Nanyan smiled slightly, and then said, "There is nothing that doesn't annoy you. This is how the prince and Sister Wang get along. The prince has a different way of getting along with each of his wives and concubines. He will adopt a way of getting along that corresponds to our personalities based on our personalities. Did you think that wasn't the case when he went to Sister Wang's room?" Xiao Wenyao thought for a moment, then threw the bun in her hand into her mouth, chewed a few mouthfuls and said, "That's true. Every time the prince goes to Sister Wang's room, Sister Wang never feels better. At this moment, Wang Qingkai's voice suddenly became louder, which startled Xiao Wenyao. Xiao Wenyao said gloatingly, "Fortunately, your majesty is quite gentle to me and has not been so cruel to me." At dusk, the sun sets. The red rays of sunlight shined over the windowsill and into the house. At this time, the window had been opened. The rays of rays shone on people's sweaty skin, dyeing their skin bronze. At this time, Lu Chen sat on the edge of the bed, turned to look out the window, and then glanced at Wang Qingkai who was lying on the bed, and then said, "I keep my word. Is Master Wang satisfied with my punishment? If Mr. Wang is not convinced, you can say clearly that I am happy to accompany you." Hearing this, Wang Qingkai quickly said, "Master, you are the most powerful. I don't know how high the sky is and how high I am, so I provoke you. Please let me go." Lu Chen chuckled, then patted her buttocks, stood up and dressed, and then left the room directly. When Lu Chen walked out of the room, he glanced at the sunset on the horizon and thought to himself, "It's not okay to fall like this on the first day back from Dahu City." But it was a pity. He thought that if Wang Qingkai didn't have time to use his energy to expel the impurities from his body, he would be able to catch Wang Qingkai just like he did to Chu Yukin last time. Unfortunately, this time his plan failed. It seems that I have to wait until next time to experiment with Yelun and Yan. If the time is delayed a little longer, maybe it will be successful. Lu Chen didn't think any more. He walked towards the main hall, planning to go back for dinner. After a busy day and night, he was also hungry. When they arrived at the main hall, several of Lu Chen's wives and concubines were already sitting at the dining table in the main hall. When they saw Lu Chen coming, they all looked directly at Lu Chen. Lu Chen said with a smile, "You guys are staring like this, what am I looking at? Is there something on my face?" Lu Chen sat down as he spoke. At this time, Chu Yukin said quietly, "Chener, Sister Lin came to the main courtyard to look for you yesterday." Hearing this, Lu Chen asked curiously, "Looking for me? Why are you looking for me?" Chu Yukin said, looking at her worried look, "It is most likely Miss Chen's problem." Hearing this, the smile on Lu Chen's face instantly froze. Then he stood up directly and said, "You guys can have dinner first. You don't have to wait for me." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen went directly to Yunrong courtyard. Chapter 275 Shut up! You also know that he belongs to your senior sister. Chapter 275 Shut up! You also know that he is your senior sister's child. When Lu Chen came to Yunrong courtyard, it seemed that Lin Wanyun was sitting on the stone bench in the pavilion with a dejected face, looking worried about something. Lu Chen immediately asked, "Aunt Lin, did something happen to Rong?" Hearing Lu Chen's voice, Lin Wanyun suddenly raised her head and looked at Lu Chen. She was about to say something, but when the words reached her lips, she swallowed them back. Lu Chen then came to Lin Wanyun and continued, "No matter what happens, just tell me." Lin Wanyun sighed, and then replied, "His Majesty knew about her loss of innocence." This. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Isn't your venerable man in retreat? I seem to have heard Rong say, will she come out of seclusion soon? How could she find out about this?" Lin Wanyun sighed again, and then said, "I don't know what happened, but some people in Swanyu Palace speculated that it was because the Venerable sensed that there was a world of heaven and humans, and she was worried that Swanyu Palace would be in danger, so she ended the retreat early." Lu Chen frowned, and then asked, "So, Rong was imprisoned by her master?" Lin Wanyun replied, "I don't know whether he was imprisoned or not. I just heard about it. Now everyone in Swanyu Palace knows about it." Although Swanyu Palace did not prohibit the disciples from finding Taoist companions, but only asked them not to have children, Chen Wanrong was the master of Swanyu Palace after all. Her status was quite special, so how could she lose her virginity to others by the way? Now Swanyu Palace is divided into two factions. One faction believes that although Swanyu Palace does not prohibit men from having sex with women, nor does it prohibit finding Taoist couples, Chen Wanrong is the palace owner after all. If the palace owner puts all his energy on Taoist couples, what else can he do? How to manage Swanyu Palace? So the palace owner should keep himself clean and should not have an affair with any man, let alone men outside. What if one day Chen Wanrong, the palace owner, becomes emotional and harms the entire Swanyu Palace? However, there is also a group of people who believe that although Chen Wanrong is the palace owner of Swanyu Palace, she is also a human being and has emotions and desires, so Chen Wanrong should not be prevented from finding a Taoist companion. Ever since Chen Wanrong's affairs were known to the people of Swanyu Palace, the two factions of Swanyu Palace are now quarreling fiercely. Of course, how to deal with Chen Wanrong, the palace owner, in the end is the Lord's business. No matter how they quarrel, it will not matter. There will be no change in His Holiness's decision. Hearing Lin Wanyun's answer, Lu Chen frowned. He did not expect that Chen Wanrong's master would come out of seclusion so quickly and find out about her losing her virginity so quickly. Now there is some trouble. Her master seems to be a strong man in the celestial realm, or even above the celestial realm. Zhuge Zhongguang has not really broken through to the celestial realm yet. If Chen Wanrong's master comes to cause trouble for her, she may still be in trouble. Not her match. Seeing that Lu Chen's expression was a bit unsightly, Lin Wanyun said comfortingly, "Chener, you don't have to worry that the Venerable will come directly to trouble you. Although she is very strong, she seems to have had problems with her cultivation over the years. It's hard to say whether he still has the strength of the heavenly realm or not. And there is already a celestial realm powerhouse in the North Country. Even if she knows that it was you who ruined Rongrong's innocence, considering that there is a celestial realm powerhouse in the North Country, there is a high probability that she will not come to you." Lu Chen did not relax because of Lin Wanyun's comfort, because he knew very well that Zhuge Chongguang had not broken through to the heaven-human realm at all, and that Zhuge Chongguang's breakthrough was just a lie to scare others. Lin Wanyun continued, "It can be seen from the fact that the Venerable did not go to the Daxia Palace to get the sacred objects back from Swanyu Palace. Her strength has dropped drastically, otherwise she would have gone to the Daxia Palace to snatch the sacred objects back." After hearing what Lin Wanyun said, Lu Chen realized, yes, if that venerable person was really that powerful and invincible, how could she stay in Swanyu Palace all the time and even have the sacred objects of Swanyu Palace taken away? Now, she won't snatch it back? Obviously, her strength has dropped to the realm of the Grand Master, so she is not sure of defeating Emperor Xia who possesses the sacred object. After all, the sacred object in the Swanyu Palace can temporarily enhance a person's strength to the heavenly realm. The Grand Master is in the heavenly realm. There is still not enough to see in front of you. Lu Chen thought in his heart that he hoped that Zhuge Chongguang's celestial realm could scare Chen Wanrong's master so that she would not dare to come to the Northern Kingdom. Thinking of this, Lu Chen sighed, and then said, "I don't know how your venerable would deal with Rongrong." Lin Wanyun said, "After all, she is the only remaining disciple of the venerable. The venerable will probably not harm her, but it is very possible to depose her as the palace master and then imprison her." Speaking of this, Lin Wanyun glanced at Lu Chen's reaction. To be honest, she didn't want to tell Lu Chen about this at first because she was worried that Lu Chen would become hostile to Swanyu Palace because of Chen Wanrong's matter. Today's Northern Kingdom is too powerful. Although it is still not as good as Swanyu Palace, it took countless years for Swanyu Palace to grow to this point. However, in just a few years since Lu Chen came to Northern Kingdom has become more powerful. With such terrifying strength, there are even powerful people in the heavenly realm. If Baiguo continues to grow for a few years, it is not impossible for Baiguo to surpass Swanyu Palace in strength. If Suanya Palace and Baiguo fall out because of Chen Wanrong's incident, and Lu Chen sends troops to attack Suanya Palace, I'm afraid Suanya Palace will not end well in the end. Nowadays, Lin Wanyun is very optimistic about Lu Chen. In his opinion, the development of Suanya Palace has basically stagnated, but Baiguo is developing rapidly, and its strength is growing very fast. No one can say whether Baiguo will continue to grow in the future. A strong man in the heaven-human realm came out. From Lin Wanyun's personal perspective, she really does not want the two forces to conflict. Just when Lin Wanyun was lost in thought, Lu Chen said, "As long as Rongrong's master does not harm Rongrong, it will be fine. If her master locks her up and doesn't let her go down the mountain, I will go there myself after the north country stabilizes. Take her down the mountain." Hearing this, Lin Wanyun said quickly, "Chener, don't be impulsive. Maybe there is no other way to do this." Lu Chen smiled and asked, "Aunt Lin, do you have any other ideas?" Lin Wanyun said, "Rongrong's master is very kind to Rongrong. If Rongrong insists on becoming your woman, I believe Rongrong's master will eventually let her go down the mountain to find you." Lu Chen said, "This is not." Before Lu Chen finished speaking, a maid's voice came from outside, "Your Majesty, Commander Qin is looking for you. He said he has good news and asked you to go to the study quickly." Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. "Good news? What good news?" Lu Chen stood up immediately and said to Lin Wanyun, "Aunt Lin, if you have any news about Rongrong, tell me immediately." Lin Wanyun said, "Yeah, okay." Lu Chen then turned around and walked towards the study. It is good news for Qin Yushan to emphasize it, so the value of the information Qin Yushan brings this time must be very great. After a while, Lu Chen appeared in the yard where the study was located. At this time, Qin Yushan, who was standing in the yard, saw Lu Chen coming and was about to walk over to say something. Suddenly he thought that this matter was not suitable to be said outside, so he saluted and said, "Greetings to the prince." Lu Chen nodded and said, "Well, what's the matter?" Qin Yushan said, "Your Majesty, let's talk in another place." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen knew that the information this time was very important. He immediately walked towards the study and said as he walked, "Follow me." Then the two of them entered the study. As soon as they entered the study, Qin Yushan took the initiative to close the study door, and then took out a small note and gave it to Lu Chen, "Your Majesty, Dahu City Fei Ge passed the message, Xuan Yuan Koj broke through to heaven and man, it's over." Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned. Heaven, the realm of heaven and humanity? When he left Dahu City, he saw no signs of Xuan Yuan Koj breaking through to the heaven-human realm. How could he break through? He only returned to the palace yesterday, but today he received a letter from Dahu City. Wait, shouldn't there be some special test to break through the realm of heaven and man? According to Zhuge Kongguang's guess, every great master who wants to break through to the heavenly realm needs to pass a special test in this world. For example, a certain heavenly realm expert in Suanya Palace hunted many great masters in order to break through to the heavenly realm. Another example is that if Zhuge Kongguang wants to break through to the realm of heaven and man, he needs more scholars in the north, and he needs to absorb the spirit of literature and art. So what test does this world give Xuan Yuan Koj? Lu Chen pondered for a moment and thought that Xuan Yuan Koj's test might have something to do with him. Before he went to Dahu City, Xuan Yuan Koj lived for 300 years and did not see him break through to the realm of heaven and human beings. As a result, he was just after going to Dahu City for inspection, Xuan Yuan Koj broke through to the realm of heaven and man. Thinking of this, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth raised slightly. He was still worried that Chen Wanrong's master would come to trouble him. Now it's better. There really is a strong man in the heavenly realm in the North Kingdom. There is no need to worry about Suanya Palace for the time being. Then Lu Chen said to Qin Yushan, immediately use flying pigeons to pass the message and tell Xian Yuan Koj to pass the position of Lord of Dahu City to his current second son, who will come to Yancheng to hold important positions. Although he was not sure whether Chen Wanrong's master would come to trouble him, but just in case, it would be better to call Xian Yuan Koj to Yancheng. Qin Yushan said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Lu Chen then continued, "Go now." Qin Yushan immediately saluted and said, "I'm retiring." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yushan turned around and left the study to write a letter. At the same time, Swanyu Palace. A cold and beautiful woman with silver-white hair sat on the throne of the main hall, looking at Chen Wanrong, who was kneeling in the main hall with an expressionless face. At this time, the entire hall was empty, except for the two of them. The woman spoke again, "Who is that man?" Chen Wanrong knelt on the ground with a calm expression and did not answer. Seeing that Chen Wanrong still didn't answer, the woman said coldly, "Wrong, I think you have forgotten all the things I taught you. I just went into seclusion not long ago, and you went down the mountain to find a man. You know, I wonder how much impact losing Yuanyan will have on your cultivation. Originally, it would take you at most 50 years to break through to the realm of heaven and humanity. Now that your body of pure yin has been destroyed and tainted with worldly causes and effects, even if you are given 100 or 200 years, you will probably not be able to break through to the realm of heaven and humanity." The more the woman talked, the angrier she became. Waves of cold air were released from the woman's body, freezing the entire hall. At this time, Chen Wanrong was still kneeling on the ground quietly. Seeing that Chen Wanrong still looked expressionless, the woman sighed and said, "That's it." At this time, Chen Wanrong finally said, "This disciple is unfilial and has failed the master's expectations. I hope the master will allow the disciple to resign as the palace master." Hearing this, the woman snorted coldly, "Resign as palace master? What, you still want to go down the mountain to be with your lover?" Chen Wanrong said neither humble nor arrogantly, "I hope master will make it happen." As soon as Chen Wanrong finished speaking, an extremely cold gas was released from the woman's body. Chen Wanrong's body was instantly rushed away by the cold air. She rolled on the ground several times before she stabilized her body. The woman said at this time, "Do you still remember how your senior sister died?" Chen Wanrong got up from the ground with difficulty and then knelt down. The woman continued, "Your senior sister didn't listen to my teacher's advice back then and insisted on marrying Emperor Xia, and finally ended up like that. Do you want to imitate your senior sister? Even if you don't tell me who that man is, I can basically guess who that man is. According to the reports from Swanyu Palace disciples, you have been staying in the Northern Prince's mansion some time ago, and the Northern Prince is a romantic man. There are many wives and concubines in the mansion. I am afraid it is the Northern Prince who took away your innocence." Hearing this, Chen Wanrong quickly said, "This is all done voluntarily by the disciples. Master, please don't blame others." The woman snorted coldly again, "At this time, you are still thinking about protecting your little lover, but you love him deeply." Chen Wanrong continued, "King Bei is the child of senior sister is the goddess of Swanyu Palace, and King Bei is the son of Swanyu Palace, even if the disciple loses his virginity to him." Before Chen Wanrong finished speaking, she was interrupted by the woman. "Shut up! You still know that he is your senior sister's child. What kind of good person can come out of Emperor Xia's bloodline? Your senior sister died because of Emperor Xia back then, and you will one day die because of Emperor Xia's son. What kind of good intentions do you think King Bei has in approaching you?" From the woman's point of view, King Bei approached Chen Wanrong because he most likely wanted to control Swanyu Palace and then use Swanyu Palace to realize his personal ambitions. After all, that was what Emperor Xia did back then. This scene was too familiar. Chen Wanrong said bravely, "It's Bei Wang who is approached by his disciples." Hearing this, the woman almost laughed angrily, "You took the initiative to approach him? Why did you take the initiative to approach him? Do you really think that he is the divine son of Swanya Palace? Do you think he has lost his mother since he was a child, so pitiful? Do you want to do it for you? Senior sister takes care of him. Take care of it, and take care of it all the way to the bed. Looking at you like this, are you afraid that you still want to imitate your senior sister and give birth to children for King Bei? Chen Wanrong kept silent. Seeing Chen Wanrong's expressionless look, the woman became angry. She then said, "What kind of evil did I commit to accept you two as my disciples? Is a man so important? If you don't have a man, will you die?" Having said this, the woman fell into silence and did not speak for a long time. The whole hall became quiet. After an unknown period of time, the woman spoke again and said, "Since he is your senior sister's son, I will not hold him accountable as a teacher. Come on, tell me, what is his nature like? Is he fond of beauty and greedy for pleasure as rumored?" Hearing this, Chen Wanrong finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was worried that her master would come to trouble Lu Chen because of her. Since her master still cherished the old relationship, Lu Chen should not be in any danger. After all, Lu Chen is also the divine son of Swanya Palace. Chen Wanrong then said, "He does like beauty, but he is very good to all his women." Hearing this, the white-haired woman snorted, "Sure enough, all men are the same." Then the white-haired woman continued to ask, "How is his martial arts talent?" Chen Wanrong replied, "He has broken through to the Grand Master realm, and the reason why the disciples were able to break through to the Grand Master realm so quickly is also because of his help." Hearing this, the white-haired woman was startled, and then she frowned slightly. "Grand Master? He must be only 18 years old this year, right? He likes beauty so much, how could he break through to the realm of Grand Masters so quickly?" Chen Wanrong replied, "I don't know, disciple." The white-haired woman said angrily, "You don't even know his background, so you just handed your body over to him? You are really going to piss me off to death." The white-haired woman took a deep breath, and then continued to ask, "You said that you were able to break through to the Grand Master realm because of his help. Tell me, what is going on?" Hearing this question, a blush appeared on Chen Wanrong's cold and white cheeks, and she hesitated. Seeing that Chen Wanrong did not answer, the white-haired woman continued, "What? What evil tricks did you use? Are you afraid to say it?" Chen Wanrong bit her silver teeth lightly, and then replied, "When the disciple has sex with him, he breaks through to the realm of the Grand Master, and when the disciple is with him, his strength will increase rapidly." Hearing Chen Wanrong's answer, the white-haired woman was startled. She suddenly understood something. Then the white-haired woman raised her hand, and Chen Wanrong's body flew directly in front of the white-haired woman uncontrollably. The woman immediately grabbed Chen Wanrong's wrist and checked her body. Then she murmured in a surprised tone, "There is no evil spirit, it is actually an authentic method of dual cultivation. What he follows is not the way of martial arts, but the way of cultivating immortality." The white-haired woman looked extremely shocked. After a while, she came back to her senses and said, "I didn't expect yours child to have such an opportunity." Having said this, the white-haired woman let go of Chen Wanrong's wrist, and then asked, "Do you know why I don't prohibit the disciples in Swanya Palace from finding Taoist companions?" Chen Wanrong said, "Disciple doesn't know." The white-haired woman said, "In the world where I am, there were people who used the relationship between men and women to develop a unique practice method, which is the method of dual cultivation. However, this kind of practice method can only be practiced by men and women who love each other. If failure to achieve mind-to-heart communication will lead to both parties going crazy. My master does not prohibit his disciples from finding Taoist companions. I just want to see if any disciples will understand this method of practice." Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Thank you.